taken the news by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Shell to invest $20 billion in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. Presidency withdraws Daginkari's posting to Turkey as ambassador. US officially withdraws from the World Health Organization. And Jack Smith alleges Trump committed crimes in Capitol testimony. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has received a high-level delegation from Shell Petroleum Development Company at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, with discussions centered on investment, energy security, and Nigeria's oil and gas sector reforms. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Tuesday led the delegation by senior executives of the global energy firm, briefed the president on Shell's ongoing operations in Nigeria and its plans for future investments, particularly in deep water projects and gas development. Correspondent Favor Nwachi brings the details.
Shell has been a dominant operator in Nigeria's oil and gas industry over the past 3 decades, largely through its subsidiary, Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited. Though its operations have generated significant revenue for the country, the operations have also been linked to environmental degradation and social unrest, drawing sustained criticism, lawsuits, and international scrutiny. Receiving members of the Shell delegation included senior executives from Shell's global and Nigerian leadership at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. President Bola Tinubu emphasized that the Bonga Southwest project is strategic to Nigeria's economy. He said the project has the potential to create thousands of direct and indirect jobs, generate significant foreign exchange inflows, and deliver sustained government revenues over the life of the project, as well as deepen Nigerian participation in offshore engineering, fabrication, logistics, and energy services. The president reaffirmed his administration's commitment to policy stability, regulatory certainty, and speed, noting that these reforms are critical to restoring investor confidence and positioning Nigeria as a preferred destination for large-scale energy investments.
Today, I can proudly say that confidence is returning to our investment environment. The pledge I made to people of the country, and my background is to ensure transparency and to be competitive in every way possible. And I want to assure you that what we promise is what we will deliver. You have no question to look at what we have promised. Expect a delivery, expect a documented and consistency in policy and application going forward.
In his remarks, the leader of the Shell delegation and Global Chief Executive Officer, Wiles Zawan, said Nigeria's investment climate has improved remarkably under the Tinubu administration and boosted the confidence of Shell in Nigeria as a destination for long-term investment. Zawan explained that Nigeria now stands out as one of the most attractive destinations for capital allocation within Shell's global portfolio. He explains that half of the $20 billion investment in the country will be capital, and the other half will be the operating expenses and the likes that will come into the country.
Your leadership, your vision has created an investment climate over the last few years that, I will be very honest with you, has propelled us to invest, in particular also as we compare to other investments around the world. Stability in today's environment will honestly have a premium for corporates, because we are investing not for one administration or 5 or 10 years. We want to invest for 20, 30, 40 years. And in the case of Nigeria, for many, many decades. And therefore, as we look today at opportunities to be able to allocate our capital to multiple different countries, I can tell you, and I'm proud to say, Nigeria stands as one of the ones that is attracting more capital than most. And that leadership, I would also say, has put many of the people that we are working with, your team, are amongst the best that we are dealing with anywhere in the world, and that professionalism allows us to be able to have the confidence, and I would say our partners as well, to have the confidence to continue to invest.
Also speaking with State House journalists after the engagement with the president, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the NNPCL, Bayo Ojulari, described the development as part of the additional incentives necessary to attract investors. He noted that the competition for investment is global, with most other African countries and the Far East changing their policies and being very dynamic so as to attract more investments.
We realized that there were additional incentives that were necessary to attract investment. And the reason for that is that the competition for investment is global. And most other countries, like other African countries, Guyana, the Far East, they're changing their policies very dynamic so that they can attract those investment. So one of the great things that Mr. President did was to actually announce those executive orders to put additional incentives to be able to attract investment.
Shell has invested about $5 billion in the Bonga North project in the last 12 months, and an additional $2 billion in gas infrastructure supporting the Nigerian liquefied natural gas project. Favor Nwachi, Signaturetv News.
President Bola Tinubu has sworn in the new chairman and 37 commissioners of the Federal Character Commission, with the charge that they should reflect federal character, diversity, and the complexity of the country in the discharge of their assignment. Speaking at the brief ceremony held at the council chambers of the State House, Abuja, Tinubu reminded the chairman and commissioners that they should see themselves as representing the character and conscience of the nation.
What you represent here today is the conscience of our nation. What you have been assigned to do is to promote and stabilize the conscience of this country, to be fair, diligent, committed, and patriotic. And I'm asking you to ask yourself, not all the time, what can this country do for you, but what you can do for the country to make it greater. Now that you have been inaugurated, to reflect the federal character, the complexity, the diversity of this country.
Speaking to State House correspondents shortly after they took their oaths of office, the new FCC chairman, Ayo Hulayat Omidiran, expressed gratitude to the president for finding them worthy to serve in that capacity. She assured that the commission, under their watch, will ensure the equitable distribution of whatever belongs to the country to the delight of all Nigerians.
Mr. President, again, for finding us worthy of this huge assignment. As you are aware, the Federal Character Commission was formed by patriotic Nigerians who believe that there should be a body to ensure equitable distribution of every good thing, and Nigeria has good things in abundance, but it must go round every nook and cranny of Nigeria to engender inclusivity so that everybody will know that Nigeria is theirs and they will own the country. So what Mr. President told us is just to remind us of what the Act has mandated us to do, and we are fully ready to do it. By the grace of God, at the end of this tenure, every Nigerian will own Nigeria. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. 59-year-old Omidiran, a former two-term member of the House of Representatives from Osun State, who was in the House between 2011 and 2019, holds a bachelor's degree in biochemistry from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and has experience spanning legislative and sports administration. Among the 37 commissioners who took the oath of office, representing the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, include Peter Eze from ENUGU State, Obinna Oriaku from Abia, Gloria Nnoli from Anambra, and Vincent Nduka for Ebonyi State. The FCC was established by Act No. 34 of 1996 and mandated to ensure equitable distribution of public offices and socio-economic infrastructure among Nigeria's federating units and enforce compliance with the federal character principle across public institutions. The presidency has reversed its earlier decision and withdrawn the appointment of former Kebbi State Governor Usman Saidu Dakingari as Nigeria's ambassador-designate to Turkey, less than 24 hours after the announcement was made. Dakingari was initially listed as ambassador-designate to Turkey, just days ahead of President Tinubu's planned state visit to the country. However, a fresh statement released by the presidency clarified that no ambassador has been appointed to Turkey, thereby removing Dakingari's name from the list. The appointment of former Director General of the Department of State Services, Kayode Are, as ambassador-designate to the United States, and that of former Director General of the National Intelligence Agency, Ayodele Oke, to France, and the posting of Amin Dalhatu, a former ambassador to South Korea, as High Commissioner Designate to the United Kingdom, still remain. The Nigerian Bar Association has condemned the reported appointment of Abdul Sharid Maina as Grand Patron of its Garki branch in Abuja, describing it as unethical and harmful to the image of the legal profession. In a statement signed by NBA President Afam Osigwe San, the association said Maina was convicted over the theft of more than 2 billion naira in pension funds, adding that associating the bar with the person convicted of corruption undermines the rule of law and anti-corruption efforts. The NBA also criticized the Garki branch chairman, Anthony Bamidele Ojo, for announcing the appointment and commenting on Maina's appeal, which is reportedly pending before the Supreme Court, and stressed that matters before the court are sub judice and must not be discussed or influenced. According to the association, the action creates the impression of condoning corruption and violates the ethical standards of the legal profession. It therefore directed the immediate withdrawal of Maina's purported appointment and warned against issuing statements in support of litigants with cases still before the courts. The Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Professor Ahmed Audi, says attacks on schools across the country have reduced, but insists sustained collaboration is key to completely addressing the threat. Audi made the remark during a courtesy visit to the headquarters of the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TET Fund, where he led a delegation of senior NSCDC officers to strengthen cooperation between both institutions. He said the engagement was aimed at finalizing a proposed memorandum of understanding to boost interagency training, upgrade NSCDC training institutions, and reinforce security across Nigeria's education sector. Audi stressed that school security requires a collective approach, revealing that out of more than 81,000 schools nationwide, over 60,000 lack basic security infrastructure, which said makes collaboration with stakeholders inevitable. Responding, TED Fund Executive Secretary Sonny Echono commended the NSCDC's leadership and contributions to national security, describing security as vital to educational development. He assured that TED Fund would support the Corps through the proposed MOU, including training and infrastructure supports. A public affairs analyst, Professor Chinedu Abodike, has urged the federal government to move the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to a correctional center closer to the southeast to allow easier access for visitors. Professor Chinedu, who featured on Signature Morning on Friday, was part of a delegation that recently visited Mazi Nnamdi Kanu at the Sokoto Correctional Center in Sokoto State. He questioned the basis of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's detention, insisting that there is no law criminalizing the struggle for liberty, arguing that Kanu was sentenced solely because of his agitation for the freedom of Igbo people.
There's a law that tells us that we cannot sovereignty or fight for our people for independence. If there's a law against that, we have. But if there is no law, my question is it because it is because Ubohon from Yoruba? We also know ISWAP, we also know men, we also know Boko Haram. They were doing their own, and nobody has castrated or sentenced them to death. And we know that except there is something out Igbo that hurts people. There is nothing wrong in any place, many countries all over the world, in England, a lot of people, a lot of clans, let me call it clans, are asking for independence. It's all over the world. And
on the interaction between Kanu and the delegation, Chinedu said the IPOB leader used the opportunity to urge Igbo people to remain united like never before, while appealing for an end to the Monday sit-at-home observed in some parts of southeast Nigeria.
He told us he said he's not happy with his our Monday sit-at-home, that he's not like that. We should have removed them, whatever it is, and we should tell our united. And he threw his fingers on the table, say, I don't want anything money. What I need is Biafra, our independence from colonialism.
Up ahead, Makinde rules out defection plans after meeting Tinubu. Khan accuses government of not doing enough to ensure release of Kaduna worshippers. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State says he remains committed to the People's Democratic Party, declaring his comfort in the opposition party despite a growing wave of high-profile defections to the ruling All Progressives Congress. Makinde, who spoke to journalists after a closed-door meeting with President Bola Tinubu at the State House in Abuja, emphasized that his visit to the president was focused on governance matters affecting the nation rather than party political considerations. The governor stressed that while he was willing to work with the president on matters of national interest, his party allegiance remained unwavering.
No, there's nothing that I've said in the past that says we're not enjoying harmonious relationship. You know, politics is politics. We belong to different political parties, and but Nigeria is a project that, you know, all Nigerians must be concerned about. You know, welfare of our people. What are the governance issues? This issue of insecurity, poverty alleviation. I mean, there are things that has no coloration of a party. As leaders, you know, whether president or governor of a state, those are things that we have to work together, consult with one another, and ensure that we can make life one shade better for our people. And again, we may have issues in this country where you need bipartisan approach, where it won't be an issue of maybe APC talking alone or PDP talking alone, where we will have to look at what is the best foot forward, you know, in the interest of our nation. So when you get to that junction, you need everybody on board.
The governor's statement comes as the PDP faces its most significant challenge since 2015, with governors, senators, and other high-profile members abandoning the party for the ruling APC ahead of the 2027 general elections. Makinde said on December 23, 2025, that he regrets backing President Bola Tinubu in the 2023 election, despite being a PDP governor and part of the G5 group that opposed the party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, saying he will not support Tinubu in 2027, citing concerns about the survival of multi-party democracy. The coordinator of Christian advocacy in Kaduna State, McHenry Victor, says the abduction of over 177 worshippers by bandits and terrorists in the state follows a recurring pattern of attacks in different parts of the country. Victor, who appeared as a guest on Signaturetv, disclosed that the Christian community has embarked on fasting and prayer for the release of the hostages. He said that the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, and other concerned bodies are currently maintaining contact with the kidnappers in a bid to understand the situation and determine the best way forward. Victor alleged that the authorities are not doing enough to secure the release of the abducted worshippers and appealed for greater efforts and urgency from security agencies and relevant stakeholders.
Prayers that we've been carrying out churches and in our organizations, we're putting up resources by reaching out to those able to, as we get a fair response by the kidnappers on what to do, then we know what to do aside the prayers. But I believe resources are together that when such comes up, we respond accordingly. They're not doing enough. It's on daily basis that this act is carrying out or being played in our country, especially we here not. Our families or those in the suburb, most times can't reach them because of fear. And so the security agencies and the government in what is expected of them. For example, they're carrying about 100, 200 persons, and there's no any architecture. All the resources that we have, the helicopters, the informations that we receive, the DS or whatsoever, none of this thing played. These people were successfully carried out from their own location to another location, I'm not doing well. If the government is doing well, security agencies are doing well, it should not be happening as at this time of the day in our country and in the world. But we know as it is, they will tell us that they're short of manpower, they're short of resources here and there. But it is not really going well. And we want to encourage the government to put more, especially in areas that have to do with the lives of people and property in this, especially in the north here that we're in, where this issue is being occurring daily. They should to do something. They should go beyond what they have written out. They should go beyond just mouth. They should take strategic strategies, bring or to calm down this or to call it off. It is getting too much. So
next is business news.
The World Bank has approved $50 million for a solar agriculture expansion project in Nigeria and 5 other African countries. Agriculture employs more than a third of Nigerian workforce, yet inefficiencies continues to erode farmers' incomes and food supply. The funding will support the deployment of solar-powered cold rooms, refrigerators, water pumps, and grain mills across Kenya, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Sierra Leone, Uganda, and the Democratic of Congo, with implementation led by CLAFS, a Washington, D.C.-based non-profit organization focused on energy efficiency and clean energy access. The federal government on Thursday in Lagos took a historic step in Nigeria's long-awaited journey to operationalize structured financing for indigenous ship ownership, with launch and unveiling of the Cabotage Vessel Financing Fund (CVFF) application portal by the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola. Declaring the portal open, Oyetola described the occasion as a deliberate and strategic step in repositioning Nigeria's maritime sector as a central pillar of national development. He noted that the launch aligned with the broader national objective of diversifying the economy and unlocking the vast potential of Nigeria's maritime domain, coastal resources, and inland waterways. Oyetola recalled that the Cabotage Vessel Financing Fund, established under the Coastal and Inland Shipping Act of 2023, was designed to address the financing gap faced by Nigerian ship owners. The African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, has announced the official termination of its credit rating relationship with Fitch Ratings. According to a statement by the bank on Friday, the move follows a comprehensive review of the partnership, saying it believes that Fitch credit rating exercise no longer adequately captures the institution's establishment agreement, mission, and mandate. Despite the termination, Afreximbank emphasized that its business fundamentals remain solid. The bank highlighted its strong stakeholder relationship and the legal protection embedded in its establishment agreement, which has been signed and ratified by member states. The federal government has banned electricity distribution companies and installers from collecting any form of payment for meters, warning that DISCO's officials and installers found extorting customers will be prosecuted. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, issued the warning on Thursday during an on-site inspection of newly imported smart meters at APM Terminal, Apapa, Lagos. Adelabu said the meters were procured under the World Bank Funding Distribution Sector Recovery Program and must be installed for customers free of charge, stressing that any demand for money will be treated as an offense. This is Business News on Global News. Nasiru Usman, reporting for Signature TV News.
Still to come, Vietnam's top leader returns, vows bold reforms. Trump keeps watch on Iran as massive U.S. naval fleet heads to the Gulf. More details on our foreign news. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is foreign news. The United States has officially withdrawn from the World Health Organization, a historic first since it helped found the body in 1948. The move was announced jointly by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The U.S. withdrawal comes amid criticism of the WHO's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. In a joint statement, Kennedy and Rubio said all U.S. funding has stopped and engagement with the organization will now be limited to completing the exit and protecting American health. WHO Chief Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus said the organization has already made cuts due to lost U.S. funding. U.S. officials stressed that global health challenges, from viruses to non-communicable diseases, require international cooperation. The decision traces back to President Trump, who signaled plans to leave the Geneva-based WHO in 2020. Legal and financial conditions delayed the official exit until this week, despite the U.S. being in arrears on payments for 2024 and 2025. Public health advocates warn that leaving the WHO could weaken global coordination in fighting pandemics and other serious health threats, even as the US asserts its withdrawal is necessary. United States President Donald Trump has announced a U.S. naval armada is heading toward the Gulf region, with Iran in focus. Officials say an aircraft carrier strike group and other assets will arrive in the Middle East in the coming days. The naval deployment comes amid ongoing tensions with Tehran, following assurances from Iran regarding the treatment of protesters. The USS Abraham Lincoln and its strike group were diverted from exercises in the South China Sea to the Middle East as part of the buildup. Trump said the military pressure has helped prevent further executions of protesters in Iran, and he signaled openness to talks with Tehran. The U.S. also warned it could respond if Iran resumes its nuclear program. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi responded by stating that Tehran would retaliate if attacked, warning that any confrontation could be prolonged and devastating for the wider region. Former Special Counsel Jack Smith has publicly accused U.S. President Donald Trump of bearing responsibility for the violence during the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol in his first open testimony on the investigations into the president. Testifying before a congressional committee, Smith said his team had assembled evidence strong enough to secure convictions against Trump in 2 criminal cases, one examining alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election, and another involving accusations that Trump illegally retained classified documents after leaving office. Trump pleaded not guilty in both cases, which were later dropped after he returned to the White House. Smith told lawmakers he did not regret authorizing the prosecutions, insisting the decision would have been the same regardless of Trump's political affiliation. He said the evidence showed Trump was the most responsible figure in the election interference case, and that the January 6th attack would not have occurred without his actions, describing the crimes committed that day as being carried out for Trump's benefit. The hearing highlighted deep partisan divisions in Congress. Republican lawmakers accused Smith of pursuing politically motivated cases and questioned his investigative methods, while Democrats focused on Trump's alleged wrongdoing and praised Smith for upholding the rule of law. Smith also warned that he expects continued personal attacks and possible retaliation, saying repeated statements by Trump were intended to intimidate him. As the hearing was underway, Trump posted critical remarks on social media, rejecting Smith's claim and accusing him of misconduct. A powerful winter storm is expected to move slowly across the United States, bringing widespread snow and extreme cold to several major cities, including Memphis, Nashville, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York. Heavy snowfall is forecast from the southern Rockies and Plains through the mid-Atlantic, extending into the northeast. Weather models indicate that areas from Colorado through West Virginia to Boston will receive more than a foot of snow. The National Weather Service warns that numerous low temperature records may be broken, with dangerous wind chills in the northern plains potentially dropping below -50 degrees Fahrenheit. A broader stretch of the southeastern United States is also expected to experience freezing conditions. In response, governors in states including Arkansas, Georgia, Texas, North Carolina, South Carolina, has declared states of emergency, enabling emergency agencies and National Guard units to mobilize ahead of the storm. Airlines have begun offering flexible rebooking options amid concerns over widespread delays and cancellations. Forecasters are also urging motorists to avoid travel, warning that road conditions could become nearly impossible during the peak of the storm. Meanwhile, in Canada, bitter cold has already taken hold, with additional snowfall expected in eastern and Atlantic regions early next week. Vietnam's ruling Communist Party has ushered in what its most powerful leader calls a new era of national rise, as General Secretary To Lam secures another 5-year term at the top of the party. Delegates at the party congress this week confirmed To Lam as party chief, consolidating his grip on power and giving him a renewed mandate to push through sweeping economic reforms. The Congress ended earlier than scheduled, a move widely seen as reflecting strong internal consensus or limited resistance to his growing authority. Political analysts say the Congress marks the strongest concentration of power in a single leader since the early 1990s. To Lam assumed office 18 months ago, following the death of his predecessor, Nguyen Phu Trong, whose tenure was defined by a far-reaching anti-corruption drive. Since then, To Lam has charted a new course focused on reform and rapid growth. His administration has moved to overhaul Vietnam's bureaucracy, reduce the number of provinces, and cut tens of thousands of public sector jobs. A key policy shift came with Resolution 68, which elevated the private sector to the central driver of the economy, a major departure in officially socialist Vietnam. The government has also set ambitious targets, including double-digit annual growth and transforming Vietnam into an upper-income, technology-driven economy by 2045. Central to their plan is backing large private firms described as national champions capable of competing globally. While Vietnam has made remarkable progress over the past 3 decades, challenges remain, including the dominance of state-owned enterprises and heavy reliance on foreign investment and technology. Economists warn that without careful execution, the strategy could deepen inequality and entrench politically connected conglomerates at the expense of smaller businesses. Vietnam's ambitions also face global headwinds, particularly uncertainty over access to the U.S. market amid renewed trade tensions under President Donald Trump. As To Lam pushes ahead with reforms, the coming years will test whether Vietnam can truly break out of the middle-income trap and deliver on its vision of national rise. TikTok has struck a deal to continue operating in the United States, ending years of uncertainty over its future in the country. The move follows a long-running dispute between Washington and Beijing, first raised during Donald Trump's presidency over concerns that the app's Chinese owner, ByteDance, could compromise U.S. user data. TikTok was set to be banned in January 2025 unless it sold its U.S. operations, but enforcement was repeatedly delayed. Under the new arrangement, a joint venture called TikTok USDS will control all American user data and the app's content recommendation algorithm, which will now be trained solely on US-based data. The joint venture is majority-owned by Americans and governed by a 7-member board, with Oracle responsible for data security. Other major investors include Silver Lake, MGX, and the family office of tech executive Michael Dale. ByteDance would retain a minority stake of 19.9%. Experts warn the changes could affect how the app operates for the 200 million American users. While the algorithm remains the key to TikTok's success, restraining it on US data may alter the recommendations and performance that have made the platform so popular. TikTok CEO Shozi Chu will sit on the new board alongside executives from Oracle, Silver Lake, and MGX. The deal is seen as a compromise between national security concerns and keeping TikTok available to millions of US users. But the full impact of the app's experience remains to be seen. And that's the foreign news.
Join us on Sports News with Christopher Lele.
The Confederation of African Football (CAF) is considering postponing the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations (AFCON), according to updates from the football governing body's headquarters in Cairo, Egypt. The proposed postponement is linked to CAF's recent adjustment to the tournament calendar, which is expected to align the competition on a 4-year cycle with the first edition under the new arrangement slated for 2028. As a result of the calendar shift, CAF officials are said to be concerned that no host nation is fully prepared to stage the tournament in 2027 as originally scheduled. Consequently, CAF is already weighing plans to move the 2027 AFCON to 2028. The tournament was earlier awarded to be jointly hosted by Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. A final decision is expected to be communicated by CAF in the coming months after consultations with the 3 host nations and other key stakeholders. Arrested Senegalese fans involved in crowd disturbances during the final of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations have appeared before Moroccan court for the first time. A total of 18 Senegalese supporters were arrested last Sunday following incidents of misconduct and vandalism during the tournament's final match, which was held in Morocco. Security officials reportedly intervened after sections of the crowd engaged in unruly behavior that led to damage within and around the stadium. The fans were paraded before the court on Thursday as legal proceedings formally commenced. Details of the charges brought against them were not fully disclosed at the time of filing this report. Meanwhile, the Confederation of African Football (CAF) is yet to issue an official statement regarding the incident or clearly the possible sanctions, if any, that may arise from the unrest. The fate of the arrested supporters remains uncertain as investigations continue. Further updates are expected as both Moroccan authorities and CAF address the situation surrounding the unfortunate scenes that marred the final of Africa's biggest football tournament. Wolverhampton Wanderers are exploring a late move for Nigerian forward Philip Otele as they search for attacking reinforcements before the January transfer window closes. The West Midland clubs are deep in relegation waters and are making a move for Otele to help revive a faltering Premier League campaign. The 26-year-old, who is currently on loan at Swiss giants Basel, has emerged as a serious option for Wolves as they look to add goals and pace to a squad that has struggled badly this season. Discussions have already taken place over the conditions of a possible deal, with the Midland club assessing both a permanent transfer and a loan arrangement that would include a future purchase option. Basel are believed to value Otele at around £7 million, a figure that Wolves are reluctant to meet outright given their financial constraints and the uncertainty surrounding their top-flight status. As a result, a loan structure and a fee and an option to buy is being explored, though any move is likely to depend on Wolves offloading players first. Manchester United have confirmed that midfielder Casemiro will leave the club at the end of his contract this summer. The Brazil captain joined Real Madrid for £70 million in 2022 and has since played 146 games for the club, scoring 21 goals. Casemiro played a major role in helping United win the 2023 Carabao Cup, scoring a header in a colossal performance against Newcastle United. The 33-year-old also won the Emirates FA Cup in 2024. The 33-year-old is currently one of the highest earners at Old Trafford. In golf, Rory McIlroy lies 8 shots behind leader Francesco Molinari after carding a disappointing first round of 1 over par 73 at the Dubai Desert Classic on Thursday. The world number 2's round at the Emirates Golf Club was marred by a double bogey 7 at the 18th hole, his 9th. McIlroy appeared to have taken the water out of the equation by laying up from the rough, but from less than 100 yards, he attacked the flag, his ball pitching short and falling back into the water. Having started his opening round with a birdie at the 10th and then a dropped shot at the 15th, his indiscretion at the 18th left him 2 over at the turn. The Masters champion went to pick up shots at the par 5 third and the 6th to move back to level par, but a wayward tee shot at the short 7th saw him drop another stroke. He subsequently failed to capitalize on a birdie opportunity at the 9th, unable to hold a putt from 6 feet. The Northern Ireland golfer is a record full-time winner of the event, with his last success having come in 2024. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
Next is entertainment news with Gwyneth Mukunta.
Popular gospel singer Nathaniel Bassey has warned married men against engaging in extramarital relationships with single women, saying such actions will attract grave consequences. In a now viral video where he was seen addressing a congregation, the 44-year-old singer cautioned married men who deceive young women and lead them on under false pretense. He stressed that his warning was not a joke and insisted that those involved would not escape the consequences of their actions. Bassey also warned against secret hotel meetings, adding that married men who lie about their marital status would face public disgrace. The gospel singer, who is widely known for the Hallelujah Challenge, also issued a strong warning to women who knowingly engage in relationship with married men, saying marital benefits would not shield them from consequences. Bassey urged both men and women to act with integrity and uphold moral values, emphasizing accountability in relationships.
You're a married man and you go about deceiving young girls, leading them on. Some even go as far as sleeping with them. I place a demand on the grace of God upon my life. If you try this year, you won't survive. Your shame will not be forgotten. It will be on social media. You take a lady to a hotel, you lie, meanwhile you are married, you will not come out alive from that hotel. If you like, take what I'm saying jokingly. You too, you are a lady. If you know that the man is married, you know in your heart is married, but because of greed, but because of attention, because of Brazilian wig, Brazilian hair, you want to carry bag Louis Vuitton. If you try it, you won't survive it.
Famous Nigerian musician Davido has appreciated his father Adedeji Adeleke for coming to his defense amid the ongoing paternity drama with his alleged baby mama, Ayo Labinjo. Ayo Labinjo's teenage daughter, Anu Adeleke, had a week ago written an open letter to her alleged father, Davido, demanding a paternity test. While denying ever seeing the lady before, Davido in a series of posts on X stated that 5 DNA tests conducted before now show that Anu Adeleke is not his daughter. In response, Ayo Labinjo, who insisted that Davido is her daughter's father, tagged the DNA test as fake. Defending his son amid the controversy, Adedeji Adeleke, during a press conference on Wednesday, disclosed that the child's paternity test was conducted on both Davido and his cousin, singer B-Red. Reacting to the development in a post on his Instagram page on Thursday, Davido thanked his father for the public support, sharing a picture of them together. The singer wrote, "Thank you, my loving father." Yeni Kuti, the first child of the late Afrobeat founder Fela Anikulapo Kuti, has finally reacted to Wizkid's online fight with her brother Seun Kuti. Seun Kuti started dragging Wizkid's fanbase, popularly known as Wizkid FC, last week for comparing the singer's legacy and influence with that of his father, late Fela Kuti. The fight escalated on the 6th day of the constant dragging, when Seun dared Wizkid to prove he truly cared for his fans by protecting them from him. Breaking silence in solidarity to his fans, Wizkid told Seun that "I am bigger than your father," and challenged Seun Kuti to do his worst. His response sparked controversy online, with many blaming Seun for pushing the singer to the wall, while some netizens, including some of Fela's children, berated Wizkid for disrespecting the late legend. The development, which led to public debates on Wizkid and Fela's legacy and influence, sparked mixed reactions among Nigerian celebrities. However, amid the controversy, Yeni Kuti, speaking on Your View program on TVC on Thursday, said she refused to involve herself in the fight with Wizkid because the singer is her close friend and she loves him a lot. Hollywood has officially announced the nominations for this year's Academy Awards, celebrating the most acclaimed films and performances of the past year, with one title rewriting the record books. Leading the pack is Sinners, which earned a record-breaking 16 nominations, surpassing the long-lasting benchmark jointly held by All About Eve 1950, Titanic 1997, and La La Land 2026. The achievement firmly positions Sinners as the dominant force of this award season. Close behind is One Battle After Another with 13 nominations, while Marty, Supreme Frankenstein, and Sentimental Value each secured 9 nods. Hamnet also made a strong showing with 8 nominations. The 97th Academy Awards ceremony is scheduled to take place on 15 March, with U.S. comedian Conan O'Brien set to host the star-studded event. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Wokonta, Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are.
rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the Dream Team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing every.
Just finished the game.
When the main market is in chaos, people are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, ENUGU. Good morning, world. Welcome. It's another Saturday. Today is Saturday, the 24th day of January 2026. And of course, it's the International Day of Education. I mean, after all, education, whether we like it or not, whether we choose to accept it or not, education is one thing, one key factor, one key contributing factor to the growth, to the establishment of any nation, any structure, any institution. And the importance of education could never be overemphasized. On that note, I say welcome to New Day, your favorite breakfast weekend show here on Signature Television. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Now, we're starting off this morning with our newspaper headlines, of course, as we, usually start off our mornings. We start off our mornings with looking into the papers and seeing what we have. What does the nation have to tell us? What is going on around us? And we'll take our newspaper headlines and our newspaper review, where we analyze, discuss, relate it to our daily lives and how it affects us. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll read out our headlines. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're starting off with our Tribune newspaper, Saturday Tribune. Major on the headline on page 3, we have bandits attacking Christians to provoke anger. Northern CAN chairman says the bandits are attacking Christians to provoke anger. On page 4, Kanu governor resigns from NNPP, says decision is to protect Kanu people. That's from the windows of the Kano state government. But page 30 says, Makinde says resurgent PDP will shock cynics in 2027. On page 4 still, court adjourns Rivers impeachment suit indefinitely. I mean, that must be a great news for the people of Rivers State. Page 7 has protests rocks Ijebode over alleged plan to impose next Awujale. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Protest rocks Ijebode over alleged plan to impose next Awujale. That's on page 7. On page 12 and 21, we have my husband slept with lovers in our bed, broke my nose for complaining. Ibadan woman tells court. All right, on page 6, Olu Ibadan visits Tinubu, taxes president on insecurity and food crisis. Then on page 4, court halts PDP case pending appeal court's decision. That's all for the Tribune this morning. We'll move over to the Weekend. On page 4, we see a picture of, I think that's Yusuf or Kwankwasia. I'm not so sure which that is, but it's a basket of fruits. We see Governor Yusuf moves, Kwankwasia holds. That's on page 4. On page 10, on investigation, Gujeni, a Kaduna community taking over by poisonous suits. We see a picture of a hut covered in suits. All right, on page 24, Fubara is APC leader in Rivers State, says Bwala. On page 35, Reps panel confirms alterations in gazetted tax laws. And lastly, on page 15, farmers record losses as tomato price crashes. That's for the Weekend Trust. We move over to the Independent. All right, on page 8, Nigeria's housing deficit. Over 20 million units needed to mitigate rapid urbanization. That's on page 8 of the Independent. On page 30, from courtroom to carnival, how public applause welcome politicians facing corruption charges. And on page 20, 2027 elections, how party ticket seekers are making silent deals in Kwara's opposition field. On page 4, we have brutality of senseless killings must end in Jos. PDP insists. Demands government's actionable plan to address root causes of insecurity. On page 3, Gudirat Abiola says, Supreme Court has proven my innocence, says Al-Mustafa. On page 6, TUC NLC, that's TUC and Nigerian Labour Congress, threaten nationwide strike over federal government 14-day deadline. And on page 31, we have presidency backs Fubara over APC leadership in Rivers State. And lastly, we have an article on the actor Buchi Franklin. Says, I don't enjoy bad boy roles specifically. I just like telling character stories. That's all we have on The Independent. We move over to The Guardian. The Guardian Weekend says on page 2, stay alert in public places. Defense headquarters advises citizens. All right, on page 3, we have court adjourns, still on Fubara, court adjourns Fubara deputies anti-impeachment suits indefinitely. As speaker, others appeal against earlier orders. That's on page 3. On page 42, National Grid suffers first collapse of 2026. Generation falls to zero. That's on page 42. On page 3, we have Reps Minority Caucus identifies alterations to tax laws. Reps Minority Caucus identifies alteration to tax laws. On page 3 still, at WEF, Shatima 6 African-led growth urges shift from aid to investment. On the back page, inside stuff, we have, where is Sadio Mane in your team? I think that's a response from an opposition team to the Senegalese team. And a special feature on page 8 and 9, we have weak policies, poor regulations. Government neglects, push families to homelessness. That's on page 8 and 9. On page 4, we have tracking CBN's drive for bigger, resilient banks through recapitalization. Tracking CBN's drive for bigger, resilient banks through recapitalization. On page 2, ambassadorial posting reversal, concerns over presidency's information management approach. Reversals can breed confusion and encourage speculation, says Sonayo. All right, that's all for The Guardian. We move lastly, our last paper for this morning is The Punch. The Punch on page 4. Anxiety as NYC camps open in high-risk states. This is on insecurity. Core members recount risky, long trips to volatile areas. Governments relocate camps amid mass abduction fears. That's on page 4 of The Punch. On page 22 and 23, trapped abroad, deadly trafficking network exploiting Nigerian women in Egypt. On page 2, an ex-convict says, why I always prayed before robbing churches. That's quite hilarious, but of course, it's a statement from an ex-convict saying why he always prays before robbing churches. I mean, to get details of that, you need to get the Punch newspaper and every other newspaper we read that this morning to get the details of the headlines. On page 7, grid collapse throws Nigerians into darkness again. On page 9, Kano government lawmakers join APC today. NNPP fumes. All right. And on page 4, still, 166 Kaduna worshippers, residents DHQ, disagree over aborted rescue operations. That's on the kidnap of 166 worshippers in Kaduna State. On page 27, travelers groan in hellish Lagos-Ibadan expressway gridlock. And lastly, a report on Fela Kuti, generations at war over Fela Wizkid comparison. All right, that's the newspaper headlines for this morning. I mean, it's a bit of this, a bit of that here and there. But we are joined by our in-house analyst this morning to hear his thoughts on some of these headlines. I hope he's able to capture even the ones I find rather funny. Good morning, Mr. Chris. Thanks for joining once again.
Good morning, Princess. Good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, it's written all over you. Welcome, everybody, this morning to another day of Signature Newspaper Review, a new day. We are here again. Thank God for life. And God bless you wherever you are joining us this morning. Nigeria is agog. Nigerian newspapers are agog as usual with a lot of hot happenings in Nigeria.
Yeah.
From Tribune, Olubado to Tinubu, you know, think about insecurity and food security that we need. We need food security. We need security of the body, soul, and spirit. And that is a complete security. So it's not a new thing that the Olubado of Ibadan, you know, is telling our dear president. So that one does not need much talk. We go to court, halt PDP case. Yeah. Now, we now find some new developments, you know, and somebody somewhere says resurgent PDP, I think it's marking there, the PDP that is resurging back will shock cynics in 2027. I am not a politician, I am a broadcaster and a communication specialist. But I am waiting for the shock that the resurgent PDP will give the world, because at a point we were almost writing their epitaph of a party that used to be the highest party, biggest party in Africa, and then remaining, you know, being decimated and, you know, coming in bits and pieces and skeletal. And so if a PDP has decided to resurge and shock, nobody is cynical about you are resurging. What we are cynical about is how you are going to gather the ground you have lost. And if you assure us, but you know, you politicians are funny, because we find even the most serious governors who have been on the high point of opposition just visiting Aso Rock recently. And whenever some of them visit, they'll come back with becoming softer. And you will now say, does Aso Rock have this softening? You know, sometimes they give them. Because some of them will be spitting fire. But once they visit Aso Rock and come back, you find them speaking from both sides of their mouth. But that's not unusual about Nigerian politicians. We are used to your turner, and you can go ahead. And that's we have been using that to gain your ground in Nigeria. It's just that Nigerians have not. I don't think Nigerians have studied the Nigerian politicians so well to know you guys. Or you guys are magicians. You always have the solution to your issues by weaponizing poverty. Always come and share maybe 1 cup of Gary this time. You get votes. I hope it works for you. That's about that. Bandits attacking Christians to provoke anger coming from Northern Khan. That sounds very, 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 you know, near the truth. Might be true. We said that. There must be it's what they have in mind. And to provoke anger for what? And then why are some people, when they've realized that these bandits have increased their attack on Christians quite recently in Nigeria, why are they calling them, the bandits, their brother? In the same country, and people will keep quiet. Why are they saying that nobody should come and help the Christians to stop this attack? My father told me life is sweet to everybody. So if anybody has decided to take yours, if you don't know what to do, swallow it in your stomach And that's about life. Everybody need to live. The bandits want to kill people and take over their land. And the people they want to kill cannot just lie down and wait for them to be beheaded and killed and raped and abducted. We have to do something. And what we are asking the Nigerian government is that everybody in the world is saying, protect Christians, protect Muslims, protect African traditional worshippers in the country, protect atheists. Everyone who is a citizen of Nigeria deserves to live. Now that the Khan has come out to say this increased attack on Christians is to provoke, I don't know, to provoke Christians who already provoked. Is it to provoke the government who is overwhelmed by the insecurity in Nigeria? Because government has to protect everybody. Whatever they want to achieve, everything about attack on individuals, killing, mad abduction, rape and all, are all satanic and devilish. That's what we say. Whoever is involved should take note. Kano governor resigns. Now they come again with another one. Can they see a governor resign? Politicians have come with another name. Instead of saying the man jumped to go ship. Instead of saying the Kano governor defected. That's it. They don't want that word is overused, is it? Now you people say resign. Then somebody should take over his position. The Tribune in the headline said, Kano governor resign. You resign. And we have been shouting here, nobody will convince me to support a sitting governor who gets to a position under a different mandate. Halfway, he will jump ship with an ordered mandate and want to convince us to accept it. Is totally wrong as far as I am asked to review it. That's my stand. So anybody can have another stand because, you know, in Nigeria, once the thing suits you, you keep quiet. When it affects you, you begin to talk. But it's always late. Why don't we accept what and say what is wrong from the beginning so that nobody will try to come and color it with either religious, political, ethnical colorations, defecting as a sitting governor on a platform of a party that gave you mandate into another party while your tenure has not finished is wrong. Whatever we look at it is totally wrong, but it's only in Nigeria that things happen. So I wish Nigeria luck. However you make your math, you lie on it because the continuous defection of governors from one party to another, even while they are still sitting governors, has continued. And because they defect and go to the central ruling party, nobody talks. But Nigeria is not going to end today. It will continue. Whatever we sow, we reap. When it begins in the future, let no one say or try to change the rule of the game at the middle of the game. That's it. So it's good. Everybody can jump ship anytime. So Nigerian electorates, you now know that when you or somebody come talking and swearing and telling you all those trash, that they can jump anytime. They don't, unless you begin to take them to Alusi, you know, the way we take them to the shrines to swear for us. But that's about it. In Ijebu-Ode, the throne of Awujale, the traditional revered seat of Awujale of Ijebu-Ode, in that Ode Ijebu clans, is bringing a lot of issues. And now, just like people will protest for hardship and hunger in Nigeria, there's a protest now going on in Ijebu-Ode over governor's interest in who becomes the next Awujale of Ijebu. Well, good luck. I still wish everybody. But because the Nigerian politicians, it's not enough that they don't allow the local governments to be autonomous. They seize, they chop, they will chop state money, chop local government money. They also want to get into the communities now and decide. Even very soon, they will decide who marries who. Because when they finish with the communities, they go into the kindred and want to know who will be the head of kindred. Very soon, they will decide who will be the first son in every family. I wish the government of Nigeria luck. But if you decide to destroy everything that makes Nigeria governance system to have some semblance of, you know, of style and pattern, because of politics. You will leave whatever you are as a politician and go back home. After all, the recent Olubad of Ibadan was there. He came back now to traditional ruling seat of Ibadan. If they have destroyed Olubad position, will he find it? He sounds like a former first lady of Nigeria. Will he find that seat to occupy? Well, that's a question for you. So go ahead. In the name of Nigerian dirty politics, we destroy everything without looking back. And some of you are keep multiplying and having children. You don't even care what in future these children will occupy. In the name of politics. Good luck to politicians. Once Nigeria is destroyed, we know who to hold accountable. Court adjourns Rivers State impeachment suit over indefinitely. I like that word, indefinitely. Any process that has started on an indefinite position will end indefinitely. Any position that started in crisis will end in crisis. Anything that started a very foundation laid will always. But my father told me, so, some people want to know the meaning always in English. Yes, if a native doctor go to do juju for somebody and in return they gave him chicken, if he gets back to his shrine, he will kill the chicken to thank the gods who has helped him to go on a juju making pilgrimage. That is it. Rivers politics that has started the crisis will end in crisis, and the peace-loving people of Rivers State will take over their land. We are watching. Now, if we can trust Kwakwansia, of course, we have talked about that. But Kwakwansia is a strong Kano movement of politics in Kano State. Now, with the once along the line, my father said, you don't give a mong, you don't allow the, we don't talk about it because a princess is here. When you talk about mong in Igbo, you have to be careful because women don't discuss mong. But the proverb said, now they bunyonya ayaga isi mong. You don't ask ayaga person that is not in control of his character. It's not stable character. You ask him to take over the masquerade, to be in charge of masquerade one way or the other. He will always he always mess up the mom, just like what happened recently in Obu in Anambra State, whatever that one is. But then whatever I'm saying here, they've given the recent governor of Kano State the mom position, and then because he's Onya Ayaga, Otana mom, or maybe Sena mom. That's the Kwakwansia movement in Kano is the mom. Now somebody that has been perpetuated over time and they maintain that structure of Kwakwansia. Now somebody who is an Ayaga person, Ayaga politician, has taken over position of governor of Kano State and he has messed the Kwakwansia movement. What else can we say? Good luck to Kwakwansia. Next time when you are making governors, be sure of who you give the governor position so that along the line he won't jump gun with all the Kwakwansia mandate. Well, there's a poisonous suit taking over a community in Gujeni. Gujeni seems to be in Kaduna. So much trouble for Kaduna. 177, or did they say over, denied abduction. Later agreed that we abducted. It's happening in Kaduna. This morning, Weekend Trust said dark suit has taken over Gujeni community in Kaduna. Is it the same thing that repeated itself in Rivers State some years back when they woke up and find out that anywhere, all the rooftops, all their houses, everywhere, even the water bodies, all of them were covered by very dark, dangerous suit. Is it that they are mining oil in Gujeni secretly and people did not know? Government should look into it. Why did it suddenly? It's only Gujeni community in Kaduna that has a dark suit has taken over the community, and the scientists are saying it might be poisonous and deadly. This is Nigeria. Anything can happen. Because of insecurity, because of insincerity, because of unaccountability, selfishness. Some people might be mining oil in Kaduna, we did not know. But when they kukuko, when there's a wind blow, you will see the nyash of a chicken. The Guardian says, stay alert in public places. Yes, sir. Defense headquarters has advised. And then it's only a foolish person they will tell, when they tell him about the proverb, then they will go ahead to explain. Nigerian citizen, our defense headquarters said, anywhere you are, be looking at your back because, you know, my father said, if a snake is running, be looking back a snake for bamboo because the only bamboo they used to see snake. Because there was a time, there was this slogan that was very popular. Don't think about where it come from, but they say, anybody who is living very close with the enemies will always sleep with one eye open. Onye ndị ilo gba gbugburu na-echendu ya nche mgbe niile. Ụmụ Nigeria, sounds familiar. I was a kid when that word was used. But then it now played back in Nigeria. If you are a Nigerian citizen, don't sleep with all your two eyes open. Even in the marketplace, in the church, in the mosque, in the wedding ceremonies, any gathering places, even in public speaker and conferences, when you are looking, always look back. Be sure of your environment, who is near you. Okay, Princess is laughing and saying time is up. But if I must tell you that I slept in darkness last night till almost till early this morning before we saw the light. Now, national grid suffers the first collapse in 2026. So generation fails to zero. That's very important. For all the industries that are working up in Nigeria, trying to run, to employ people, to help the Nigerian economy, build our GDP, you must remember that national grid will always fail every month. So we have got the January 2026. We'll wait for February edition. So Nigerian grid now collapse. You know, it takes time to collapse. Maybe we make it quarterly now so that we're giving some breathing space. So, but where Nigerian grid, energy grid, electricity grid, if you don't understand, will collapse. It will always collapse. In 2025, it collapsed almost 12 times before the year ended. And nobody has made it to remain steady. So we find out that Nigerian grid is always, electricity grid is always collapsing. So you just don't predict when you collapse. We have had the January 2026 edition of collapse. Maybe it will, you know, become steady as we go quarterly instead of collapsing monthly or even weekly. Then finally, ambassadorial positions, reversal concerns over presidency information management. I've seen it that the Aso Rock in Nigeria, the seat of the revered president of Federal Republic of Nigeria, we have suggested that they become more consistent with when they release information and follow it. Because now that they say some ambassadors have been appointed and recently there's some changes in the information and the word has gone to the banks with the first original and they come back to change the information. When are we going to have very solid information management system coming from the highest seat of power in Nigeria? That's Aso Rock. Nigeria, we held it. God bless you for having me here this morning with us. I hope you have not shouted too much. Pardon me, it's just passion about our country, Nigeria. I do not mean any harm. God bless you, Princess. God bless the world, and God bless me too. Remember, God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed. God bless you.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll take a short break. When we get back, it'll be time for our interviews for the morning. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
A father and challenged Seun Kuti to do his worst. His response sparked controversy online, with many blaming Seun for pushing the singer to the wall, while some netizens, including some of Fela's children, berated Wizkid for disrespecting the late legend. The development, which led to public debates on Wizkid and Fela's legacy and influence, sparked mixed reactions among Nigerian celebrities. However, amid the controversy, Yeni Kuti, speaking on Your View program on TVC on Thursday, said she refused to involve herself in the fight with Wizkid because the singer is her close friend and she loves him a lot. Hollywood has officially announced the nominations for this year's Academy Awards, celebrating the most acclaimed films and performances of the past year, with one title rewriting the record books. Leading the pack is Sinners, which earned a record-breaking 16 nominations, surpassing the long-lasting benchmark jointly held by All About Eve 1950, Titanic 1997, and La La Land 2026. The achievement firmly positions Sinner as the dominant force of this award season. Close behind is One Battle After Another with 13 nominations, while Marty, Supreme, Frankenstein, and Sentimental Value each secured 9 nods. Hamnet also made a strong showing with 8 nominations. The 97th Academy Awards ceremony is scheduled to take place on 15 March, with U.S. comedian Conan O'Brien set to host the star-studded event. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Wokonta's Signature TV News.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome to Fashionista. Now here are the last 5 on the list of favorite African fashion photographers who have contributed greatly to the evolution and globalization of fashion trends in Africa. Lyra Alco. Based in Nairobi, Kenya, Lyra Alco is a lifestyle and fashion photographer with a vision to capture her clients in the best light and create images from the heart to inspire and make her clients beautiful. She does this using light, effects, angle, and perspective skillfully. Alco has worked with popular brands like Nike, Peace & Co., and Jack Daniels. Alco specializes in capturing intimate and powerful images of people, places, and food. Her work is featured on her website, Lyra Alco Photography, and other platforms like Behance and African Women in Photography. Next is Andile Nthembu. Andile Nthembu is known for bold, eye-catching commercial and fashion photography. A master of light, he is noted for his use of rich color to beautifully and powerfully showcase black skin, and his work has been featured in leading magazines. He is known for his unique approach to fashion, editorial, portrait, and commercial photography. He studied photography studies at the University of Durban, then moved to Cape Town, where he worked as an intern in Media 24's Huguenot, and Drum Magazine's departments. Andile's works are clean, crisp, and at the same time, funky. Based in Johannesburg, South Africa, Andile is on a mission to pursue excellence in photography styles. Andile is quite passionate about life, living, and everything involved with photography. Next, Josh Sisley. John Sisley is a Ghanaian visual storyteller, professional photographer, and filmmaker known for his minimalist, monochromatic style that captures the essence of human emotion and connection. Sisley's work is rooted in themes of heritage, self-expression, family, growth, and the beauty of shared humanity. He describes his mission as documenting the art of being human and the importance of being present in the moment. He typically employs stark contrasts and sculptural poses in his black and white portraiture and fine art photography, which strips away distractions to allow a deep focus on authenticity and expression. Josh is a skilled photographer with a passion for editorial and commercial photography. Because he is keen about women, Josh has found a way to give voices to women, skillfully blending art with activism. Last year, he organized a project, Pink October Shoot, where he appreciated all women in the universe. Next is Yetunde Ayeni Babeko. This Nigerian photographer is fascinated with traditional Yoruba culture. Ayeni Babeko is known for her timeless collection that captured female figures who posed as Nigerian and African goddesses and deities. Part of her work also includes educating women on breast cancer using photography and visual arts.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. So we're getting right into our conversation for this morning. Now, as we all know, whether we like to accept it or not, the feeling for the 2027 elections is already in the air. We're reading newspapers, we're, interactions, discussions, and we're getting whims. The pressure is building up. And then you wonder who, that whole tussle between who am I going to vote for, what's the political status of some political parties are in Nigeria, and you are torn. Your head is spinning, conversations are spiraling from corners of the country. And this morning, we have decided to have that conversation here on the show. We're discussing the 2027 build-up and the scrambling for the soul of the nation. Yeah, the nation is a soul. So what is it? Who is taking the chunk of it? Join with me this morning. He's a legal practitioner to help have this conversation. He is Barrister Emeka Siri. Good morning, Barrister. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right. So let's start off. 2027 elections.
Yes.
What would you say are the key factors so far that is driving the presidential election build-up? And what do you think these politicians are currently doing to position themselves for the job?
Well, like Rector said, scrambling. They are scrambling for the soul of nation.
The nation, yeah.
I'm surprised Nigeria doesn't have a nation. Sorry, Nigeria doesn't have a soul as a nation. Sorry, well, you may not understand me, but that's what I mean. But that's what I believe. We're talking about an entity called Nigeria, right? And people are scrambling to grab power. What are they scrambling for? Is it to help to reshape the society, to make the society better? Or what really is their agenda? What really is their intention? These politicians that are scrambling to be the head, the leader of Nigeria, to be the the emperor of Nigeria who decides what happened. That is the problem. They are scrambling to get the whatever remains of that entity they call Nigeria. They're not scrambling to help the poor. They're not scrambling to remedy the situation. They're not scrambling for the good of the masses. No, they're scrambling for their stomach. So yes, it's a good word to say scrambling for the soul of the nation, but they're not scrambling for the soul of the nation at all. They're scrambling for themselves. These politicians, they don't. In fact, our politicians are the problems we have.
Bold to say.
Yes, our politicians are the problem we have. If they're scrambling to help the society, that is good. But they're scrambling for themselves, for their stomach. They're scrambling to get to pilfer whatever remains of Nigeria. They're scrambling to grab whatever they can grab before Nigeria collapses. That is it. So they're not there for us. So if they're scrambling to build Nigeria, it's a lie. They're not scrambling to build Nigeria. The only person that came out to say he wanted to build Nigeria was Peter Obi, but they don't want him. The whole world knows that. You know that. All Nigerians know that. He is so clean that they cannot even find anything against him. But they don't want him. And they're all coming out to scramble. They don't want him. Nigerians don't want the best. They don't want the best. They want scramblers. Peter Obi is not a scrambler. You know, he made that statement that he's not desperate to be president. You know, he made that statement. He's not desperate to be president. He's on a mission. He's on a mission to remedy Nigeria, to bring a new Nigeria. That's what he said, and he maintains it. And all the youths are with him. We are called obedience. Wherever he goes, we go. In fact, they said he has gone to ADC. Good. We are following him to ADC. If they deny him ticket of ADC and he pulls out, we pull out with him. Anywhere he goes, we go. But we have seen that this is the only person that wants to remedy Nigeria. If Nigeria it is possible. He said that new Nigeria is possible. But I have looked at the whole thing and I can say new Nigeria is not possible if the OB is not accepted.
Okay. Now, it seems like we are channeling it towards P2B. You've mentioned that these politicians are scrambling.
Yes, they're scrambling.
Now, scrambling might be the word we choose to use. But from their standpoint, same as Obi, Atiku, Tinubu, they all have an agenda.
Good.
Right. Now, we've heard that advisors or some parties or some public, conversations have suggested that seeing that Obi is as clean as you've already put it,
yes,
they've advised him to withdraw. So what's your take on that, seeing that every politician is after
what he will get?
Yes, and Peter Obi, like you said, does not want to be stained. Is it not advisable that he withdraw since he went the first time and failed?
That's correct. This is a very good advice. I have already advised him to withdraw. The withdraw, I have done that. I've even published it it's on the news. Withdraw from Nigerian politics. They don't like a clean person. They want scramblers. And you're not a scrambler. You're not desperate to be Nigerian leader. Go out. Come home. We have something. We have a job for you, which we created in 2008. USEN, Union of States of Eastern Nigeria. Forget Nigeria. Forget the federal government of Nigeria. And let us gather ourselves together and build up our region. We can get our regional autonomy without even National Assembly passing a bill. You don't know that. You don't know that. Okay, let me teach you the law. Now, there's something called association. human beings can form association.
Yes.
But human beings are natural legal entities. Human beings cannot form an association. Also, states are legal entities created by law, like ENUGU State.
Yeah.
It's a legal entity. ENUGU State can sue or be sued because it's created by law. ENUGU State. So states are created by laws, by the law.
Okay.
So because they're created by law, they become legal entity and they can form association just like human beings can form. That's what we have about ECOWAS. The countries formed a union called ECOWAS. They become one, merge their economies. You can now move from Ghana to Liberia, from this to West Africa, ECOWAS. There is a union of states. So also USEN, Union of States of Southeastern Nigeria, is a union of these 5 states merging ourselves together to become one. You don't need to pass bill in the National Assembly again.
All right.
Yeah, that is the law. States have right to join themselves and put themselves together and become one. Yeah, so all you need now is the state government now to do it, to pass the bill in the states of House of Assembly. That's it.
All right. Now, before we get to the point where we hope that P2B withdraws,
let him withdraw. Let him withdraw.
Currently, with the information that we have on ground, he is a prospective candidate, as every other party and parties. Now, what would you say political parties are doing to leverage ethnic, regional leadership to identify and mobilize support because of the coming election?
Now,
are they doing enough?
No, they're not. If really they want that regional cohesion or unity or whatever for stability of Nigeria, then the best thing is for APC now to adopt P2B and tell Tinubu to step down. You know why? They're rotating north and south. Presidency, they're rotating north and south. Even though originally what we proposed was zonal arrangement. That is rotating from zone to zone. The 6 regions. Let every region have that sense of belonging that one day it will reach our turn. That's what we presented in the constitution that created, in the conference that created this 6 regional structure you have had.
Yes.
That's what we proposed. Yeah. But the Northerners said no. They don't want it to be rotating around the 6 regions. It will be north-south. Why? That they don't want Southeast to be president. So when it is time for South, they will vote for a Yoruba person or a Ijaw person when it's time for South. Then when after South, it goes to North. Whenever it comes to South, they'll pick somebody from West, Southwest or South-South, but not Southeast. That is it. So there's no way you can agree, you can do that regional integration. It's not possible. So new Nigeria is not possible. Let us be frank. Let us call a spade a spade.
So we are not saying, is it that there is no, are you saying that there is no hope entirely?
There's no hope for Nigeria unless they allow the right thing to be done.
But there's so many things that are already going wrong. I mean, why can't we, I don't know, I'm just saying, because it looks like we have so much hope on P2B.
Yes.
Is it because he is from our side of the country, or because we have, aside all the track records and all the trajectories he has laid down in the time past? Is that what we are relying on to see him as a perfect candidate and rule out every other person?
No, that's not what we are relying on.
Okay.
If you check what happened in the last election, 2023 election, you know that all Nigerians, that they forgot their ethnicity, they forgot their religion, they forgot every other thing and picked P2B. Not Igbo people. Okay. Whether north, whether west, everywhere, the Yoruba, the Kanuri, the Fulani, all the people, the right thinking people I'm talking about, they said it should be the new. Go to the north, they are singing Obi. Because he's from our place. But we have seen him that he's the right person at this moment if they want to heal Nigeria, if they want to salvage Nigeria. But I don't think they want to salvage Nigeria, because if Nigeria remains as it is, it will benefit these crooked and wicked politicians. They like it that as it is. So for someone not to come and make Nigeria new, and plug the holes, the loopholes where they are siphoning money. They wouldn't like that now. They wouldn't like that. In fact, God, I even thank God that they have not killed Peter Obi by now. Because he's an obstacle to them. He's an obstacle. If not the grace of God, they would have killed him. Because he's exposing their shady things. So it's just the grace of God keeping Peter Obi. They would have killed him because he's blocking their way. So that's what I'm telling you. It's not because he is from our region. He is clean. It's not because he's from our region or because he's from my alma mater. I'm a lion. He's a lion too. It's not because of anything, but because we know he's clean. And he's the one that can deliver Nigeria. But the hawks, the crooked politicians don't want him.
All right.
Yeah, it's good we stay hard this way. Let's put it hard.
Now, 2027 is coming with a lot of pressure. There is the strikes, there is insecurity, there is the terrorism currently going on. Do we see a point where, I mean, this might be a fat cry, but from your, I'm just seeking your suggestion. Do we see a point prior or before we get to 2027 where these factors are, rectified to, and especially the terrorism and, banditry? And what is what effects, negatively or positively, do you think these insecurity cases would have toward the election?
Well, insecurity and banditry and all the atrocities that are being committed in Nigeria, they are now beyond the power of Nigeria to quench. And that's why we cried out. We cried out, and President Trump of America heard our cry and said he will step in. He came in and started. He struck Sokoto and got those terrorists. He said he will continue. Well, when he said he wants to help us, and we cried out and he heard our cry. He's allowed. Before he struck, people were arguing that Nigeria is a sovereign nation. Nobody can come in. I laughed at them because they're not lawyers. In law, we say danger invites rescue. It's law. When people are in danger, calling for help, any person that can help can come in and help. That is the law. You can't say because we are a sovereign nation, you kill us here. No, if we cry out and any person that is able to rescue us will come. The law says danger invites rescue. So we cried and he heard us and he came in to rescue us. That is the law, international law. I did my PhD in international law anyway. So he came in. And what has happened? Has Nigeria gone to fight against America? Well, let them go and fight America then. If they say he has breached our international sovereignty, what? Go and fight America, let's see. People are dying. We are crying and you don't want to help us. Somebody heard our cry and came to help us. I say you are talking nonsense. Anyway, if you want to go to law, let's go to court. Anyway, so he has come to try to stop the banditry and the terrorism and so on and so forth. Nigeria can go on from there now and quench it, and there will be peace. If Nigeria does that now, so okay, an external power has come to help us. We appreciate. Now we continue from where he stopped. And then they now stop this. They know these bandits, they know the terrorists, they know them. But they don't want to do something against them. It is when they see little boys shouting, we want Biafra, with the flag, they will now shoot them and kill them. But they will not kill the real terrorists. So let us call a spade a spade. This is, unless they don't want to hear, of course, they don't like to hear the truth. That's the problem. Nigerians don't like the truth. They want people to dwell on lies and lie. And we tell ourselves the lies. And we believe the lies. And we destroy ourselves in lies and falsehood. So that's the issue. Good. So now that Donald Trump has hit, and there's a kind of, people are now afraid, because you know what he did in Venezuela? He went and picked the Venezuelan president. So people are now warning Tinubu, if you rig it the way you rig the other one, he can come and pick you up. And yet, he can come and say, okay, we now declare Nigerian president a terrorist or whatever. They'll tag a name and come in and pick him from Aso Rock. it has become international war, if you like. So people are now careful. So that action may actually have a positive impact on Nigerian politics. It's possible. Like they are now saying that they are going to place a ban on some politicians on their visa to America.
Yes.
Good. So that is now making some people afraid. But must you wait until a hammer falls on you before you can do the right thing? All these politicians, they are afraid that their visa to USA will be revoked. They are afraid. Just because of threat to revoke their visa. That's why you want to be good. So if there's no threat, you will continue to kill us in this country. So yes, that can affect how the politics will go in 2020. It can. But it is not a guarantee that it will, because a thief remains a thief. He's just looking for a way. You know, a thief remains a thief until his mindset is changed. We're talking about reorientating the mindset of a thief. These politicians are thieves. I have not seen any one of them that, except this Obi I am talking about. That's the only one I can vouch for. All of them, I don't ask, because they know the truth. Why are they not doing the right thing?
Okay. We've spoken enough. We've spoken about politicians and, you know, their quest for power. Let's talk about the body in charge of conducting these elections in this Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Now, Amopito has said countless times that is it Amopito? I think that's his name, the INEC chairman. I'm not okay. I hope I got that correctly. I'll check. But Josh Amopito, yes, has come countless times and said, "Oh, that the 2027 election is going to be free. It's going to be fair. He's going to put things in place to secure or to ensure a free, fair election." Now, we saw what happened in Anambra State. We're seeing how they're preparing for Osun election. Are we seeing finally an electoral body that would conduct an election free from political entanglements that we've experienced over the years?
Well, you see, we have good laws in Nigeria. Our problem is implementation of the laws. We have good laws. Have you heard about what they call power of incumbency? You have not heard about it. It is a kind of doctrine politicians use in Nigeria, that power of incumbency, once you are incumbent president or governor, it's difficult to remove you. That is their understanding. They call it power of incumbency. Okay, so Tinubu is the incumbent president now. So using that doctrine of power of incumbency, it means that it will be near impossible to unseat him.
Okay.
That is power of incumbency, because he will not dictate what happens. He tells the INEC commissioner or INEC, whatever are they commissioners or what? Or ministers? Chairman. Whatever, chairman. Now he tells the INEC chairman what to do. And because he feels that he pays the person that pays the piper, now dictates the tune. So eventually they will now do whatever they want to do and announce him and say, if you like, go to court. Meanwhile, the person, he now pays the court people too. So when somebody tells you, I will do this, if you like, go to court, then you know that the person in the court is his friend.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that is it. So what you call Independent National Electoral Commission is not independent. That is the issue. It's not independent because he that pays the piper dictates the tune. The presidency pays him and they tell him what to do. And what can you do? If you don't like, they'll sack you. He's your guy, he's your boss. If you don't like, they'll sack you now. Who appoints him? Who appoints the INEC chairman? The president. So the person that appointed you, what do you want to do to him? You trample upon his head. So it is wrong now. So they are not independent. That is the issue. They're not independent.
All right. Thank you so much for joining. But before we round up this conversation, we've spoken politicians, political parties, INEC chairman. We are the citizens.
Yes.
We are the ones who are, surveying these politicians.
Yes.
We are the ones that say, oh, this one is not good, this one is not good. And then we've gotten to a point where, or most persons have gotten to a point where they've given up on Nigeria. whatever people want to do with your politics, just let me survive. Now, what is the mindset of your mindset?
Yes,
as a
my
citizen?
mindset.
Yes,
Yeah, as citizens.
Yeah, and what would you encourage citizens to? How would you encourage citizens to prepare for the coming elections? Should we have hope, or should we just let it be as we always has been?
Well, like I said, Nigeria has good laws. The problem is the implementation of the laws. The people that are in charge implementing the laws. That is it. And as a lawyer, I wouldn't like anarchy. I wouldn't advocate for anarchy. I would still want people to be law-abiding. Let us do our own part as law-abiding citizens and leave the rest into the hands of the people that will manipulate it, because they are going to manipulate it. Of course, they are going to steal it. They are going to do the crooked things, and they say, if you like, go to court, knowing that those in court are also in their pocket. So let us do our own as citizens, go and get our PVC, cast our vote, and allow the rest. But there's something that sometimes goes beyond law and politics, and that's when you push the masses to an unacceptable limit. Yes. There'll be an explosion, what they call revolution. It's not planned though, it's not planned. But it's like spiritual war, boiling, spiritual anger, boiling in the heart of everybody. The silent majority, they're in the majority, but they're silent. You'll be maltreating them, and you think that you're getting on. And it gets to a boiling point where it will explode in the heart of every person simultaneously. It's not planned. It's called a revolution. When that thing happens, nobody's safe. Even as I'm driving my car, they may say I'm part of them, that I have a car in a country like this where every person is dying. Look at him driving a jeep. Kill him. They will come after me. Because nobody's safe when it gets to that point. These touts, these masses, these poor masses, they will come against any person that has a car or have a house. They'll burn down your house, burn down your car, and kill you and kill your children, kill your family. Say, let us all die. Instead of staying, it's better we all die together. That is why you have to be careful. You are ruling a people who are human beings. They're not animals, because the time comes when they will react. And when that happens, nobody is safe.
Wow. I mean, we've already experienced part of the 2020 with the NSAS.
The NSAS, that one was very simple. That one, they was targeted to NSAS. That is the police. That was targeted. This one will be targeted to the leaders of the country.
All right, we've heard it. I mean, as much as we are not happy about what's going on in our country, we do not resolve to anarchy. We do not break the law. We keep to the law. We abide by the law, because we are a law-abiding community. Thank you so much for joining, Barrister.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure having you, and have yourself a wonderful day.
Thank you, my dear. Thank
All
you.
right, this is still New Day. We'll take a short break. When we come back, it's more interviews. Don't go anywhere.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Yes, the role of nurses has actually evolved. Nursing has gone beyond having the nurse at the bedside to treat the patient, to having the nurse being in charge of a community. Like we train our nurses in community health, making them to realize that we are part of the community. The community need to feel us. And the community need to know what is around them, and they also need to know how to engage in a healthy living through health education. when we give them health education, we allow them to process it and have change behavior. And that change in behavior is evident that that health education has actually gotten them. And when they do that, you see them taking charge of their health, taking informed decisions, doing things that will involve that make them remain healthy. And also in the school, we have school health program. Before now, the school health program is not even noticed. We have the school health program where the nurse takes care of the school child, both ensuring that the learning condition is conducive, ensuring that that child is well prepared for academics, ensuring that that child has good nutrition that will make that child be healthy to receive learning. And also, we also go about engaging them in extracurricular activities, games, physical and health education, having them to do that. In those days, in my own time, we do Oga, we do swear. But now we have them go do play chess, do other things that will make the school child healthy.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You're welcome back. This is still New Day. Now, we're moving into the River State case. Impeachment, no impeachment, Fubara, Wike, House of Assembly, and the Chief Judge. Now, this morning, we're discussing the River State's Chief Judge and the impeachment. Well, now the this morning we read that the impeachment has been suspended indefinitely. But we're discussing it and to see what transpired, how this connects, and what were the chances of an impeachment in River State. Joining me this morning is virtually Barrister Asim Adams. Good morning, Barrister. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
All right, so River State and the supposed impeachment that was suspended. I'm not sure, I don't know if you've heard. The court suspended the impeachment process this morning indefinitely. How do you feel about that?
Well, I feel happy because it's a practice of the rule of law. If we begin to practice constitutional democracy, then the rule of law is the most important, tool. So if the court has done that, it's a rule of law at play. So it's something that is a welcome development.
All right, but prior to this, before the suspension, we've had back and forth, defections, cases have come up. The House of Assembly have requested an impeachment for Sim Fubara, the Wike case. How is there a lot, or why is there a lot going on in River State? I mean, River State has just come out from a 6-month state of emergency where it functioned without a governor, a sitting governor, for 6 whole months and operated under the person that was put by the president, the person of Ita Ebokete. Now, we have come back from this and we are faced with impeachment cases, defection cases, accusations from House of Assembly. Why do you think all of this is going on in River State at this time?
Well, the reasons for all this is that it's all politics. Politics is an art, where people look for trouble even though none exists, as the case may be. And in Nigeria here, also Nigerian politics is transactional and very prescriptive. You know, when I say transactional, it's like the maxim of a quid pro quo. That is, you rub my back, I rub your back. And it's personal interest against the general interest. So in politics, when I have anything I need, I don't care about the other person. I care just about myself. And that is the problem we have been having in the system. So you see, that is why the people are daggers drawn with each other. You know, if you look at what is going on, you know that the two parties are fighting, the fiercest battles that they have for survival. Because if any party is defeated, that may mean the end of his political career. So people are bent to come out with their daggers and cloaks and draw blood, as the case may be, blood open and close, because it's a do or die affair. Let me use the word. A do or die affair and a zero-sum game. Zero-sum is the winner takes it all. So it's a battle of the Serengeti that the fittest, survival of the fittest. That is what happens. Otherwise, this is not the way politics should be played. You know, politics is lobbying and filibustering, not internecine war or a war that will take lives and properties. So it's personal interest that has overridden the general interest. That is why you have this, kind of opera and seismic shakes in the political firmament.
All right. The House of Assembly had initiated this impeachment against the governor and his deputy. And then we have the highest, office of law, that's the office of the Chief Judge of the State, Justice Simon Amadi. What would you say was his, or how would you describe his reactions to these allegations of misconduct, and all that were presented to him by the House of Assembly? What was his reaction and how would you, rate it?
Justice Simon Amadi is a product of political maneuverings. If you look at the way he was appointed, you will know that he was not the most senior judge at the River State Judicature at that time. So, we had about one or two of his seniors who were there, and he was taken above them. That is the situation. So you see, if you look at it now, you find out that it's all politics. It's all politics, and his reactions. He's a human being. He might not come out to begin to support one of the parties, but he's a human being. He has, his emotions, that are embedded inside of him. So, a person of that, character, status, may not openly come out to support one of the candidates, but certainly he has done very well. Let me use the word. He has done very well so far, so good. I think he has not been partial in the discharge of his duties as recommended by his office. If you look at what's happened, he has not dabbled into the politics of the House of Assembly members and that of the executive governor. He has not done that as the siege of the state. He has maintained that decorum with equanimity, and also has not been seen to have influenced any of the judges under his command to do his bidding. He's been very straight, and I think we have to give him kudos for that. And quite seriously, recently he came out with something that made me respect him more. He said that his hands are fettered. He cannot set up a settlement committee because he's respecting, the ruling of an Oyingbo High Court. Another section 287 sub 3, every Nigerian citizen or institutions are bound to obey that order. And that is what the CJ did. He had to obey the order. No matter how frivolous the order is, you must pay obedience to that particular, order. And in that way, that particular, platter, he did very well, commendably well, by, saying, that particular, order that he will not act until it is vacated. And that is a normal thing that should happen.
So we are rejoicing, or we are celebrating the fact that this impeachment proceedings was suspended indefinitely. What if it wasn't suspended? What were the chances of this impeachment going through? At the rate at which the House of Assembly members and the court were going in River State, what were the chances of Similayo Fubara being impeached?
Let me tell you, the chances of Sim Fubara being impeached was very high. High in the sense that if you look at what has happened, the 8, allegations that were leveled against him, high profile, the case may be, they were serious misconduct, very serious misconduct, in my own opinion. And that if we had allowed that to go through, they were of impeachable, substance. If you look at the 8 of them, they were of impeachable, grounds. Mind you, Section 188, sub 10 of the 1999 Constitution even expand the latitude for which the House of Assembly can determine or, propose, what gross misconduct means. It can even go to the extent that it is their nuances, that can determine what gross misconduct is. So in the 8, listed allegations, they are very severe ones. The ones bordering on presentation of budget. He has been doing the job of an artful dodger. The Supreme Court made, a decision February 18 or thereabout, and asked this young man to present this budget before the House. But he has been evading presentation of this budget to the House, giving flimsy excuses, which in law we call technicalities, that he is implementing the budget of IBAS that left. The question we have asked is that, does that mean that IBAS that was to spend 6 months now did the budget for 1 year? These are questions we are asking, because the sole admin stayed for only just 6 months. How could he have budgeted for a period of one year? That is number one. Number two is that the budget under the Fiscal Act policies in Nigeria is from 1st of January to 31st of December. Assuming he was even implementing the budget of IBAS, by 31st of December, that particular budget has elapsed. So why has he not presented this budget to the House? If you look at section 120, 121, 122, because of time, I do not want to look at them, line by line. But if you look at it about control public resources, and one of the sections there says that the governor, before the end of the preceding year, the governor must present a budget before the House. He never said after the end. He said before the end of the fiscal financial year. the governor must present the budget appropriation, what is called budget, before the House. And this young man never did it. We are in January right now. He has not even communicated to the House when he is going to present or whether he wanted to present the budget or not. He has, craftily and, mendaciously relied on one of the sections of the Constitution, that is on section 121, 21, 122, that gives the governor, the premature authority to spend from the consolidated revenue funds. And my sister, let me tell you, the consolidated revenue fund, even though you can dip your hand there as a governor and spend, you cannot spend beyond, the ceiling of that law as prescribed by the House of Assembly of that state. So if the law exists in existence, as at last year, was that the governor cannot spend more than 1 billion naira in a month. The governor cannot go and take 1 billion 500 million. He cannot even go above to take it to 2 billion. Two, he is also accountable to the House of Assembly. He cannot just sit down on his own by executive fiat and order and begin to spend. Let me shock you. A lot of governors, and I believe this is what is happening in Rivers State, a lot of governors hide under the Consolidated Revenue Fund to embezzle money, to do corruption. Because in the Consolidated Revenue Funds, it is what is declared as IGR that by the government that is presented to the public. So a sitting government can dip his hand there and take money. For instance, if you watch out, Sim Fubara dipped his hand into that particular consolidated revenue fund and dashed 100,000 naira per worker. That was December. He dashed 100,000. Revenue funds and begin to purchase, vehicles for traditional rulers, and also use part of that money to influence people who are coming to Rivers State now to come and campaign for him.
Barrister Adams, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
So I am saying the Consolidated Revenue Fund is a pipeline under which governors embezzle money in Nigeria. And I do not single out Simple Bara. That is why he doesn't want to present the budget to the House of Assembly. He wants to keep on dipping his hand into the Consolidated Revenue Fund account, without any legislative check, without any monitoring. So last December, he gave 100,000 naira to workers. Where did he get the money from? Is it up on the Consolidated Revenue Fund? He can come out tomorrow and say he spent about 60 billion to dash the workers. He can also dip his hand into the Consolidated Revenue Fund to buy cars for all the traditional rulers in Rivers State. He can also dip his hand into that fund to begin to make others to influence opinion in this matter that is in happening about his impeachment. If you watch out, you have seen strange characters who are heavyweight, image launderers, PR men, who are on social media on a daily basis trying to whip his case, whether rightly or wrongly. How did this come about? It is from there taking money to spend and begin to give to them. So that is why he doesn't want to do that. So he wants to remain for 6 months and begin to dip his hand. That is why he does not want to present that budget to them. And that is an impeachable offense. We should not hide other emotions. It's an impeachable offense. And if the governor is found, like this governor is found wanting, he has to be impeached. We must not put water in our mouth.
Barrister Adams, I mean, you've already mentioned something I need to, I need you to buttress on. You've already said, that this allegations of gross misconduct where he hasn't been able to present the budget for the year, and then these other gifts that he has been giving which in your words are grounds for an impeachment. Am I right? Now, seeing that this impeachment processes have been suspended, does this exonerate him from these allegations, or shouldn't there be, some sort of investigation? Okay, we've suspended the impeachment, but you have these things to answer to. Is this are we looking at an exoneration from an allegation as gross as misconduct and misappropriation of funds?
Let me tell you. Do you know why they rush to court? The reason why the governor rushed to court and the deputy governor rushed to court, they found out that these allegations are weighty, and if they are investigated, they'll be found culpable and wanting. Otherwise, you don't need to go and stop it, because this is where he was supposed to prove his innocence. The allegations, the CJ was supposed to set up a 7-man panel that was supposed to investigate these allegations. The CJ was supposed to set up a 7-man panel that was to investigate these allegations. Why did he run to court? To go and stop the CJ from constituting that particular 7-man panel. Why did he run to court? He ran to court because he knew that if the CJ were to investigate these allegations, he will be found culpable and wanting. Quote me, that he will be found culpable and wanting. That is why he had to go to court to cover his identity, as the case may be. These kind of situations happen in Nigeria jurisprudence, where you see a man commits a crime. The Nigeria police invite him to come and defend the allegations against him made by a petitioner. The man runs to court to go and get fundamental human rights and begin to say, police are investigating. That is what the governor did. That is what he did on the combat side of living, of politics. That is, the CJ was supposed to set up a panel of investigative team to look at those allegations, whether they were right or wrong. Now, do you know that the CJ could have looked at all these allegations and the panel, could have looked at those allegations and said, no. These people are not guilty. Because you present your documents, you present your facts before the panel, and the Constitution gives the government the right to defend himself or get a lawyer before the panel. So why running away? Why are you running to go and get an injunction to restrain the CJ from setting up that panel to investigate you? Why? That is the question to be asked. What emotions?
Barrister
So for me,
Asim Adams, I can see you on the roll, but because of our time, we have to bring our conversation to an end. It's a short time, usually, for a very lengthy conversation, but then again, thank you so much for joining. It's been a pleasure having you and discussing. We hope for things to normalize. We hope that we get to a point where our leaders are held accountable for all and what they do while in office, even after office. Then again,
absolutely.
That's that. Thank you so much for joining. It's a pleasure, and have yourself a wonderful day.
Thank you. God bless you.
Right.
Thank you. Good
morning.
Now,
this is CNUD. Our next conversation this morning, we're discussing PDP. Is PDP dead or recuperating? What's the situation of PDP? This morning, we've heard Makinde say that PDP will shock cynics. The comeback of PDP will shock cynics in 2027. That's our conversation. We're discussing, is PDP dead? Are we looking at the end of the People's Democratic Party in Nigeria, or are they, gearing up for a shocking comeback? We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's the conversation. Stay with us.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigitiagorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Is PDP dead or recuperating? The People's Democratic Party, as we know, is currently facing significant challenges with internal conflicts, defections that is threatening, seriously threatening its stability. And then we come this morning and hear Makinde say that the PDP's resurrection will shock cynics in 2027. So are we looking at a rebirth? Are we looking at a permanent extermination of the People's Democratic Party? Joining me this morning, he is a broadcaster, a politician, and a public affairs analyst. He's Mazi Nnamdi Rebu. Thank you for joining me this morning.
Proudly.
All right. So PDP and their crisis. What would you say is, PDP used to be, or is, I wouldn't want to refer to them in the past, but PDP used to be one of the, or maybe the greatest. I grew up hearing PDP as probably the only political party in Nigeria. But then in 2023, it's been a downhill. It's been downhill from there down to the, numerous defections. And then, of course, the retreat. Is it retreat now? Or, the one that happened last year where we now had
The
factions
convention.
in the People's Democratic Party. What would you say is the root cause of the issues going on in the People's Democratic Party?
Thank you once again. The PDP, like you rightly said, not used to be. The PDP was in power for 16 years. PDP led the country for 16 years. And comparing from 1999 to 2015, when PDP left, PDP came on board, of course, 1999. PDP brought about what we know today about GSM, the internet that we're using now and all of that. PDP brought about the reforms in our country. PDP brought about the stability of democracy. PDP brought about the journey towards nationhood when it held sway. PDP did not balkanize our nation and all of that. PDP cared about the Nigerian people. And PDP was not about just holding on to power, but about how the lives of the Nigerian people can be improved upon. And that we held sway for 16 years and also conducted a free and fair election that brought about the emergence of an opposition party. So PDP, if you ask me, will be that party that the Nigerian people are missing right now. Because when you look at where we're coming from and where we are now, you would agree with me that the nostalgic feeling, about those days that the party was in power is what Nigerians are feeling now. Because comparing to the 10 years of APC, all you could see is ruins from the APC. Everything the PDP built, like institutional organizations like ICPC, EFCC, all of the institutions you're seeing today, about governance, they were all established by the People's Democratic Party when it was in government. And then APC has come and built nothing, but actually wrecked or bungled everything that we left behind. PDP left in 2015. Nigeria was the fastest, the number 5 highest growing economy in the world and the fastest growing economy in Africa. And we left about $555 billion US dollars economy to the APC. And today, you can tell better. PDP listened to the Nigerian people and all of that. But now, okay, having said all that, PDP has gone through crisis. It wasn't established to be in the opposition. That's my view, personally. PDP was established to build a great nation, to help build an egalitarian nation. Of course, like I said, it was established in 1998, and then 1999 it came to power. The other party that is holding sway now, when it was in the opposition, their approach was about pulling down, wrecking, destroying, and all of that. And what they have done today is infiltrated the camp of the PDP because they are afraid that come 2027, the Nigerian people will surely would want PDP to come back. We missed it in 2023 simply because there was a miscalculation from the leadership of the party when we ignored a major component that helps the party, that has kept the party going, which is the issue of zoning. Zoning allows that the Nigerian people, irrespective of where you come from, whether north or south, east, west, or south, south, that would have that sense of belonging, sense of equal participation in the development of the country. So in 2023, after the emergence, after the tenure of Muhammadu Buhari, it was expected that in 2022, during our primaries, that we would, go south. The PDP ought to have zoned its ticket to southern Nigeria, but it didn't do that. It left it open, and the northerner emerged as our candidate. And of course, that brought about the friction and the friction in the party, and eventually snowballed to where we are today. Now, the aspect of the crisis, which is induced or influenced by the ruling party, that is the Tinubu administration, who has intentionally made moves to cripple every political party, particularly the People's Democratic Party, attempting to push the Nigerian state to a one-party state. And that is where we found ourselves today. But is PDP dead? No. PDP is only going through the process of redeeming itself. And not a long time from now, Nigerian people would have a choice to make whether they would want us to go back to the days of the PDP or they want to retain these ruins that we have. So far, so good. Yeah, there are challenges, and that's because it's a political party. It's not a religious organization, right? So everyone who is a member of the party is expected to be pursuing an interest. But most of the interests are those who are our detractors now. Most of what they are pursuing is more of their personal interests. And that is what has informed the kind of crisis that we're faced with. The likes of Nyesom Wike, who the PDP made. Nyesom Wike was, as far as we're concerned, not anywhere known, whether in business or in politics. When he came on board, I think he became council chairman in 2003, I think. Nobody knew him. So from there, he has become what he has become today. And then is now being the key actor being used by the Tinubu administration to destroy the PDP. But he has failed in that. The party was able to secure itself when we went for that convention in Ibadan, because the plot was to ensure that the PDP didn't hold that Ibadan convention. And we insisted and took the party to that process, because all the processes, internal processes required for that convention was done, and nobody could stop it, and it held. And at that convention, of course, that about 11 of them, including Nyesom Wike, were expelled from the party for the anti-party activities that they are involved in. So the party will come back, trust me.
Take you back a little bit. You said in the 16 years that PDP was in power, they listened to Nigerians, they catered to the needs. They listened, they brought, you said GSM, internet, and all of that. Now if you haven't mentioned this, or if you don't bring these things to the reminder of most persons, they might forget. Now, the picture that Nigerians have of PDP at some point was, oh, they are choking us. Let's look for an alternative. And then we see APC come into power. You've said that PDP performed better than what AP is currently doing. But shouldn't it be that, okay, PDP has performed, let's move on? Is PDP, my question now is PDP looking to restore an old glory politically, or forging a new path for themselves?
First off, it's not me just saying. I'm sure you can attest to it. What we ask Nigerians, is your life better today than it was 2014, 2013, 2012, 2011, 2010, and all that, the times that the PDP held sway? Nigerians can tell better. You also quoted me when I said, yes, we listened to the Nigerian people. Yes, we did. Remember when the former president of Nigeria in 2012, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, was going to remove subsidy, he reached out to the Nigerian people. There was consultation. There was the town halls going on at that time. The current emir of Kano was the CBN governor at that time. The current DG of World Trade Organization, Dr. Konja Iweala, was the Honorable Minister for Finance and coordinating Minister of the Economy at that time. So you can also see the caliber of people that PDP came on board with, because the intention, like I stated earlier, was to build a great nation. So when that moment of consulting with the Nigerian people, for the removal of subsidy, certain things were put in place. If you recall, there was something called Shopee. Shopee was set up to cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. All of it and all that was put in place so that the effect will not be too burdensome on the Nigerian people. So indeed, our interests, the party's interests, by its name, People's Democratic Party, by its slogan, power to the people, not these other ones whose mission was only to come capture power and haven't captured power. What are they doing with it? They are punishing the Nigerian people by the day. It started off with Muhammad Buhari, who wrecked the economy, who had no clue whatsoever about governance and all that. And then Tinubu came and said, that he's going to continue from where Muhammad Buhari stopped. Muhammad Buhari, if you recall, it took him 6 months plus before he even announced his ministers. Tinubu, after about 32 months in power, 11,868 days in power, he had just announced ambassadors, just 3 out of 68 and all that. And of course, you also know that on arrival, he took off subsidy without any plan in place how the Nigerian people were going to fare about it or not. And up to today, there's nothing in place. They told us that, when they take off the subsidy, that the issue of borrowing and all of that will stop. Have we stopped borrowing? They have borrowed more. They have bungled even the reserve that the nation, that the PDP left behind for them. So by every means, comparing APC and the PDP administration, the difference is clear. It's like light and darkness. And of course, you know where the light is. So are we repositioning ourselves? Oh, yes. Haven't made the mistakes that we made because we're not a perfect organization. But what is important is that we, as a political party, is about the Nigerian people. It's about the Nigerian nation. We are not about the balkanization approach, the divide and rule approach of the current administration, of the APC, all right? Under their watch, we can see even kidnapping. Kidnapping has become a major thriving business under the APC. And there's nothing in place to tackle those issues. Rather, what are we seeing? They divide us along ethnic or religious line. You can imagine the level of impunity and temerity that APC has come with, to the level of foisting on the Nigerian people a Muslim ticket. That couldn't happen under the PDP because we would put the interest of all Nigerians, irrespective of their divide, we will put it forward first before our attempt to wanting to hold to power. But that's not APC for you. Theirs is just grab power, run with it, and in fact, ruin the Nigerian people, and they don't care, how we are faring. So we are making moves to redeem the party. We're making moves to reposition the party. We're making moves to come back and help, salvage the nation from the ruins that the APC has gotten the nation into. And that is our focus. I agree that there are issues within the party. But like I stated earlier, it's not a religious organization. It is a political party. And in political organizations, what they do there is contestation of interest, all right? So that people are desirous to hold on to one thing or the other and all that. But like I said, what is paramount to the institution, PDP, is the Nigerian people. And that is why we are rebuilding and repositioning. And why are we even having this conversation today? Honestly, we're having this conversation today because the Nigerian people want to see PDP back. They want us to go back. What are they asking for? Take us back to the days of PDP. If you say PDP under his watch, there was corruption. Take us back there. Under the watch of PDP, a bag of rice was less than 8,000 naira. Under the watch of PDP, exchange rate was less than 200 naira. Under the watch of PDP, the level of insecurity as we are faced today was never like this. This is abysmal. This is terrible. Under APC, Nigeria is now being described as a now disgraced nation. And underline the word now, because under the PDP, there was no disgrace. We were moving towards a great nation. And that is why Donald J. Trump can describe the nation as a now disgraced nation, because APC, what he has brought to the nation, is all disgrace, ruins, destruction. And, and that is why we just must come back and get the country back on track.
I see your power went off for a moment. I hope you're able to rectify it.
Yes,
Now, you're
just
speaking
like
so much on repositioning and, resurrection. And we have, all right, and we have cases in the PDP political party of factions. How does this collaborate your story of repositioning, seeing that there is no united synergy in the party? There is this faction, there is a Turaki faction, there is a Wike faction, and we know who Wike is and
no,
know how
there's no faction.
parades and how he operates. So what's the essence of that faction, and how does this help with the direction and repositioning of the party that you speak of?
There's no faction in the PDP. What we have today, those who you have described as faction, I think it's even the media that is helping to fit their claims. These are people who were members of the party, who the party now said, listen, because your position is clear, you want to support a government that has brought ruins upon the nation, you have a right to it. But what we as a political party want to do is get together, reposition the party, and present an alternative, a better alternative to what we have today. And haven't seen that the opposition is to support Tinubu's re-election and all of that, and you're making everything possible to distract the party away from focus. We expelled them from the party. So why are they still being described? We're not just as members of the party. We didn't just expel them. This is the first time in the world where former members of the party who were expelled were issued an expulsion certificate. So the media is still giving these people the position of, oh, that they are faction. Yes, so Wike and his gang are not factions. They are members of the Tinubu gang, but tools that were put in the PDP to destabilize and distract the party. So we don't have any faction. Today, we have the chairman, TK Turaki, as our chairman. Kabiru Taminu Turaki, that is our chairman, and that the rotten state of the system that allowed the judiciary to now be meddling in the affairs of a political party, it should not be the reason why anybody would describe a group of interlopers as a faction in our party. It is simply because the system in the Nigerian state has been so rotten that we can allow this crop of people who do not have character. Because if you say you don't want the party that you are in today to present a candidate, well, what does that mean, really? Can you be there and there at the same time? Jenson Wike and his group should officially go and join their gang in the APC, and then they can continue there. And let's see whether in 2027, that the elites who are converging now, the corrupt elites are converging in the APC. Let's see if they will not be sacked in 2027. Because in 2027, it will be a contest between the Nigerian people who are affected by the abysmal failure of the Tinubu administration. They will be the one to face the APC in 2027. But what we want to do is present that, like I said, the alternative that is better than what we're having today. So please, there's no faction in the PDP. What we have is a group of people enabled by a rotten system, to destabilize the affairs of a party that has held sway for 16 years and kept the country on a perfect track, on a perfect trajectory, to nationhood.
You've said, you've mentioned that citizens, Nigerians, want the political party PDP back in power. But I've had conversations, we hear conversations also that we are now more concerned about the individual than the political party. Because there is, if we're being honest with ourselves, there has been a perception about the People's Democratic Party, hence why we wanted another party. Now we've gotten APC and we are not pleased at all. So we are saying we need a stable or a qualified candidate. Now we've had the ADC come up, we've had the Labour Party come up. Are you sure that it's a, central request from citizens that we want PDP back, or the candidates is what we are more concerned about? And if you say PDP is coming back, who do you think, if PDP presents to Nigerians now, that they will be pleased?
Okay, first off, there is no independent candidacy in the constitution of our country. So we couldn't just be talking about individual. If there was independent candidacy, the likes of Peter Obi would probably not be looking for a political party where to run from or to run with, right? He would just straight up go for it, and the Nigerian people are with him, because I'm obedient, by the way, okay? And I'm obedient because I want a better nation. I want, like I said, an alternative that can, come on board and better the lot of the Nigerian people. Why I mentioned PDP is simply because in 2023, when we went for Obi under the Labour Party platform, because I was one of those who, of course, left the People's Democratic Party in 2023 because of that non-upholding of the written agreement, what is enshrined in our constitution, which has to do with zoning. All right? Because if the PDP had zoned its ticket in 2023, like I stated earlier, APC had no reason to come back to power after the abysmal performance of Muhammadu Buhari. So when in 2023 we went for that contest, Obi won the election in 2023. The only challenge was that the structure was not there to defend the vote. LP didn't have that structure. Now, today again, there's no political party in Nigeria that has the structure that the People's Democratic Party has got. Every hamlet you went to across the Federation, you will see a committed, passionate member of the People's Democratic Party. And like I said, 16 years that we held sway, you couldn't just wish it away. That 16 years, the impact was well felt. So the Nigerian people will rather revert to that time when PDP was in government. That's the point I'm making. Because if the PDP were to come back, the issue of subsidy will be reconsidered. The issue of exchange rate and all of that will be reconsidered. The appointments of ministers. Now ask yourself, all the years, 10 years of APC, which one of the former ministers of the APC that served or that is serving now that can be presented at the international scene like we have done? We had, remember, we produced Adesina, who was the former member of the African Development Bank. We produced Okonjo-Iweala, who today is the DG of the World Trade Organization. That is the class of people that the PDP could produce. So are the Nigerian people going to rather choose a trial and error platform like the ADC? Yes, we do respect. Yes, my principal, my choice candidate who has moved into ADC today, he moved in only because of this presumed destabilization of the PDP. I want to believe that by the time it becomes clear, because I have maintained, and so many of us have maintained, that if the ADC were to give Peter Obi the ticket, the likes of myself, who is a member of the PDP today, would start gingering my party to adopt him as a consensus candidate. Because what we would present to the Nigerian people would be a better alternative to what is in the villa today. That is our focus. It's not just about the party. The PDP today couldn't do it alone. If we were to present a candidate, we'll be presenting a candidate that other Nigerians, irrespective of their political affiliation, will want to adopt as their consensus candidate. And Peter Obi, represents that, because we want a prudent manager of the resources of the Nigerian people, not these wasters, these people who live above their means, these kleptomaniacs that are in power, that keeps grabbing and grabbing and grabbing. So to answer your question directly, I believe that the Nigerian people, if we were to present a Peter Obi as our candidate, and that is who I would rather that we have, if we were to present a Peter Obi, the Nigerian people would definitely follow the People's Democratic Party. And you can compare it with a platform that hasn't been tested or tried yet. ADC hasn't been tested. LP hasn't been tested either, even though Peter Obi, when he emerged in 2023 on that platform, was able to show the level of impact that he did show in 2023. But should PDP present him, even the Tinubu administration know that the next day they will start packing to get out of the villa, because the Nigerian people would have been ready, because Obi would have won. Obi will win the election in 2027 if PDP were to present him. And we will defend the vote everywhere, because that was his challenge in 2023. There was no structure to defend the vote. And ADC does not have that structure, even as we speak.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we are seeing a resurrection and repositioning of the People's Democratic Party. We hope for the best for Nigeria. Any party, any individual that is going to help Nigeria, bring Nigeria to where we ought to be globally and internationally. We are all up for it. Thank you so much for joining me, Mr. Mazi Nnamdi. I wonder why you choose to bear Mazi, but Mazi Nnamdi Irebu. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. It's been a pleasure having you on the show.
So much.
Thank you, and have yourself a wonderful day.
Same here.
All right,
Thank you very much.
This is still New Day. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be discussing or analyzing the, recent kidnap case, abduction case in Kaduna, the mass abduction of Christians. I hope our guests will be joining this morning. We're discussing mass abductions of Christians in Kaduna, a missioner's account, from the stance of Khan, from the stance of Christians. Did this really occur? We've heard the government say it did not. Today will come, they say they did not. Tomorrow will come and say, oh, they did. But the figures are not exact. Now we want to hear from the, point of view of a missionary as to what exactly went down. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is still New Day, and this is rather a heavy conversation. We've had cases of kidnappings and terrorism plaguing Nigeria in the past 6 months. And the most recent is the mass abduction of over 177 or 67, 77, I think we read it this morning, of Christians in Kaduna, Christian worshippers in Kaduna. They were worshiping and then bandits attacked them and kidnapped them. And then the government comes to say, the government comes to say, it didn't happen, or it was a fluke. And then the next day, the governor goes there and says, some persons were kidnapped because these community members came out and cried out. Like, people were abducted from our communities. Before we now see governments showing sympathy and sympathizing and, consoling and making efforts to rescue these people. We're discussing this morning, these mass abductions, did they happen? What's the impression these kidnappings have left or is leaving, the imprint is leaving on the citizens of Nigerians in the north? I'm joined by Reverend Dr. Stephen Thomas Twana. He's the president, Kingdom Ambassadors Global Outreach, CAMGLO. Good morning, Reverend. Thanks for joining me this morning. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, could you unmute your mic so we can hear you? Can you hear me now? Reverend Stephen? All right, it seems our guest is trying to set up his communication gadget. We'll take a short break. When we come back, hopefully by the time we get back, it's been sorted and we get right into the conversation. We'll be right back.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. We're joined by Reverend Dr. Stephen Thomas Twana. Good morning, Reverend. Thanks for joining us.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome.
All right. So, the recent mass abductions in Kaduna. From your first-hand accounts, would you say these mass abductions appear to be random acts of banditry, right? Or is there like a particular discernible pattern in how the specific churches or communities are surveilled and targeted? Is it random, or do you think there's a particular mission? Are they on a particular mission with their attacks?
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't think if it's random, it's randomly carried out. I see it as a strategy instead, because if you remember, as soon as this government came, the new governor, or this government that we have now, the Tinubu's government, things went quiet just for a moment. But as soon as the government took off, you find out that attacks just heightened all over the northern part of Nigeria. And when the former Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, was in office, things went down. As soon as he was removed, just within 2 weeks again, the whole attacks became so sporadic all over the place. But as soon as he came back again, peace returned. Now, I said it's not random because I see that there is politics in it. There is a deliberate plan to make sure that the Christians don't have peace. The Christians are being persecuted. The affliction continues. So I don't think it's random. It's rather a strategy by those who are concerned with it.
Missioner,
Hello?
as a priest, at what point does your job become, how do you separate being the one who preaches peace and the one who tells people, oh, protect yourselves, when they come to attack, this is how you defend yourself? How do you move from being a priest to being an advocate for safety and all of that in this current plague of terrorism going on in Nigeria?
Well, I don't see the idea of anybody defending himself to be out of the scriptures and to be anything new. We find it new because we have the church has just relaxed and allowed these things to continue. But if you look at it constitutionally, there is the provision for self-defense. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has the provision for self-defense. The Bible has the provision for self-defense. The UN has the provision for defense. No country and no section of the world that does not have constitution with the provision for self-defense. So I see them as a dual responsibility, and rather than being separate. So I see it as part of the job.
All right. We heard, or we have a record of about 166 Christians being abducted, or 177. I don't know. Do we have an exact figure of the number of persons that were abducted from these churches, just so we know?
It's 100 and on the average 177, and they were picked from 3 different churches: the Evangelical Church of West Africa, ECWA, the Christ Apostolic Church, and a Baptist church. This make this number 177. Then later on, 11 came back to tell what actually happened. Then 166 are still being held hostage.
Have been found.
And this took place on Sunday. Yeah.
If this is an established fact, why do you think the government denied that such abductions happened in the first place?
Well, I see them as trying to just play their game in favor of their masters, their appointees, or those they are serving. Otherwise, there is no reason how such a huge number of people will be taken away, and then somebody will come out and say they had made investigation. If it were a serious country, I can tell you these guys, either they will be removed or will have to stand trial to clarify it. If you remember, that was what happened when the Chibok girls were taken. There was a denial for about 3 weeks before they finally came out to say that indeed girls were kidnapped. So I see this as deliberate. However, with the governor that we have in Kaduna State now, who happens to be more caring than the other government that we had, than the last government, he came out, went to the place, stood himself and said it actually happened. So of which we are pleased with his position. So I see the position of the commissioner and the local government chairman and the police, the commissioner on security, commissioner of police, and then the local government chairman denying it as playing it to please their master, who said no, it actually happened.
Okay, these persons that have returned, you know, we've heard cases of persons who are kidnapped, they were rescued, and we hear that there is a rehabilitation, you know, process set out for them, or you know, set up for them. Would you say such is being carried out for these 11 persons that you said returned back home? Or, I mean, my question is what's the care giving to these persons after they are rescued and brought back home?
As at this very moment, I'm not aware of any care that has been provided unto them as a person. I'm not aware of any care that has been provided for them. And I think if none has been provided, if any has been provided, it's okay. But if none has been provided, I think it should be made so that the government is supposed to have very special provision to take care of traumatic individuals or people under traumas. We don't seem to have this with specially trained people to handle cases like this. But I think if that is done, it's going to be helpful.
We've set up systems, security. You know, there's always we alerted the police, they didn't do anything. We have security guards, they didn't do anything. Or sometimes we hear that they are late to, you know, stop these things from happening. There is usually there's a frequent recurring outcry regarding the slow response of security forces. Now, from your account with vis-a-vis this Kaduna attack, would you say it's a situation of lack of resources? Or is there a more deeper, like we've already mentioned earlier, is this based on a more deeper concerning lack of political will to protect its citizens?
Yeah, thank you. I don't actually see it as the lack of resources, rather the lack of the political will to deal with the situation. And this is not just in the state here, it has to do for me with the federal government. If you look at it, all there are information all over the place.
All right, it seems like our guest is experiencing network difficulties. I hope he's able to fix that. Now, we are hearing a different perspective because it's easy to just, you know, sit here and have conversations. Oh, we hope on the government to do a lot of things. I often say this, we expect so much from the government. And then I'm always told, yes, we ought to expect to some extent some level of responsibility from persons who we have entrusted our care and safety to. Now, this case in Kaduna is a shared case of neglect, and a shared case of neglect where we see that something has happened, and then the government comes to say, oh, it didn't happen. And then in the same breath, the next day, they are telling us that it did not happen. Now, we've heard from Reverend Stephen that 177 from 3 different churches,
Yeah.
the Equa Church, the Evangelical Charismatic Church, the Baptist Church, and I think one other church that he mentioned. These persons were actually kidnapped. It's not a horse. It's not a hearsay, right? These persons were actually kidnapped. Reverend Stephen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, good to
I
have
can
you
hear
back.
you.
So you were trying to explain to us the reasons why there are delays with security responses.
Yeah, I was doing that and then the line went off. Like I was saying, some of us are really raising questions as to why in a country like this, where we are losing soldiers on daily basis, we're losing Christians on daily basis, and even some of the Muslims like the Hausa natives in the corners on daily basis, then you have a government, we have the media, every information that the government needs is there in the media, notwithstanding. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you.
So now we have all of these evidences, names of people in the government and outside the government, and yet the president will allow them to remain in the government. So you imagine if the government is really serious in fighting this terrorism and kidnapping and their likes, you know, there is the lack of the political will in.
A reverend father, a spiritual leader, and a mentor to most. When things like this occur, you know, we go to church, we're praying to God to renew our faith, you know, keep us with Him. And then we're also living in a community where we are living in fear of attacks, you know, predominant attacks.
Yeah.
How do you reconcile people's belief in divine protection and, you know, with their reality of kidnapping, and how do you handle trauma? Believing in God for protection and also having to deal with trauma of their present reality.
Yeah. You see, according to the scriptures, man is 100% human and 100% spiritual. That is to say, the spiritual aspect should be taken care of by God as we pray to Him. And the physical aspect of protection is left unto us. Like I earlier pointed out, virtually every constitution of nations, there is no nation that does not have a constitution with the provision for self-defense. So, and this thing from the Bible, self-defense, is from God Himself. So for the Christians to say, no, we will sit down, God will defend us, I don't think if there is any wisdom in that. The wisdom is that, the wisdom is that you defend yourself and you protect, you defend yourself, and then you pray. Not sitting down and praying and then somebody comes and kills you, kills your children, comes back, locked you in your room with your family and burns you up. You know, things like that, very gruesome killings that I've never read anywhere in the part of the world going on against the church, and yet some people will say, no, you go and be praying. I can tell you that it's a very serious error on the side of the church. It's not of God. It's wrong and unscriptural. They are supposed to go together. By the way, my sister, let me just put this to you. Does heaven have gates? It does. Why is it having gates? Does heaven have angels, warring angels? Yes. So if God will have a gate and then have angels, why should we say that only God will protect us when He has given us our civic duty to protect ourselves, even as He does His own role on His own part? So I think there's a very serious error on that.
does priests
Hello?
and pastors serve as
Yeah.
negotiators in cases like this, or does are these releases left solely to the government? And if they do, is there like a process for negotiating for the release of this kidnap that you could, walk us through?
Well, I think the government, based on what the governor said that I read, and this morning again, there is the assurance that the government is doing everything. The military, the police, the armed forces are doing everything to make sure that they are brought back, which I think first and foremost is the duty of the government. I don't know if I answered rightly, if I got the question.
No, I'm asking, you know how in this particular situation, the persons that were kidnapped are Christians. Now, it comes to mind that the first person or the first point of contact for, abductors are their pastors or their family members home.
That's right.
From these churches.
That's right.
So I'm asking, what's the psychological mind placement for negotiator or the negotiating with these kidnappers in cases like this? Or is it left solely to the government? That was my question.
You mean negotiating for their release?
Yes.
Well, actually, priests or pastors are supposed to get involved in this, but we don't have the apparatus, we don't have the military or whatever it is. Pastors are being kidnapped too and killed or burned. So what can a pastor do? I think in the first place is solely, for now, is solely the duty of the government. Then if we talk of peace and reconciliation, that is when we can talk of where maybe the priests or pastors can come in. But for now, it's like these guys that come to kidnap, they have guns, they are well armed. So what will a pastor do? There's virtually nothing he can do. The government has the securities under their charge. They are the ones for now that I think can handle this. Hello.
All right, I thought I lost you for a moment. Okay, for these kidnappers that have terrorized or that terrorizes communities, what would you say is that one thing, speaking to the government, now what would you say is that one thing or two things or three things, however, that the government keeps overlooking when it comes to protection of communities? You know, when they say when you come to a community, oh, there's this particular thing that when they, because it's not placed correctly or it's not done rightly, that it leaves us at the mercy of these kidnappers. And is it something that the citizens or the occupants of this community need to take care of themselves or still expect that the government does for them?
Well, in the first place, the kidnappers or terrorists, whatever you call them, I see them as one, because from the information, the filters around for this number of years, it's been that they kidnap and raise the money for the terrorists to do the killings. On one hand, on the other hand, you have their apologies in government or outside government that are calling for a reconciliation or with them. Let there be a negotiation with them. But when you look at it, all the reasons they are given, that they don't have schools, they don't have the social amenities, no hospital, they are left working in bushes. But who are those that have been in government for these years? There is this nomadic education right from the days of Babangida's government. They have released billions of nairas and billions of dollars for this program. To this moment, like the former president, Jonathan, I think if my memory will not fail me, Jonathan gave 2.5 or 2 billion US dollars to the Islamic leaders to have schools for these people. What has happened to all of this money for all of these years? So if you look at those that are attacking, they don't have any justifiable reasons for the attack as far as my understanding of the situation is concerned. Rather, they just want to take the land, kill the people, empty the places, take the land for themselves. And their apologies in the government or among the elites are there speaking in their favor. So I think that the government should rather have the political will. Everything boils down to the political will of the government to be able to handle this matter militarily. Like I said, if people that are being accused in the government are removed, if the government is serious, I can tell you within a short time this thing will be over. But it's like it's being paid by the government, allowing this to continue. It's rather very unfortunate. I don't know if I've answered you.
Are we establishing that the case of terrorism and, from your point of view, the case of terrorism or the cases of terrorism and banditry control is beyond the handling of the Nigerian government and there is need for international intervention?
Well, for now, I don't think it's beyond the handling of the federal government. Rather, I see the government, the action of the government in refusing to deal with the elements that are in the government and outside government as collaborating with them. If you remember, this thing started at the when APC came out. It was there in the papers. Some of the APC members have said, we brought these people in. I remember the governor of Bauchi said, they brought all the Fulanis. They asked them to come into Nigeria. So it's not a thing that is not known. But as the way this thing is going now, is like the government is not willing. And as long as the government is not willing to deal with the situation, we need help. We have to live. It's our nation. It's our birthright. It's our possession. We will be very happy to have the international community or government come in and help us or help the government, whatever it is. We just want peace and prosperity in this nation. So there is nothing wrong having the international, any foreign government getting involved, like the US or whichever government that would want to come and assist. Let me just say this. If you remember, it was there in the news and it's still there. The information is there. When the election was to be held during Jonathan's time, if you remember that Obama was involved with the APC. Several, the Bidens were involved. David Cameron was equally involved. They deliberately frustrated the government of Jonathan and supported them to come into power with these people, with these killers into the country. This is a pointer to why the government is not able to fight these people. And I still insist that we will be very happy to have a foreign government come and fight wherever it is for us to have peace and security in this nation.
So much, Reverend.
Hello.
Thank you so much, Reverend, for joining this morning. I mean, I wish the people of Kaduna State all the best. I mean, it's usually heartbreaking to hear cases where persons have gone to worship their God and then they are being abducted and put into a confinement or a confined space for a period of time. Thank you so much for joining me this
May I
morning.
just say this, please? May I just say this?
Okay.
The interpretation of this genocide or what, they are just talking of Plateau Benue. But going down memory lane and history, you find out that Kaduna State has been a bloodshed state for the past 20 years or beyond that. So what is happening in Plateau and Benue, these are just recent issues. If we put together the number of Christians that have been killed in Kaduna State and other places to add up with Plateau and Benue, it will be so alarming and mind-boggling. So I want to say that anytime we are handling this matter of killings in the north, it's not a thing of yesterday. It's a thing that has been there. It's just that it's taking a dimension of land grabbing and just killing people just to reduce the population of the Christians. And my sister, let me say this, that the assumption or the belief is that Christians are minority in Nigeria. I want to tell you that a research has been carried out, and I have the documents. Christians are 52.3% in Nigeria. We are not minority. In Kaduna State, Christians are majority. In Nigeria, Christians are majority. What is just happening is that partly to take the land, partly to reduce the population of the Christians. This informs the reasons for these killings. But the Lord is helping us. Thank you.
And the Lord will continue to help us all. Thank you so much for joining, and have yourself a wonderful day, Reverend. All right, that's our interview sessions for this morning. We've talked about a whole lot actually. I know if you missed on any of them, you can go back on YouTube, watch them, understand these things, get yourself abreast of what is not just to sit in a confined space or in your comfort zone and think that all is well in the world. Things are not going well in Nigeria. There's a whole lot going on, from politics to safety to education to health. And the least you can do as a concerned abiding citizen is to care for the next person, is to be kind to the next person, to pray for the next person. The place that you are, what impact are you leaving? How do you make, or how are you making the lives of the people around you better? Because like we have seen, some persons are kidnapped. They are not with their family. At the time last year, they were probably enjoying and making plans, for the new year. But on the 18th of January, they were abducted and they are not home. And their family is thrown into disarray. I'm not saying it could happen to you, but then again, it could happen to anyone. It's the country that we live in, it's the world that we live in. Nothing is certain. All right, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll be bringing to you highlights of the conversations or a recap of our events from the week. Stay with us.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv. Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
This is Retrospect, where we bring highlights from our conversations from Monday through to Friday in the course of the week on our breakfast weekly show, Signature Morning. Now, starting off on Monday, we had Professor Obijiofo Agenan, right? We had a conversation where we talked about the lack of peace and political stability and sustainable development in Nigeria. Let's take a look.
And Congo, let's put it in context, is the richest African country in terms of natural resources. Okay, so there's a lot of foreign interests. Okay, first and foremost, it was during the Cold War, the East and West Bloc. Lumumba was socialist. That was when the Western powers were curtailing, those socialist movements in Africa. Okay, so a very despicable coup. There's a lot of open, literature on that now. Belgium was highly implicated, in that. So they assassinated Lumumba and put in Mobutu Sese Seko, okay, who was a brutal dictator, came in for 32 years. He didn't know what 32 years in somebody's life, is. So he was there for 32 years, 3 decades of trying to play to, he was a strong ally of the West I did all kinds of despicable things. We know, if you go and look at the history of, So there is the book by Jeffrey Sachs, The End of Poverty, and the first thing he says there in the first page, he was talking about Congo. That was criticizing the U.S. how they've, removed, assassinated some socialist African leaders, and put in thugs. I'm just quoting him. He said, that Mobutu was a thug, who was a puppet of the West, who was there, the French, the Swiss, the Americans kept him in power for 32 years. So if you have 32 years of bad governance, 32 years of dictatorship, 32 years of a Mobutu type of character in charge of the country, there were some parts of DRC. It's a very vast country, okay, in terms of land mass. There are some parts of DRC that Mobutu, with all his power, never even had access to. Helicopters had to fly in there and then take minerals out. There were some local, rebels or warlords, that were there, okay, and that were in charge. So who is cutting these minerals out? Where are they going to? We know where they will end up. That those.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The conversation, the Nigerian state of the nation, an artist's impression, was our conversation on Tuesday morning with Chris Delvwan Gwamna. This is what he had to say.
Stood up and we are crying for Peter Obi or no Peter Obi. It wasn't really about him. It was just that it was time. People were asking for something new, something that they could say, oh, this is going to work, that is not going to work. And I'm not advocating for any candidacy, but what I'm saying is there is a genre of people that is rising. There is a crop of people that is waking up, and they are going to wake up. Their individual spices are going to flow into this land, and they will bring healing to this land and bring hope again. Hope is coming back.
Now, earlier on you mentioned about, the massive defections. You didn't dwell much on it. But that also leads me to talk about, the political space in the country. Now, when we see the rate at which most political office holders are defecting now to the ruling party, and that brings me to also what is happening in Rivers State, where most of the political office holders have also defected to the APC, and there also seems to be some sort of political instability where the Rivers State House of Assembly, is still initiating impeachment proceedings to the sitting governor of the state. So I'd just like you to speak on how you see the political scene in Nigeria and also what is happening in Rivers State as it applies to the massive defection of politicians to the ruling party.
Yes. Well, it's actually disheartening. It's disheartening to the degree, there are two sides to it. You might look at it and think, oh wow, this coming together is a unanimous decision and a desire to have one voice instead of the acrimony that we have been used to, and the acrimony that does not lead to anything constructive. But the truth is, God created men with individual, God created us, each of us, with individual juices and spices and flavors that when they are put together will culminate into a great way of thinking and a great and a powerful way of intercepting things and understanding things and driving development and all of that. And so man was not designed to be controlled. God does not want us to be, unanimous, and not have any.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
On Wednesday, our guest was Emeka Umabalase, where we talked about how the New York Times lied against the screwdriver seller. This is what they had to say.
We just conclude, you don't need a repeater. No, this thing cannot be true. It's not true.
How can a medical malpractice and inter-society invite this woman? How can they invite this woman? And the report woman that they meet, that their data is not often verified, that we use unverified data. How can a medical malpractice and inter-society invite this woman and report her and say all her needs are animals that should be confined to one state? A world-respected human rights group led by renowned criminologists and graduate of security studies. So, how possible is it? So that's why I say it's not even the issue of, controversy over the data. Although that is what has been eating them up. They have been sending a lot of people from here and there. Look at the other one, the actual job that the BBC did the other day. That's part of the federal government, moves, desperate moves. So if you have come to question our data, we are ready to defend what we have put out there. We don't even need to look at any paper to be able to tell you this is what we do. Anybody who was not part of a writing can never be part of interpreting or ascertaining the meaning of that writing because the person wasn't there. If a medical malpractice is just a portfolio or chair of inter-society, that would have been a different ballgame. Maybe on account of the fact that a medical malpractice is a screwdriver salesman in Onitsha who doesn't even cross the forward of education. And maybe he has money. And because he has money, he hires the lawyers to write things for himself or on behalf of him and on behalf of the organization. There is no way you could have seen me talking about discussing topical issues that I'm not even the owner. It's not possible. You can't generate something from nothing. So that's the thing. Nobody started as a profession. I started as a very literate person, trader.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
On Wednesday, still discussing New York Times lied against screwdriver dealer. Our guest was Aloysius Atta. Let's take a listen.
On top of a mountain, and at the end of the day, if you want to remedy it, whether you can gather those ashes back, it's not. It's actually impossible to gather those ashes back again. But people are wiser, like I said. So despite what they did, those who are rational are more now, and they believe the right message and are not confused by all those attempts to rubbish the situation on ground for political reasons. So despite what they did not succeed.
All right. Now, Comrade Atta, looking at what has transpired now, many Nigerians have always seen that the foreign media sometimes, filter most of our local realities, in Nigeria and across Africa to fit whatever agenda or external agendas. How do you now think that Nigerian civil society should engage with international media to ensure that, these narratives about Nigeria's conflict are accurate instead of, what is going on now?
Yes, it's an eye-opener actually, and a wake-up call for us to be more careful in our engagements. Unfortunately, Emeka is also somebody who is very, very much careful. So he first of all, in his usual nature, suspects every person's action first, in order to actually get the person's true intent. Unfortunately, this one happened because I know that he did background checks over time before he agreed to give the reporter audience. And this is what has transpired. So it's a wake-up call for more scrutiny.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And lastly, on Friday, we had Professor Chinedu Abodike talk to us on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's visit, or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a visit to Sokoto Correctional Center. Let's take a listen.
Whatever has happened, he's not happy about that because it's not his making. And never is he planned any way of killing, the way of, say, killing security officers or whatever, because killing does not produce peace. At the end of war, you must come to a round table to discuss. He's a very intelligent man. So these are the few things he told me about, because as I said, we met him in threes. The three people that met him, including myself, Eze of Igbo in Sokoto, and one Lolo Neka Shimezie, is a journalist. I think he's a news media person. So what he is explaining us, let there be peace. This saga, let's resolve them peacefully and amicably. Just sit on a round table or square table or triangle table and resolve this saga so that each state or each nation or each group of people who could no longer live together, even when in marriage you can't live together, you can resolve it peacefully. You don't have to kill one another.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
My beloved viewers, thank you so much for staying with me up to this moment. This is the end of our program this morning. It's been a wonderful time. I am Princess Ken Ochemba. Keep living, keep dreaming, keep fulfilling. See you next week.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Familiar with the center, who probably are coming to the center for the first time because of this festival. The Center for Memories is an initiative. The center was set up in 2017 by a group of like-minded individuals who are passionate about keeping our stories and our history and our memories as Ndi Igbo alive. So we have people like Patrick Okibo, Ndidi Nwuneli, Judy Ilo, Nkem Nweke, and Nkiro Bareka, and the rest of them. So they came together to set up a center, and the idea behind it is to have a place for documenting, for preserving, and also for showcasing our, important Igbo stories, our history, our culture as Ndi Igbo. And, the work of the center is hinged on 3 pillars. So we say Makonya, Tana, Echi. Makonya, because it's really very important for us to, go back in time to the past, to where we're coming from as Ndi Igbo. Because to be able to understand how we got to where we are as a people, we need to know where we're coming from. And that's where our initiatives like our exhibitions, that's where they come in. So we have exhibitions from time to time that look at different aspects of our life as Ndi Igbo, our culture, our history. So between 2017 and now, the center have had over 12 exhibitions cutting across different areas of our lives. So we've had an exhibition on reviving lost technologies and innovations of Ndi Igbo. We've had an exhibition on all Ndi Igbo, iconic Igbo individuals and their contribution to Nigeria and the world. We've had an exhibition, a very important exhibition on the Nigeria Biafra War that is titled Ozoemena. We've had an exhibition on Igbo cosmology and spirituality that we titled Ordinani. And currently, inside our gallery, we have an exhibition inspired by Things Fall Apart as part of this festival. But beyond the exhibition, there are other programs that the center does. We have this program, this monthly lecture series in Kataumibe, where we gather as a people, like Anguli said, to have conversations around those important issues that affect us as a people, and what individuals like ourselves seated here can do to move our region forward. That is for today, those issues that affect us as a people for today. Then what about tomorrow? How do we groom the next generation, the people coming after us? How do we raise a generation of Igbo people who are grounded in their history, who are grounded in their culture and are also proud of their identity? And that's where our program, Nzukumaka, comes in. So every month we have a program for children where we try to teach them their culture, we try to teach them their history, we try to, teach them those things that they need to know. And we have a monthly book club for book lovers, both for adults and for children as well. We have memorials and documentary screenings and other programs. So we're happy to collaborate with anybody. If you believe that the work of the center is very important and you think that this work should go on, please reach out to us at any time to see how you can be of support. It mustn't even be financial. It could be any other way. We're happy to partner with organizations doing similar things because no Ofa Alhaji Kaina Chirefi. So thank you so much for coming out this evening, and I'll hand over back to Anguli.
Thank you. Well, I am actually Alhaji. I'm not sure Igbo people would like the Alhaji part of it. Maybe no Funzek. I am actually if you I'm teasing. Thank you so much, Ifoma. But I think that the message is clear, and it is that the purpose is, we're in unity, we're in unison with what we're doing. The message, the mission of the center, the purpose for founding the center aligns with our collective idea of whom we are as a people and touches on our overall appreciation of our identity. This is a special edition of Nkata because, as I mentioned, Nkata is not holding at the Center for Memory, it's holding an Omorphia, and it's in the spirit of the Things Fall Apart Festival. And this month, we're looking at Onoka. Onoka, the theme is Onoka, Things Fall Apart When Stories Are Lost. And this session will reimagine, a renaissance of the Igbo society through cultural memory. And it's to be led by no other person than Ujuako Akukwe, who is the founder of the Eastern Nigeria International Film Festival, ENUGU. Anyone who has come across her or has paid attention to the festival will know that she's a force of an individual, because as Igbo people, we have a lot of stories, we have a lot of potentials, but one thing also stands out, and it is the challenges that many of us meet when we take the step of founding or driving enterprises or communities. And as someone who has done that, she knows what it takes, she knows the challenges firsthand, and I think that there is no better person to speak to the issue of Onoka, the place of storytelling, the place of memories, the place of cultural memories in shaping our identity and moving forward as a region, than Uju Akokwe. And so, since Ifeoma has talked about the center in the absence of the director, the conversation will start. Bikonu, in Omuafia, Miline Ezoku, it was mentioned, in fact, in every chapter of the book, in one way or the other, Chinua Achebe talks about the weather. Sometimes, too much rain, sometimes too much sunshine. And I think that we're experiencing a part of, that Omuafia that we read about in the book, where today it's a little too much rain, but we're also hoping that, the sun comes out and the weather is fair enough as we proceed in today's endeavor. So thank you so much for joining us, and I will welcome Ujuaku to the podium for her presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so happy to be here today, and it's not my first time. I think about 7 years ago, the Center for Memories hosted the screening of my documentary, Afi Attack, at the ENUGU Sports Club. And that evening planted a seed in my heart. And when the time came for us to establish an organization, we chose to bring it back home. So we established Eastern Nigeria International Film Festival and decided to host it in Southeast and in ENUGU. Eastern Nigeria International Film Festival, it's ENIF for short. And we did that because Center for Memories, they're already here, and they encouraged us to come. And today, ENIF stands as one of the living testimonies of what becomes possible when we find our way back home. And I'll say with intention and purpose. So to Center for Memories, I truly appreciate all you do to keep our memories alive. And I want to say a very big thank you, not just for the invitation, but for your consistent work in preserving our culture. I also want to say a very big thank you. I think he's someone I appreciate a lot, and I can't stop appreciating him and telling him how important he is to the Igbo nation, and to me in particular, because he's someone that has supported my work since I met him. He's my mentor, my big brother in every true sense of the word, and my darling friend, and he's no other than Chief Ben Etiaba. I always tell you that you are an excellent man, and Jide Kiji, Ifenia, you are truly a light. So, my name is Obianu Ujuako. It means I came in abundance of wealth. I will also add that I came in abundance of stories, culture, and purpose to create impact, empower voices, and preserve heritage. I was born curious, not the kind of curiosity that drives children to scatter the house. No, not that type. But the kind that pays attention to silences, especially ones that come after laughter or after stories end too soon. I grew up in a home where storytelling was not merely entertainment. It was the structure behind how my siblings and I learned. And looking back, it's not surprise to anyone that knows about my background. It's not surprise that I became a storyteller. So today, I'll be telling you a beautiful story. Are you interested? My late grandmother, Ogbenyanu, a woman of sharp wit, caustic tongue, and few direct answers, believed that truth lived in metaphor. She told stories layered with proverbs and riddles, and she expected me to sit with them until understanding came. And I remember one day we were watching a Nollywood movie titled Died Wretched, Buried in 3.2 million naira casket. I don't know how many of you that will remember that movie. The film told the story of a man who lived in poverty but was buried in extravagant luxury. And I said, Mama Nobi, like we used to call her, why do people spend so much money on people when they are no longer here and can no longer see us? And she looked up from the television, looked at me, and said, Onolo akwa nwanne ya welu nkata jebe afia, okposa anya zolo, obafolubo onye ebu onwu. And you know that I'm not going to interpret this proverb. Makanani ibu anya da akowa inu. Right? Then she turned back to watching the movie as though she hadn't just left me more confused. That was the word I knew, where lessons were hidden in proverbs and wisdom was rarely handed plainly to you. And I'm sure a lot of us came from that kind of world as well. It was also the world my father tried to preserve with his memo. My late dad, Akokalia, documented our family history, our culture, and ancestral knowledge. He believed that if we didn't archive our stories, we would be forced to borrow the identities of others. That foresight, I believe, was prophetic. So, when I was invited to speak on this topic, Onoka, things fall apart when stories are lost, reimagining our Naibo through cultural memory. I felt an immediate sense of both honor and urgency because we often speak about Anibo as a land, a place on the map. But Anaibo is more than geography. It is a worldview, a way of being in which community, spirit, and nature were so deeply connected that today it almost seems mythical. Because when you research thoroughly about pre-colonial Igbo society, you will understand that our forefathers came before their time, and they did a lot to bring us to where we are today. So when you talk about their achievements, people will look at you like, oh, are you sure this is not another Nollywood movie? But I tell you, they did so much, and I will encourage anyone that is a true son and daughter of the soil to research pre-colonial Igbo. So the Igbo believed that life itself was spiritual. That was and still is our philosophy, a sense of purpose, wholeness, of Ubuntu, if you will. And when we speak of cultural memory, it is not nostalgia, it is survival. To reimagine an Igbo through cultural memory is to walk back through the smog of colonial disruption, spiritual erasure, and economic devaluation and retrieve what was almost lost, our dignity, our designs, our spirituality to which our moral compass is tied. Because it's important that when people talk about Igbo spirituality, that is what we know as Ordinana. It's not about setting up ring lights to make videos or using chalk to put under your eye to tell people that you are now an Ordinary practitioner. It's tied to hard work, decency, and it's tied to our moral code. So it's important that we know that Ordinana is not just about performing spirituality. And I'll say that this work of remembering where we come from cannot be passive. It must be done with imagination, with nuance, and above all, with the humility to admit that we have in many ways become strangers to ourselves. And this brings me to the man in the title, whom I love so much, Unoka. In Things Fall Apart, Unoka was the father whose life was never meant to be emulated. He was a flutist, Ogboja, a debtor, Onyogwo, a man who avoided war. He loved his music and moonlight. He enjoyed the present moment. His son, Okonkwo, hated him for his effeminate nature. But I want us to pause and reconsider. And what if Achebe wasn't merely contrasting father and son, but seeding a question in our minds? What if Unoka wasn't a failure, but a symbol of an alternative Igbo masculinity that was once allowed to exist and flourish before it was shamed out of memory? Before colonialism interrupted and recorded our value systems, our culture had created space for all kinds of people. There was room for the musician, the storyteller, the dibia, the hunter, the farmer, Diji, the palm wine tapper, Diochi, Dimba, the wrestler, Dinka, the creative person, and so many of them. Back then, strength was not only measured by aggression, power, authority. It was also measured by wisdom, empathy, and restraint. But times changed. What changed? Colonial rule, missionary teachings, and later on, our own internal anxieties and insecurities. They turned us towards a narrower version of manhood, one that glorified dominance, immoral wealth, and excessive materialism. And in that shift, Unoka the flutist, the gentle father, the man who preferred music to war, became everything we were told to reject. But I want us to also pause even further and think. Unoka was not just a passive figure. He was a creative, a dinka, a master of music. And in a society where professions like Diji and Diochi were honored for sustaining the community, the dinka held a vital role too. He was the conscience of the community, the one who gave expression to joy, grief, conflict, and hope. His flute was not mere entertainment. It was a vessel of memory, emotion, communication, and collective reflection. And like all true artists, like myself and many others, he carried what others felt but could not say or express. Music in traditional Igbo life was not entertainment alone. It was communication, it was ritual, it was resistance and rest. The flutist was not idle, it was integral. And Unoka's role as a flutist, when understood in this light, was not one of failure but of function. His art served a purpose that our modern metrics no longer know how to measure. And Achebe, Chino Achebe, masterful as always, gives us a glimpse of this in the wrestling scene. And that is my best scene in the book. When Okonkwo prepares to wrestle Amalinze the cat, the sound of the flute floats in the background, a sound that reminded him about his father that he so despised. So even in Okonkwo's greatest moment, where he is at his most physically powerful, Achebe brings back the presence of Unoka through music. There's a lot packed in this scene: family history, identity, remembrance. And I do not think that it is accidental. That is memory. Achebe perhaps was reminding us that tenderness and strength are not opposites, that one does not cancel the other. They coexist. As our people say, when one thing stands, another must stand beside it. We make a mistake when we evaluate a flutist with the metrics of a wrestler. Every calling has its own measure. And I wonder, in today's world, would Unoka still be considered a failure? I don't think so. In today's world of creators, wellness advocates, and storytellers, where vulnerability is no longer shameful, and emotional expression is seen as strength, Unoka might not be mocked at all. And I think he may be an influencer and have a large following on Instagram. His flute might even be his brand, because my brother here, Gerald, his flute, his oja, is his brand. And also there is this Reverend Father that uses oja during Mass, and I think a lot of people love him. So I think Unoka would have been a great celebrity today. Unoka might be the one reminding us to slow down, to breathe, to live fully in the moment, to live life because of tomorrow, the very things so many of us are now trying to relearn. And there's something deeply ironic in all of this, that the very traits colonialism taught us to dismiss, tenderness, creativity, and emotional openness, are now celebrated around the world. And the traits we were made to embrace, stoicism and relentless striving, are the very things unraveling many of us from the inside. Because before all of that, our culture had created space for everyone. We lost that not by tradition, but by disruption, and we are only beginning to remember. And maybe Achebe was not only showing us Okonkwo's tragedy, but offering us a quiet alternative. And maybe he was whispering that our future as a people does not depend on Okonkwo's fire alone, but also on Unoka's way of being, that both are needed and that neither should be forgotten. And maybe our loss of cultural memory is not simply about forgetting facts, but about forgetting our options, forgetting that there were once many ways that made us Igbo. Because when stories are lost, it is not just memory that disappears, it is identity, unity, spirituality, and even vision. We begin to lose our sense of honor, of home, not just as a place we return to at Christmas to show off our beautiful cars and mansion, or a place to perform culture by wearing red cap and displaying our isiago, but honor as a symbol. We forget that in Igbo cosmology, life is not linear, it is cyclical. And that to forget is to fall out of rhythm with who we are. And Igbo, in my opinion, didn't fall because a white man came. Part of it. But I think it fell and continued to fall because the stories stopped being told and documented. Chinua Achebe once said, and I quote, "There is no absolute. There is no absolute anything, even good things. The Igbo are against excess. Their world is a world of dualities. It is good to be brave, but also remember that the coward survives the brave man." That, he said, was the central theme of his life and work. And it was also where Igbo culture first came into conflict with those who came to improve us. The missionaries brought certainty, one way, one truth, one life, one religion. But as Achebe pointed out, the Igbo found that idea very extreme, because to be Igbo is to make space for tension between bravery and caution, between tradition and modernity, between worshiping God in a particular way and the possibility of having different ways of worshiping God. Makananko di na mba na-eyelu mba nli. Ọkwa ya? Our stories created space for contradiction, and our worldview kept that balance. And without those stories, we lose more than memory. We lose our ability to think in layered, flexible ways. We then begin to crave absolutes. And this is how a people once rooted in balance begin to break. Our cosmology, the Igbo cosmology, was never random. It taught us that the dead, the living, and the unborn exist in constant dialogue. That names carry memory, that rituals are not superstition, they are structure. They map our time, our values, and our place in the world. But when memory fades, language begins to sleep. And with it, we lose the frame through which we once understood everything. Because to name is to remember. And if we can no longer call on the names of our deities, like Akwali Omumu, Ogugu, Udo, or speak of Ofo Nogu or Ikenga without discomfort or apology, then we are not merely forgetting, we are unlearning who we are. So what do we do now? We reimagine. And reimagining is hard work. It is invention rooted in remembrance. It means returning to the sources of memory that still linger among us and shaping them to meet this moment. We do not have to look very far to begin. The fragments are still here with us, some whole, others cracked, but still alive with meaning. And perhaps the first of these is our language. Let us begin the reimagination with our language. Our proverbs are short, but they carry weight. In just a few words, they pass down lessons, values, and warnings. The Igbo do not shout to teach. We whisper wisdom in lines like Ewe Belu Ugo Belu and trust the hearer to understand. These are not just sayings, they are political blueprints. They teach justice, equity, and diplomacy. Then we turn to storytelling. I remember the moonlight evenings filled with riddles and tales of the tortoise, not just to entertain children, but to teach society. These stories carried lessons on greed, humility, cleverness, and survival. And what we called folklore was moral framework. And today, we must return to them, not by retreating, but by retelling through podcast, animation, and cinema. Let them live again, not only on the lips of our grandmothers, but in pixels and sound waves. And we must not forget our elders. There are books that were never printed. Their memories carry the architecture of pre-colonial life, justice systems, land agreements sealed with just words, that's integrity, marriage customs that valued family ties over flashy celebrations. We should be archiving them, not as relics, but as teachers. Because when an elder dies, it should not mean that a library has gone. And yet, too often, it does mean that. Even time for us had its own rhythm. Our market days, Eke, Ore, Avo, Nankwo, they weren't just names on a calendar. They shaped how we lived, when we gathered, traded, rested, celebrated, and even buried our dead. Today we live by time that never stops ticking. Calendar alerts, deadlines, wake up time, countdowns. But perhaps our healing lies in remembering our own time, aligning with them, our own rhythms, and deeper meanings we once attached to them. Our spiritual frameworks deserve remembering. Chi, Allah, Ofonogu. These were not outdated beliefs. They were structured philosophies of justice, identity, and accountability. They told us that every person carries a divine spark, Chi, and that truth had a spine, Ofo. And Allah was not just land. It was sacred, Adi Emeru Allah. To harm the land was to disrupt the order of life itself. And to discard all of these is to lose the moral code our ancestors lived by. How about our governance systems, often misunderstood or dismissed as informal? They were, in fact, detailed models of participation and accountability. The Igbo famously say Igbo Enweze. We've heard it many times. The Igbo have no kings, but that does not mean we had no order. What we had was a decentralized, consensus-based system rooted in collective responsibility. Power was not concentrated, it was distributed. We had village assemblies, councils of elders, and age grades who performed duties for the community. We had the Omonna, patrilineal kinship groups that managed the land, settled disputes, and maintained societal structure. But alongside them, we had the Umuada, the daughters of the land, women who could challenge wrongdoing and restore balance. The Umonna wielded power, yes, till today. They made laws and protected lineage interests, but the Umuada held authority. When the Umonna strayed, the Umuada intervenes. They did not fight for equality in the Western sense. They practiced equity. Roles were different, but power was not absent. This wasn't about sameness, it was about balance. Each group in its time was entrusted with the power and authority to act for the good of all. We don't need to reinvent everything. Some of our governance blueprints are still here, deeply Republican, partially democratic, and very comprehensive. What we need now is restoration and strengthening to recognize that equity was our way, and in that way was wisdom. Atuolo Omalo. Atuolo Omalo. Omalo. Atuolo Ofeke. Let's reimagine our symbols. Uli, Nsibidi. These held codes of womanhood, power, covenant, secrets, and history. Let us not lose them to novelty. Let us reimagine them in murals, textiles, streetwear, and digital art. For us, beauty has always had meaning. Let us celebrate our artists and historians, our writers and musicians and storytellers and memory keepers. From Achebe's quiet defiance to Uche Mechata's bold truths. From Mike Ejara's lyrical storytelling to Jobilibo Brothers and Celestine Oko's philosophical high life. They remind us that memory is not a dead thing, that every generation must write its own or risk losing the plot entirely. And in this digital age, memory must live where people live. And today, people live online. We all live online, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and all of them. All of the above. Our ancestors inscribed wisdom on walls and skin, on cloth and drum. We too must inscribe, but now on servers, in apps, in films, and in code. Imagine a virtual reality museum where a young person in London or Brazil can explore the sacred spaces of our land, places they may never visit in person but can still connect with. Or a mobile game, not about fighting or winning, but about learning, about taking a journey through Igbo cosmology guided by proverbs, where each level teaches what our ancestors once passed down by moonlight. And what of our language again? Thoughts may not always begin in language, but language is how we refine it, how we carry it, how we pass it on. Every word we lose is a thought that may never find its way to the world. Reimagining an Igbo means speaking Igbo again, not just in prayers or in political slogans, but in WhatsApp love notes, like in Kem, Obim, Afolonginanya, Umuaku Neligokwa Nni, and memes. We need to start creating those. We can bring it to life in animation, in storybooks, in voice-activated apps that teach our toddlers to say Biko before they learn please. We must also draw from our indigenous knowledge, not just to archive them, but to translate them into tools. Our metaphysical concepts like Chi, Obanje, Ilowa can shape conversations on identity, on life and death, on ethics, even on environmental consciousness. And when we create, let us create from our own core. Very important. We must stop waiting for Western validation because before we believe in our stories. Let our fashion reflect our fabric. Let our hair reflect our identity, not our inferiority. Let our tech be guided by our reality, community logic, akonuche, wisdom, not just Silicon Valley blueprints. Because the real work is not to choose between memory and modernity, but to have a conversation with them, to blend them together. Let artificial intelligence learn our stories, not to replace us, but to reflect us. Because if memory dies, so does imagination. And if imagination dies, so does the future. We are not too late. Anaibo is waiting. Our ancestors have not left us. They are still speaking. Perhaps we are the ones not listening. We must learn to listen again. Because if things fall apart was a warning, then this may be the reply, the call to rebuild, not by copying the past, but by conversing with it. Achebe gave us the falling. maybe it's our turn to write what must come together. He wrote Things Fall Apart. Maybe it's the time to someone to write Things Come Together. And to do that, we must first appreciate what makes us Igbo. A worldview that honors every person's contributions. One that sees the hunter and the palm wine tapper, the engineer and the software developer, all contributing in different ways, each one valued, none ranked above the other. In our culture, no profession is beneath dignity because dignity lies in the doing, in the purpose, and in the role each person plays in holding the community together. Makananyu koma emilionu ọgba ofofo and ekele ọlụ eke onye malụ nkie ọnọdụ na nkie na-alụ. We must preserve this wisdom and pass it to the next generation, not just in books, but in practice, in policy, and in pride. Because every time we forget who we are, we become easier to reshape by others. My father used to say, when we are growing up, and if I ask a little naughty, my dad would say, "N'onye amara onye ọ bụ, ụwa akpọọ ya onye a." And he would go and say, "Onye ka ị bụ?" I would say, "My name is Obianujuaku. Afam bụ Obianujuaku." I said, "Obianujuaku, nwa onye ka ị bụ?" I would say, "Abụ m nwa onye echi nwa Akalọ, Adaku Kalia." He said, "Remember that." So onye amara onye ọ bụ, ndị mmadụ eme gịnị? Akpọọ ya onye a. So let us be intentional in anchoring our investments here in people and in purpose. The Center for Memories is here. Afia TV is here. ENIF is here. And who is next? Onyaga na Nwanneya. Let no one be left behind. Not the widow in our family, not the cousin struggling in silence, not our neighbors whose name we never ask, not even the sibling we have grown apart from. Maka na ọnwa nnozu na wozu arụ. Ka anyị chịkọta ọnụ maka na anyị dị iche. Anyị bụ ife dị iche. That's my mother's name. My father gave her that name, Ife dị iche. And the ndị Igbo bụ ife dị iche. Ana anyị amaka, we have land, gold in our land. And anyị bụ ndị gboo, the Asians. Ask questions about that. It's time to retrace our steps. It is time to remember. It is time to reimagine. And it is time to rebuild our Igbo. Daalụnụ.
I'm going to be inviting someone who will help to unpack her presentation this evening and who is going to lead the Nkata, part of the Nkata Umibe. So he's going to unpack the session. And he's no other than Gerald Chukwebuka Ibe. So Gerald is a storyteller himself. He's a writer. He's a folklorist. And he's going to help us to, unpack the conversation. So there are going to be questions with the speaker, and then they'll open it up to the audience at some point. So let's please stick together. Thank you very much.
Ujuaku, thank you very much for this lovely time you have shared with us. It is impossible to disagree with everything you've said. I think you've laid out your argument in a very thoughtful, a very thorough, and a very sophisticated way. My intention with the 30 plus minutes we have together is maybe to problematize some of these ideas, to go deeper in them, and then to bring everybody into a conversation around some of the core themes that you have hit on today. The goal is to keep it very casual. I'll ask a couple of questions. There'll be a microphone floating around. My grandfathers were monuments of men. They were masters of magic, of mischief and mystery, king and judge to saint and sinner. The first lesson I learned in their shadow was to polish silence until it shines. To find truth in parable and proverb, their libraries and cellars were glorious colosseums. Magnificent monuments, pages stretched to the heavens, cellars dug to the earth's core. But see, when you are a child, everything seems bigger than it actually is. My grandmother said men can get drunk off books and become literate in liquor. There is nothing noble here. I asked my grandmother, how do you honor a man who forgets his name? She says, I asked my grandmother, how do you honor a man who rejects the world? She says, you remember his name after he has died. And I remember visiting my grandfather's bar, falling between cracks of ledger and constitutional law. I still return to these chapters in night tremors. The clinks of bottles and the swoosh of pages. I see my grandfather drink away another book. A dream more vivid than a memory. I remember his mind giving up on him for staying alive too long. And the second time for defying death. He lost control of half his body. And then his mind will wander and forget to come home to a room full of grandchildren whose names he had forgotten. And then his mind will wander and forget to come home. I asked my grandmother, how do you honor a man who rejects the world? She says, you remember his name long after he has died. Thank you. That was impromptu, just to give you some time. The first memory I had, speaking on the conversation of family memory, first memory I remember as a child was a memory of my father cradling my 3-month-old older sister. And I remember it very vividly. He had a Mercedes-Benz in a house in Lagos, in Ikeja, and he was in front of rocking her back and rocking her back and rocking her back and forth. I remember the event like I was there. But the challenge is that I was not there. The challenge is I was not even born. And I wonder, what are the limits of our memories? Sometimes we remember some things that we experienced, but we were not even there when those things happened. So I wonder how you think about this concept of memory. Where does it begin? Where does it end? Who holds it? Who doesn't hold it? And how can some people access memories that they weren't even there to have in the beginning?
Thank you. That's a powerful one, like remembering your dad with your younger sister, and you were not, your older sister, and you were not even there. I mean, that's a powerful memory, right? Because memory lives in our bloodline. And if we understand that memory, it's in our bloodline. Sometimes, not to go through, not to be spiritual here, but sometimes, sometimes we remember things that we are not even witness to, right? Especially if you come from a family that is deeply connected to your spirituality, to the land, to one that honors a lot of elements. So that kind of thing could happen. Another thing is you could also reach out to your dad or your great-grandparents and ask them questions about memory because they hold that, or the elders in the community. So there are a lot of things, if we look around us, that hold memories. It depends, where are we looking? What are we asking? Who are we speaking to, right? And it's not just humans. Even the tree in your community is holding a memory that if you want to assess that, you can ask questions and they will tell you. So in the Obu of my family, there is a tree there, and that tree has been there thousands of years, right? And it's holding a lot of memory. And when you ask questions, the elder will tell you, the people, my uncles, my dad, will give you the history of that tree. So, but if you don't have people around you that can actually tell you what that tree is carrying, there is also a way to assess that. And that is tied to your spiritual background. But I don't want us to go deep into spirituality today. Yeah.
I mean, I think in one way, many of us are trained with a very imperial logic. You have to be somewhere, feel something, know something, for something to be valid. Can you trust a memory that you think you have, but it's not yours? Is that authentic? Is that original? Is that powerful? How do you think about that?
I will say that it's authentic because these are the things I love to speak about the things I've experienced. And there are ways as Ndibo to assess that kind of thing. So there are some remembering that you have, maybe through dreams or through meditation. And if you're not social, you ask questions. And one of the ways our people ask questions is to go through Afa. So I don't know how many of us understand what that means. So if if there are memories you don't really trust, because I believe that every memory, majority of them is authentic, even the ones we consider negative, you find out, why is this showing up in my thinking, in my thoughts? Why am I seeing what I'm seeing? You ask questions, and once you begin to ask questions, even if you don't want to do AFA, ask your dad, your parents, your grandparents, your uncles, and most of the time, a lot of the time, they will tell you, oh, now one that kind of thing for before. There's always an answer, because of what? It's in our bloodline. That's why family history is really very important.
You spoke about the benefits of memory, and memory being a platform for multiple imaginations, reminding us of the multiple ways that we exist, multiple ways that the example you used was, for example, how masculinity had existed in the past. I wonder what the benefits of forgetting are, and if there's a pathway to reimagination that also flows through forgetting.
I think when I was doing my short speech, sometimes we forget, not because we just want to forget. And reimagination is also very critical in remembering. And it's tied to, when we forget, we lose everything. We lose our identity. We lose our vision. We become less confident, right? And our remembering is very powerful, because when we remember who we are, we begin to find ways to become better. And when we talked about the Igbo male masculinity that was shamed, and you look at what is going on today, you see that a lot of Igbo men are trying to be Odogun. There's nothing wrong with being an Odogun, but Ada Abaka Abu Odogun. And it's because the society has made them to think that for you to become a man, there are certain things you need to do. You must have cars, you must have beautiful houses, you must be shown to be a man like Okonkwo. But there are other ways to be a man. By being soft, there's nothing wrong with that. By showing emotion, just like Onoka. So I think in Things Fall Apart, Achebe was also trying to show us, like Debo, we have, it's not just a narrow, it's not linear, it's cyclical. Debo philosophy, we don't believe in one thing. We believe in both in the negative and the positive, right? Yin and yang, duality. So it means that all of this, they can coexist. And when we think about what happened in the past, right, how we used to live before it was shamed out of memory, right, and begin to think about it and marry it and accept everyone, we'll have a thriving society. And that's when people will actually be very free to begin to ask questions, trusting that whatever it is they will find, that they won't be shamed for it.
Thank you very much. You had spoken also about being informed by our culture as we're creating, and having our memory inform our culture. I look at the room here, and I look at Umofia here, and there are many different types of artists. We have incredible folk musicians who are reimagining and reviving indigenous Igbo instruments, but with incredible amplification and playing new rhythms on them. We go into the center over there, and we have individuals who are reinterpreting in CBD and Igbo motifs and ideas in acrylic and paint and oils, and new types of artistic practices that might not have been indigenous to our people. I wonder how you think about this relationship of indigeneity and of kind of cultural continuity, and the relationship and the marriage between both. And I'll throw this question right back to the audience, but I also wonder if you could talk to us specifically about your own artistic practice and how you've been able to marry, and maybe any tensions that exist between these traditions, if you even see them as tensions at all.
I think it's very important that we understand that the world has evolved, right? And we live here now in a digital age, and it's not like in 1960s or 1950s or even pre-colonial time not like the time of our forefathers. So what comes with this kind of age is reimagination. We evolve with time. So I struggle when people think that we have to continue to do things our forefathers did. They performed wonderfully well, and I love them for it. But it's time to reimagine new things. So the way they, for instance, prayed to their gods may not be the way we do that. And the way they communicate with nature may be different from us. And when it comes to storytelling, they believed in oral storytelling. They just pass down knowledge. But we are in this age, the digital age, when we have everything around us to help us document those stories they have told us. Majority of them did not document our stories, but some of us still know the stories, either through research or through what they have told us. So it's going to be very disingenuous if we don't document these stories for our children, because they will come tomorrow and ask us, you were at the time of ChatGPT, AI, tech, and all of that. Ma, where is our story, right? So I believe in reimagination. I believe in, a lot of people are doing it anyway, but I believe it's about time to tell our stories truthfully, in authentic ways. Of course, we are not going to water it down, but tell it to meet today and also meet the future and leave something for our children that are coming up.
Fantastic, thank you. I'm going to throw that question to the audience. This isn't Qatar, so we're here to have a conversation. I know there are many visual artists in the room. There are many folklorists in the room, ethnomusicologists, novelists, whatever your background is. How do you balance the past and the present in creating your art? So let's start the conversation there and let's move it around. The question is, what is the relationship and how do you balance incorporating your indigenous tradition with the modernity in creating your art, writing your novels, creating your literature?
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Chima Korea. I teach history. I specialize on Igbo history. I teach at Marquette University in the United States. So, I'm very excited to be here, and thank you for an exciting, wonderful lecture. So, this is really something that should be archived, for people to. So, I'm not going to respond to that. I'm going to ask a question, please, if you don't mind. A couple of years back, I think in the 1940s and 50s, Simon Ottenberg wrote a book, I think it's titled Igbo Receptivity to Change. And the idea was, compared with every other ethnic group, the Igbo is the ethnic group that is sort of adapting Western ways of life and values that to an extent, compared with contemporary discourses, that Igbo culture, including language, is endangered. So, how do we sort of address this issue, considering the importance of the history, culture, and memory, and fitting into sort of the global context in which we are all struggling to be part of?
Thank you for that question. And I love the fact that you mentioned language. And yes, the Igbo language is indeed in danger. And I think that what happened to us was because in every culture, you find the positive and the negative, right? And because the Igbo cosmology believes in biri kambiri, so we let things, so if we see a culture that we think that we like, we adopt it. But what happens is that with time, it begins to erode your own culture if you are not grounded in that particular culture. So when it comes to language, I think a lot of our parents sort of raised children to despise the Igbo language because they felt like I want my kids to be Igbo children, right? So it affected that a lot. But I also see a lot of people, I have friends that have written, authored books, a dictionary. There's this Igbo dictionary. I've seen a lot of creatives actually setting up YouTube channels. And what are they doing? They're teaching people that cannot even speak Igbo how to speak Igbo. So it's really very important because any person, and I say this respectfully, it's really a bit tough for one to actually imbibe culture and their identity when you don't understand the language. And the beautiful thing is that those of us that are still struggling to understand the Igbo language or understand the culture, a lot of them are making efforts. And because they are making efforts, I know that we are going to get better. And I also would like to encourage artists of Igbo descendants to sort of imbibe our culture, our identity, even our language in the stories or in their creation. It's very important because a lot of people, I may not go and sit down to go either study a dictionary or but I can go and watch a film and see the subtitle and I understand what they're saying. And from that, I can ask questions, right? So it's important that we meet everyone where they are. But I want to end by saying your language is tied to your identity. And it's important that we understand that and make efforts to revive the Igbo language. Yeah, thank you.
I hope you can hear me. My name is Richard Adu. I want to help us by situating this properly. It is not that our people don't like to speak Igbo. It is also not that it is not possible to speak Igbo. What do I mean? Like you rightly said, information storage and retrieval, as it were, has greater benefit now that we have technology. Before this, all our people did was orature. We passed it down until the white man came to give us access to writing our language. Remember that the first Igbo primer was actually written by a Yoruba man, Bishop Ajayi Crowder in Onisha. By the time the Igbo Bible was written, because we must go here, I must go back to history now because of what you said. We must situate this properly. The two dominant religions that came to Igbo land were the Catholic religion under the RCM and the Anglican religion under the CMS. These were the missionary societies sent to bring religion here. And they spoke different varieties of Igbo.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Tinubu swears a new FCC chairman, 37 commissioners. Obaladoja at Presidential Villa says Tinubu is tackling insecurity. Russia strikes Ukraine as talks with US to end war continue. And 12-year-old Australian bitten by shark dies. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has sworn in the new chairman and 37 commissioners of a Federal Character Commission with a charge that they should reflect federal character, diversity, and the complexity of the country in the discharge of their assignment. Speaking at a brief ceremony held at the council chambers of the State House, Abuja, Tinubu reminded the chairman and commissioners that they should see themselves as representing the character and conscience of a nation.
What you represent here today is the conscience of our nation. What you have been assigned to do is to promote and stabilize the conscience of this country, to be fair, diligent, committed, and patriotic. And I'm asking you to ask yourself, not all the time, what can this country do for you, but what you can do for the country to make it greater. Now that you have been inaugurated, to reflect the federal character, the complexity, the diversity of this country.
Speaking to State House correspondent shortly after they took their oaths of office, the new FCC chairman, Ayo Omidira, expressed gratitude to the president for finding them worthy to serve in that capacity. He showed that the commission under their watch would ensure the equitable distribution of whatever belongs to the country to the delight of all Nigerians.
Mr. President, again, for finding us worthy of this huge assignment. As you are aware, the Federal Character Commission was formed by patriotic Nigerians who believe that there should be a body to ensure equitable distribution of every good thing, and Nigeria has good things in abundance, but it must go round every nook and cranny of Nigeria to engender inclusivity so that everybody will know that Nigeria is theirs and they will own the country. So what Mr. President told us is just to remind us of what the Act has mandated us to do, and we are fully ready to do it. By the grace of God, at the end of this tenure, every Nigerian will own Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amen.
59-year-old Omidira, a former two-term member of the House of Representatives from Osun State, who was in the House between 2011 and 2019, holds a bachelor's degree in biochemistry from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and has experience spanning legislative and sports administration. Among the 37 commissioners who took oath of office representing the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory include Peter Eze from ENUGU State, Obinna Uriaku from Abia, Gloria Nnoli from Anambra, and Vincent Nduka from Ebonyi State. The FCC was established by Act No. 34 of 1996 and mandated to ensure equitable distribution of public offices and social economic infrastructure among Nigeria's federated units, and enforce compliance with the federal character principle across public institutions. President Bola Tinubu has received a high-level delegation from Shell Petroleum Development Company at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, with discussions centered on investment, energy, security, and Nigeria's oil and gas sector reforms. President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday said the delegation led by senior executives of a global energy firm briefed the president on Shell's ongoing operations in Nigeria and its plans for future investments, particularly in deep water projects and gas development. Correspondent Favor Machi brings the details.
Shell has been a dominant operator in Nigeria's oil and gas industry over the past 3 decades, largely through its subsidiary, Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited. Though its operations have generated significant revenue for the country, the operations have also been linked to environmental degradation and social unrest, drawing sustained criticism, lawsuits, and international scrutiny. Receiving members of the Shell delegation included senior executives from Shell's global and Nigerian leadership at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. President Bola Tinubu emphasized that the Bonga Southwest project is strategic to Nigeria's economy. He said the project has the potential to create thousands of direct and indirect jobs, generate significant foreign exchange inflows, and deliver sustained government revenues over the life of the project, as well as deepen Nigerian participation in offshore engineering, fabrication, logistics, and energy services. The president reaffirmed his administration's commitment to policy stability, regulatory certainty, and speed, noting that these reforms are critical to restoring investor confidence and positioning Nigeria as a preferred destination for large-scale energy investments.
Today, I can proudly say that confidence is returning to our investment environment. The pledge I made to people of the country, and my background is to ensure transparency and to be competitive in every way possible. And I want to assure you that what we promise is what we will deliver. You have no question to look at what we have promised. Expect a delivery. Expect a documented and consistency in policy and application going forward.
In his remarks, the leader of the Shell delegation and Global Chief Executive Officer, Wael Sawan, said Nigeria's investment climate has improved remarkably under the Tinubu administration and boosted the confidence of Shell in Nigeria as a destination for long-term investment. Sawan explained that Nigeria now stands out as one of the most attractive destinations for capital allocation within Shell's global portfolio. He explains that half of the $20 billion investment in the country will be capital, and the other half will be the operating expenses and the likes that will come into the country.
Your leadership, your vision has created an investment climate over the last few years that, I will be very honest with you, has propelled us to invest, in particular also as we compare to other investments around the world. Stability in today's environment will honestly have a premium for corporates, because we are investing not for one administration or 5 or 10 years. We want to invest for 20, 30, 40 years. And in the case of Nigeria, for many, many decades. And therefore, as we look today at opportunities to be able to allocate our capital to multiple different countries, I can tell you, and I'm proud to say, Nigeria stands as one of the ones that is attracting more capital than most. And that leadership, I would also say, has put many of the people that we are working with, your team, are amongst the best that we are dealing with anywhere in the world. And that professionalism allows us to be able to have the confidence, and I would say our partners as well, to have the confidence to continue to invest.
Also speaking with State House journalists after the engagement with the president, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the NNPCL, Bayo Ojulari, described the development as part of the additional incentives necessary to attract investors. He noted that the competition for investment is global, with most other African countries and the Far East changing their policies and being very dynamic so as to attract more investments.
We realized that there were additional incentives that were necessary to attract investment. And the reason for that is that the competition for investment is global. And most other countries, like other African countries, Guyana, the Far East, they're changing their policies very dynamic so that they can attract those investment. So one of the great things that Mr. President did was to actually announce those executive orders to put additional incentives to be able to attract investment.
Shell has invested about $5 billion in the Bonga North project in the last 12 months and an additional $2 billion in gas infrastructure supporting the Nigerian liquefied natural gas project. Favor Nwachi, Signaturetv News.
The Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Rashidi Ladoja, has expressed confidence that President Bola Tinubu is addressing the country's security challenges. Ladoja made the remarks in a chat with State House correspondents after meeting with the President at the State House in Abuja. Stated that insecurity has become the country's most pressing problem, affecting farmers and businesses and spreading to the south, with everyone being apprehensive of going about their daily businesses. Ladoja said he believes the problem is not insurmountable and that the president is actively tackling it.
No, if you know from where he's coming, you know that he knows what he's doing. That is what is most important. He was coming, he was able to get Lagos from where it was to where he left it. So I'm sure that the situation in Nigeria might not have been as even bad as it was. The problem is that the Nigeria is more complex than the state because of the fact that not all of us have the same notion about what we want in Nigeria. So, but nonetheless, the states have more money than we had when we were governors, and they are able to meet their commitments than what we had when we were governors. So I believe that by and large, the economy has to be fixed and is being fixed. We will hope that by the time it's leaving 2031, we will have put Nigeria where we are all of.
The Olubadan praised Tinubu's leadership style and economic achievements, saying that he knows what he's doing. You know that the states now have more resources and capacity than when he served as governor, suggesting a positive shift in governance structure. Ladoja explained that his visit to the State House was to appreciate Tinubu for his support since he was crowned Olubadan in September 2025. The visit, which took place less than 4 months after Ladoja's installation as the 44th Olubadan, was the monarch's first official meeting with the president since he ascended the throne, and is coming a day after Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde was received by Tinubu at the State House. Prior to his ascension as the 44th Olubadan in September 2025, Ladoja served as governor for Oyo State between May 2003 and January 2006 under the platform of the People's Democratic Party. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State says he remains committed to the People's Democratic Party, declaring his comfort in the opposition party despite a growing wave of high-profile defections to the ruling All Progressives Congress. Makinde, who spoke to journalists after a closed-door meeting with President Bola Tinubu at the State House in Abuja, emphasized that his visit to the president was focused on governance matters affecting the nation rather than party political considerations. The governor stressed that while he was willing to work with the president on matters of national interest, his party allegiance remained unwavering.
No, there's nothing that I've said in the past that says we're not enjoying harmonious relationship. You know, politics is politics. We belong to different political parties, and but Nigeria is a project that, you know, all Nigerians must be concerned about. You know, welfare of our people. What are the governance issues? This issue of insecurity, poverty alleviation. I mean, there are things that has no coloration of a party. As leaders, you know, whether president or governor of a state, those are things that we have to work together, consult with one another, and ensure that we can make life one shade better for our people. And again, we may have issues in this country where you need bipartisan approach, where it won't be an issue of maybe APC talking alone or PDP talking alone, where we will have to look at what is the best foot forward, you know, in the interest of our nation. So when you get to that junction, you need everybody on board.
The kind of statement comes as the PDP faces its most significant challenge since 2015, with governors, senators, and other high-profile members abandoning the party for the ruling APC ahead of the 2027 general elections. Makinde said December 23, 2025, that he regrets backing President Bola Tinubu in the 2023 election, despite being a PDP governor and part of a G5 group that opposed the party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, said he would not support Tinubu in 2027, citing concerns about the survival of multi-party democracy. A chieftain of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Senator Ayodele Arise, has explained that bold economic reforms under President Bola Tinubu have been impactful to the Nigerian economy compared to his predecessors, despite criticisms from opposition party stalwarts. Arise made the remarks at the weekend while speaking with journalists amid sustained criticism of the Tinubu administration by opposition figures. A former senator who represented Ekiti North Senatorial District between 2007 and 2011 said the president's policies decisions have had a positive impact on economic growth and social development. He cited a reduction in inflation and increased funding for critical institutions such as the Nigerian Education Loan Fund as evidence of progress. According to him, the student loan scheme has enabled many young Nigerians to access tertiary education, ensuring that financial constraints do not prevent qualified students from going to school. Arise also linked improved stability in the university system to the Tinubu administration's engagement with academic and non-academic unions, including ASU and NASU. Said academic disruptions had reduced, allowing students to complete programs within a stipulated time. Arise said President Tinubu's insistence on financial autonomy for local governments was aimed at accelerating development in rural areas. He noted that allowing councils direct access to their funds would enhance service delivery in areas such as road construction, healthcare, and primary education. The APC chieftain also defended the removal of a fuel subsidy, describing it as a difficult but necessary decision that ended years of abuse and revenue leakages. Various stakeholders of the All Progressives Congress, APC, on Friday stormed the National Secretariat of the party in Abuja, demanding urgent National Assembly intervention in River State's escalating political crisis. The stakeholders, comprising civil society organizations, media professionals, and leaders, called on the federal lawmakers to invoke Section 11 of the Constitution to assume the River State House of Assembly's function, citing the Assembly's total loss of credibility and legitimacy. Then the protest grew and burst the Assembly's impeachment push against Governor Siminalayi Fubara, describing it as a reckless abuse of power threatening democracy. Speaking to newsmen, the APC Leaders Forum spokesperson, Eze Chukwuemeka, said this is no longer oversight, it's a vendetta to destabilize governance. According to the coordinator of a civil society group, Comrade Blessing Obama, no shred of evidence shows gross misconduct by Governor Fubara. Allegations are pure political fiction. Stakeholders accused 27 lawmakers loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, led by Martin Samewule, of fueling the crisis. Alleged that lawmakers collected humongous money running into millions for constituency funds, luxury SUVs, and a year's advance salary per lawmaker. Protesters vowed to sustain action until the National Assembly acts. The executive chairperson of Tunuwada local government area, Sadatu Salisu Soja Maijama, has resigned a membership of a new Nigerian People's Party. She announced her resignation in a letter dated Friday, January 23, 2026, and addressed to the leadership of the party in Tunuwada local government area. In the letter, which was made available to journalists, Sadatu said a decision was taken to align with the political direction of Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusufu. She explained that the decision was taken carefully to enable us support the development agenda of Kano State and its people through meaningful projects and initiatives. Sadatu also expressed appreciation to the NNPP leadership and members for their support during the time in the party. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has criticized the latest collapse of the national power grid, describing the incident as a continuation of a deepening national crisis. The national electricity grid collapsed on Friday, with generation plunging sharply from above 4,500 megawatts to as low as 24 megawatts by about 1:30 p.m. This left households and businesses across the country in darkness and disrupted supply to millions of consumers. All 23 power plants connected to the grid reportedly lost output during the incident, resulting in zero allocation to the nation's 11 distribution companies. The statement posted on X on Saturday, titled 2026, The Collapse Continues. Obi said a grid failure recorded in January 2026 mirrored events of the previous year, when the first collapse of 2025 also occurred in January and was followed by several others. Obi lamented Nigeria's poor electricity access, noting that the country had remained at the bottom of global rankings for 3 consecutive years. The former Anambra State governor compared Nigeria's power generation capacity with that of other African countries, describing the gap as alarming. According to Obi, the persistent power crisis was rooted in governance failures, stressing that the sector required capable leadership to function effectively. Looking ahead to 2027 general elections, Obi called on Nigerians to make leadership choices based on competence and compassion. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has obtained the conviction of AAC Consultant Limited over the unlawful conversion of 30.56 million naira belonging to contract staff of Chevron Nigeria Limited. The judgment was delivered on Friday by Justice Rahman Oshodi of the Special Offences Court sitting in Ikeja, Lagos, the anti-graft agency said in a statement. According to the EFCC, the case stemmed from offences committed in 2013 involving the diversion of funds meant for Chevron's contract employees, AAC Consulting Limited, and was arraigned on January 12, 2026 by Lagos Zonal Directorate 1 of the Commission on an amended one-count charge of stealing, contrary to Section 285 of the Criminal Code Laws of Lagos State 2011. The charge accused the company of dishonestly converting over 30 million naira belonging to the contract staff of Chevron Nigeria Limited for its own use within the Ikeja Judicial Division. The Commission explained that trial proceedings initially began on June 5, 2023, when the company and its managing director, Anthony Adeoye, were docked on a 50-count charge bordering on stealing and issuance of bad checks. Both defendants pleaded not guilty at the time, leading to full trial. During the trial, prosecution led by I.O. Darabola presented 2 witnesses and tendered several documents which were admitted by the court as exhibits. However, the EFCC disclosed that in December 2023, the defendant refunded the entire sum to the petitioner. For the repayment, they changed their plea from not guilty to guilty, prompting the Commission to amend the charge to a single count of stealing against the company. A resumed hearing on Friday, Justice Oshodi found AAC Consulting Limited guilty as charged, convicted the firm accordingly. Court subsequently imposed a fine of 5 million naira to be paid within 14 days, with a warning that failure to comply will result in the winding up of the company. A public affairs analyst, Professor Signaturetv Agbodike, has urged the federal government to move the leadership of indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to a correctional center closer to the southeast to allow easier access for visitors. Professor Signaturetv, who featured on Signature Morning on Friday, was part of a delegation that recently visited Mazi Nnamdi Kanu at the Sokoto Correctional Center in Sokoto State. He questioned the basis of Nnamdi Kanu's detention, insisting that there is no law criminalizing the struggle for liberty, arguing that Kanu was sentenced solely because of his agitation for the freedom of Igbo people. An interaction between Kanu and the delegation, Signaturetv said the IPOB leader used the opportunity to urge Igbo people to remain united like never before, while appealing for an end to the Monday sit-at-home observed in some parts of his southeast Nigeria. Up ahead, Benue FRSC records 47.6% drop in road crash fatalities during the Ember months. Bandits killed 6 youths. Kainji Lake National Park staff in Niger Forest clash. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Benue State Sector Commander of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Kehinde Daunsi, has revealed that road crash fatalities across the state dropped significantly during the 2025 Ember months, recording a 47.6% decline. Daunsi made this known on Friday while addressing journalists in Makurdi. He explained that the data emerged from the FRSC's Ember Month Road Safety Campaign, tagged Operation Zero, which was implemented between December 15, 2025 and January 15, 2026. According to him, the Ember months are usually characterized by intense vehicle traffic due to festive journeys and increased commercial activities. Sector Commander noted that the 2025-2026 operation came with notable challenges, as several ongoing road construction and rehabilitation projects across Benue State led to diversions, traffic congestion, and a higher safety risk for motorists and pedestrians. Daunsi said the command achieved remarkable results through strategic planning, consistent enforcement, effective traffic control, swift rescue responses, and strong cooperation with relevant stakeholders. It discloses that the number of road traffic crashes during the period reduced from 41 recorded at the previous Ember season to 32, amounting to a 21.9% decrease. Daunsi attributed the positive outcomes to increased patrols, visible enforcement measures, and the use of mobile courts, which he said helped improve motorist compliance and discourage traffic offences. He added that there was a marked improvement in the use of safety devices such as seat belts, crash helmets, and speed limiting mechanisms among drivers. The sector commander further stated that during the operation, a total of 2,028 offenders were arrested for committing 2,128 traffic violations. He added that 833 vehicles were impounded, while 1,195 valid vehicle documents and national driver's licenses were seized. However, it raised concerns over lingering issues, including excessive speeding, night driving, and disregard for traffic regulations, particularly around road construction areas. Downsy applauded the Corps Marshal and the FRC management for their leadership and support, and also commended officers and personnel of the Benue Sector Command for their commitment and professionalism throughout the exercise. The community of Wawa in Bogu local government area has been thrown into mourning after 6 youths were confirmed dead following a deadly clash with suspected bandits in the forest. It was gathered that the incident occurred at about 5 p.m. on Thursday, when the youths mobilized to confront the bandits in the bush. The violence erupted after a prominent youth was attacked on his farm, prompting others to mobilize and confront the assailants in the forest. Sources from the Wawa community said that while some of the youth returned safely, others were declared missing, just as 6 of them were killed by the bandits during the confrontation. A source, Mohammed Hassan, said security operatives later recovered 6 unidentified bodies from the scene, which are taken to the primary health center in Wawa. It was further gathered that among those killed was a staff member of a Kainji Lake National Park, whose body was allegedly carried away by the bandits into the forest. Residents described the incident as heartbreaking, leaving families and the community in deep pain, fear, and trauma. They appealed to both the federal and state governments to urgently deploy security forces and establish a permanent military outpost to curb the violence and restore peace. Residents of communities in southern Maskab, Funtua local government area of Katsina State have raised fresh concerns about worsening insecurity despite reported peace agreements between local stakeholders and armed bandit groups. Development was disclosed on Saturday by Katsina, a conflict and crisis journalist who reports on insecurity in Nigeria's northwest. According to the report, communities in the area continue to experience attacks, threats, and demands for levies, leaving residents in fear and unable to go about their daily activities safely. Affected communities include Ungwa Melaya, Asharaha Boma, Gobirawa, Gwawangwari, Dantudu, Tundumaje, Kuku, Ganwai, Yatasha, Gosudu, Batarawa, Gidan Alhaji Koshe, Dan Kusai, Hayingishiri, Ungowadini, Gidan Soda, Yambu, and others. Sources said the villagers have suffered repeated incidents involving killings, kidnappings, and theft of property. They added, a gunman recently attempted to attack Ungowa Mailaya, but were repelled by residents. Attackers were said to have later moved to Kauran Fawa in Dandume local government area, where at least 8 people were reportedly killed. Residents also like the bandits now contact villagers directly by phone to issue threats or demand payments described as levies, a situation they attribute to inadequate security presence in the area. Community members have called on the government and security agencies to urgently deploy personnel to protect life and property, but also appealing for sustained efforts to restore peace. The Nigerian stock market rebounded on Friday, with investors recording a gain of 74 billion naira after losses in the previous session. Market capitalization on the Nigerian Exchange Limited rose by 0.07% to close at 105.959 trillion naira, up from 105.885 trillion naira. The all-share index appreciated by 114.81 points, or 0.07%, to end the session at 106.512.18, compared with 165.397.37 recorded on Thursday. Recovery was supported by renewed buying interest in select stocks, including Morrison, Union Homes, Real Estate, Investment Trust, SCOA, RT Briscoe, and Austin Lars. However, market rates closed negative as 40 stocks declined, while 34 recorded gains. Nemet International Pharmaceutical led the losers, shed a 9.86% to close at 13.25 naira per share. Secure Electronic Technology followed with a decline of 9.35% to 97 kobo, while Ethanol dropped by 8.23% to close at 28.45 naira per share. University Press fell by 6.25% to 6 naira, while Unicell Interlink lost 5.84% to close at 153.95 naira per share. On the gainers table, Union Homes Real Estate Investment Trust and Morrison topped the chart, each appreciating by 9.94% to close at 71.35 naira and 7 naira.52 per share. Market activity slowed during the session as total deals, volume and value declined. A total of 731.7 million shares valued at 19.5 billion naira were traded in 44,005 deals, compared with 768.3 million shares worth 21.2 billion naira exchange in 46,481 transactions on Thursday. Chams recorded the highest trading volume with 76.86 million shares, representing 10.51% of total volume, while Zenith Bank led in value terms with trades worth 3.47 billion naira, accounting for 18.20% of the day's total value. For more, let's pay attention to business news.
The World Bank has approved $50 million for a solar agriculture expansion project in Nigeria and 5 other African countries. Agriculture employs more than a third of Nigerian workforce, yet inefficiencies continues to erode farmers' incomes and food supply. The funding will support the deployment of solar-powered cold rooms, refrigerators, water pumps, and grain mills across Kenya, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Sierra Leone, Uganda, and the Democratic of Congo, with implementation led by CLAFS, a Washington, D.C.-based non-profit organization focused on energy efficiency and clean energy access. The federal government on Thursday in Lagos took historic step in Nigeria's long-awaited journey to operationalize structured financing for indigenous ship ownership with launch and unveiling of the Cabotage Vessel Financing Fund (CVFF) application portal by the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola. Declaring the portal open, Oyetola described the occasion as a deliberate and strategic step in repositioning Nigeria's maritime sector as a central pillar of national development. He noted that the launch aligned with the broader national objective of diversifying the economy and unlocking the vast potential of Nigeria's maritime domain, coastal resources, and inland waterways. Oyetola recalled that the Cabotage Vessel Financing Fund, established under the Coastal and Inland Shipping Act of 2023, was designed to address the financing gap faced by Nigerian ship owners. The African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, has announced the official termination of its credit rating relationship with Fitch Ratings. According to a statement by the bank on Friday, the move follows a comprehensive review of the partnership, saying it believes that Fitch credit rating exercise no longer adequately captures the institution's establishment agreement, mission, and mandate. Despite the termination, Afreximbank emphasized that its business fundamentals remain solid. The bank highlighted its strong stakeholder relationship and the legal protection embedded in its establishment agreement, which has been signed and ratified by member states. The federal government has banned electricity distribution companies and installers from collecting any form of payment for meters, warning that DISCO's officials and installers found extorting customers will be prosecuted. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, issued the warning on Thursday during an on-site inspection of newly imported smart meters at APM Terminal, Apapa, Lagos. Adelabu said The meters were procured under the World Bank Funding Distribution Sector Recovery Program and must be installed for customers free of charge, stressing that any demand for money will be treated as an offense. This is Business News on Global News. Nasiru Usman, reporting for Signature TV News.
Still to come, landslide kills 7, dozens missing in Indonesia. Details in a moment.
This is foreign news. Russia launched drone and missile attacks on Ukraine overnight, killing 1 person and injuring 23 others, despite taking part in talks with the US aimed at ending the war. The mayor of the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, said 1 person had died and 4 had been wounded following a massive enemy attack, while Kharkiv's mayor reported that 19 people had been hurt during a sustained assault on the city. Delegations from Russia, Ukraine, and the US have been meeting in Abu Dhabi in the first trilateral talks since the Kremlin launched a full-scale invasion of its neighbors in 2022. A source has told the BBC that some progress had been made, but the key issue of territory remains unresolved. Russia occupies roughly 20% of Ukraine, including parts of the eastern Donbas region. The Kremlin wants Ukraine to hand over large areas of the territory. Ukraine has ruled this out. As the three-way talks in Abu Dhabi enter its second day, Kyiv's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, said on Telegram that 3 of the 4 people who had been injured had been hospitalized. He added that the capital's critical infrastructure had been damaged, which had left 6,000 buildings without heating. Temperatures in Ukraine are at sub-zero levels, and in a statement following the assault, President Volodymyr Zelensky said the main target of the Russians was the energy infrastructure. In Kharkiv, Mayor Igor Torokov said 19 people had been injured during the strikes in the early hours of Saturday morning. A maternity hospital and a hostel for displaced people were damaged. The Pentagon says the U.S. will offer more limited support to its allies under a new national defense strategy, marking a major shift in security priorities. The strategy now puts protecting the U.S. homeland and Western Hemisphere first, replacing China as Washington's top defense focus. The report echoes President Donald Trump's calls for greater burden sharing, saying allies have relied too heavily on U.S. military support. It insists the shift is not isolationist, but a more focused and strategic approach with allies, especially in Europe, expected to take the lead on regional threats. Russia is described as a persistent but manageable threat to NATO's eastern flank, but China will be approached with strength and not confrontation. Taiwan is not mentioned, unlike in past strategies. The document also outlines a reduced U.S. role in deterring North Korea, saying South Korea can take primary responsibility, and stresses U.S. determination to secure access to strategic areas including the Panama Canal, the Gulf of America, and Greenland. A 12-year-old boy bitten by a shark in Australia's Sydney harbour has died of his injuries. Nico Antique's parents said their son died of the injuries suffered when a large shark attacked him last week as he and his friends were jumping into the water. At the time of the attack, the children were leaping into the water of a 6-meter rock in the eastern Sydney suburb of Vaucluse. Antique was suffering from heavy bleeding when he was pulled into the police boat and taken to hospital in critical condition. The Sydney shark attack that eventually killed Antique was one of 4 recorded in the span of 2 days, which prompted officials to close dozens of the city's beaches. Australian scientists believe increasingly crowded waters and rising ocean temperatures are swaying sharks' migratory patterns, which may be contributing to a rise in attacks. A landslide killed at least 7 people, and more than 80 are missing on Indonesia's main island of Java. The landslide, triggered by heavy rainfall, struck a village in the region of West Bandung at around 2:30 a.m., damaging houses. Floods and landslides are common in Indonesia during the rainy season, which typically runs from October to March. Tropical storms and intense monsoon rains pummeled parts of South and Southeast Asia last year, triggering deadly landslides and floods from the rainforests of Indonesia's Sumatra to highland plantations in Sri Lanka. Around 1,200 people died in the Sumatra flood, and more than 240,000 were displaced, according to the BNPP. Environmentalists and experts have pointed to the role forest loss played in the flooding and landslides that washed torrents of mud into villages. The government this week stripped more than 24 permits from forestry, mining, and hydroelectric companies in Sumatra. This latest landslide also comes after torrential rains battered Indonesia's Siau Island this month, causing a flash flood that killed at least 16 people. And that's the foreign news.
It's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV. We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICT.
This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokonta. We will be talking about some interesting trending stories and movie trends, and of course, the conversation. So, first off, let's discuss what's trending. Popular gospel singer Nathaniel Bassey has warned married men against engaging in extramarital relationships with single women, saying such actions will attract grave consequences. In a now viral video where he was seen addressing a congregation, the 44-year-old singer cautioned married men who deceive young women and lead them on under false pretense. He stressed that his warning was not a joke and insisted that those involved would not escape the consequences of their actions. Bassey also warned against secret hotel meetings, adding that married men who lie about their marital status would face public disgrace. The gospel singer, who is widely known for the Hallelujah Challenge, also issued a strong warning to women who knowingly engage in relationships with married men, saying marital benefits would not shield them from consequences. Bassey urged both men and women to act with integrity and uphold moral values, emphasizing accountability in relationships. Now, before I say what I want to say, Let's listen to what he said.
Married man, and you go about deceiving young girls, leading them on. Some even go as far as sleeping with them. I place a demand on the grace of God upon my life. If you try this year, you won't survive. Your shame will not be forgotten. It will be on social media. You take a lady to a hotel, you lie, meanwhile you are married, you will not come out alive from that hotel. If you like, take what I'm saying jokingly. You too, you are a lady. If you know that the man is married, you know in your heart is married, but because of greed, but because of attention, because of Brazilian wig, Brazilian hair, you want to carry bag Louis Vuitton. If you try it, you won't survive it.
With that being said, I hope this particular table is not shaking. I mean, if the shoe, how do they say it? If the shoe fits, however, you know, like he said, let's all respect ourselves and live an integrity lifestyle, right? This particular table, a whole lot of people are victims of it, both those that do not know about it. I was actually seeing a movie that was during the holidays, and this young lady was friends with a married man to the point that she got pregnant for him. She doesn't know he's married, and this happens when the married man, maybe he had a fight with his wife, and instead of settling the issue, he tends to leave the house and go to his girlfriend's house. Now, mind you, this particular girlfriend, he got her an apartment which he pays for, and they've been in this relationship for the past 2 years. So they were planning to get married, right? He promised her marriage. Now, this is a married man with 2 kids, a male and a female. His wife, beautiful, everything okay, just, you know, normal couple fight. So unfortunately, I'm gonna make it a very short story. Unfortunately, one day he had to go back home. The wife begged him that your children miss you, even if you don't come back for me, but for the kids, right? And he came back, they reconciled, and he decided to take the kids to the office. So taking the kids to the office, his supposed girlfriend, who he make, I don't know how to put these words now, who thinks that she's dating someone that is single, came to the office and saw this man with his wife and children. She was heartbroken. Mind you, she's pregnant. She's already pregnant for him, right? She's pregnant for her supposed boyfriend, husband to be, and all. So these are the issues, the deceit in it, the whole, I don't even know how people cheat because it's very stressful. Like, how do you guys do it? It's stressful to the core. You're hiding, you're sneaking, you're doing things in a very, you're worried that, oh, let this person not call me. If the person finally call you, you're thinking of a lie to cover up. I don't know how they do it, but let's all live an integrity life. I know some people will say, why is this man thinking like or behaving like he's a god, right? Or he's more righteous. I mean, we are not righteous than Jesus Christ. But the truth is, morals must be passed down to people. Advice must be passed down to people. We all need to be guided. One person just has to say it. One person has to shake the table or even break the table so that those that do not have sense would finally have sense. All right. Famous Nigerian musician Davido has appreciated his father, Adedeji Adeleke, for coming to his defense amid the ongoing paternity drama with his alleged baby mama, Ayo Labinjo. Ayo Labinjo's teenager daughter, Anu Adeleke, had a week ago written an open letter to her alleged father, Davido, demanding a paternity test. While denying ever seeing the lady before, Davido, in a series of posts on X, stated that 5 DNA tests conducted before now show that Anu Adeleke is not his daughter. In response, Ayo Labinjo, who insisted that Davido is her daughter's father, tagged the DNA test as fake. Defending his son amid the controversy, Adedeji Adeleke, during a press conference on Wednesday, disclosed that the child's paternity test was conducted on both Davido and his cousin singer B-Red. Reacting to the developments in a post on his Instagram page on Thursday, Davido thanked his father for the public support, sharing a picture of them together. The singer wrote, "Thank you, my loving father." I mean, it takes the love of a father to actually do that. I was even, we talked about this yesterday, and that one actually took out time, invited the press, they set camera, gave him microphone, he got all his document. If when someone is prepared for you people, he's ready to tell you people the truth. He took out time to do that broadcast for 1 hour to tell you that DNA tests have been done. I don't know, I just hope, I keep saying that it should be proven that this child is the Adelekes. If not, they'll meet in court. Because there are people that you don't mess with, their personality. I keep saying, and people know that the Adelekes do not leave their children outside. Bring the children home. They are more like, bring our children home. Don't worry, my son gave you this child, right? No problem. Just bring the child home. They don't deny their children. They don't do that. So I don't know why this lady would feel that Davido is denying this particular child. For what would he even gain in denying the child when he knows he has other children? So what's the point? Anyways, ENUGU, the first child of the late Afrobeat founder Fela Anikulapo Kuti, has finally reacted to Wizkid's online fight with her brother Seun Kuti. Seun Kuti started dragging Wizkid's fan base, popularly known as Wizkid FC, last week for comparing the singer's legacy and influence with that of his father, late Fela Kuti. The fight escalated on the 6th day of the constant dragging when Seun dared Wizkid to prove he truly cared for his fans by protecting them from him. Breaking silence in solidarity to his fans, Wizkid told Seun that "I'm bigger than your father" and challenged Seun Kuti to do his worst. His response sparked controversy online, with many blaming Seun for pushing the singer to the wall, while some netizens, including some of Fela's children, berated Wizkid for disrespecting the late legend. Now, the development which led to public debates on Wizkid and Fela's legacy and influence sparked mixed reaction among Nigerian celebrities. However, amid the controversy, Yeni Kuti, speaking on the View program on TVC on Thursday, said she refused to involve herself in the fight with Wizkid because the singer is her close friend and she loves him a lot. I'm sure you must have seen this video. She keeps screaming and laughing because it wasn't even necessary. Like, what was the whole point for this whole drama for the past 7 days? It's over a week now, right? What's the whole point for this drama? What's the whole point for, "Oh, I'm bigger than your father"? "Oh, you're using my father's name and music genre to do this and do that, and you guys are just disturbing the man that is resting in peace." I mean, to think of it, right? Fela is a very big person, because imagine when you are dead and they're still talking about you. Ah, God. Imagine when you are not alive and you're still causing problems between people alive. There was one statement she made. She said, "When two elephants fight, the ground suffers." Now imagine, fans are fighting, they are killing themselves. "Oh, this, oh, that, oh my God." Oh, for what reason? Wizkid is a good musician. Fela was incredible. He lives on, yes, with the kind of music he did and the kind of legacy he left, right? Wizkid is doing great too. And what is the problem if he copied? Let's say he copied. What is the problem if he copied from Fela? What is wrong with that? I'm still trying to figure out the whole point and the reason for this whole drama since last weekend. Because it started since the weekend. Of course, we're enjoying it. Why not? We netizens, you know. But what is the whole point? Where is this leading us to, right? Where? And it's very alarming because we just tend not to give respect to our pioneers, our legends. We just, anyways. Now, social media influencer Very Dark Man has accused Afrobeat star Wizkid of disrespecting music legend Fela Kuti amid the ongoing clash between Wizkid and Seun Kuti. In a viral video released on Thursday, Very Dark Man lamented what he described as Nigeria's failure to honor its music legends, noting that veterans are often dismissed as past glory or insulted when they speak on national or industry issues. He listed several pioneers, including LD The Dawn, African China, P-Square, Two-Face Dibia, Asha, Nice, Vector, and others, whom he said deserve more respect. Very Dark Man criticized Wizkid comments claiming they triggered insults against Fela from fans and should have been handled better. He dismissed comparison between Wizkid and Fela based on Grammy Awards, arguing that Wizkid's 2021 Grammy win came as a featured artist on Beyonce's Brown Skin Girl, not from solo work. He contrasted this with Burna Boy and Tems, whose Grammy wins, he said, were earned through individual artistic merits. He also noted that Beyonce has reportedly honored Fela Kuti and revealed that Zombie was inducted into the Grammy Hall of Fame in 2025, with Fela set to receive a posthumous Lifetime Achievement Award. Defending Fela's personal life, Very Dark Man questioned why similar figures like King Solomon are revered despite comparable controversies. That's a very valid question. Very Dark Man concluded that Wizkid has not surpassed Fela Kuti or other members of the Kuti family, insisting their cultural and musical influence remains unmatched. So let's listen to what he said.
All right, you see, Nigeria is the only country in the world that don't have music legends. Nigeria is the only country in the world. America, they have their Dr. Dre, you know, when it comes to dancehall, Jamaica, they have their Benny Man, you know, different genre. Reggae, you see Bob Marley, you see Lucky Dube, you know. Nigeria is the only country that don't have music legends. You know why? Because this place, they don't call them music legends, they call them past glory. And for this reason, they have constantly disrespected people that we should idolize, people that we should respect. Person like LD The Dawn no go fit talk for any matter of this country because they go call them past glory. If African China talk, they go call them past glory. If Plantation Boys talk, if P-Square talk, if Remedies talk, if Tony Tetwila, call them. Jasmine or nothing, call them Nice. Vector the Viper, Sasha P, Asha, Where Them See, P-Square. If these people talk, they call them past glory, Two-Face Dibia. Face alone, Blackface, the Plantation Boys. You call them past glory. And you people have constantly disrespected people that you will idolize. Now, why am I talking about this? This issue going on between Wizkid and the Kuti family. Because of this reason, a lot of you have gone out of your way to disrespect Fela Kuti. And it's not fair. It's not fair. Now we're going to talk about Wizkid. I don't have a problem with Wizkid and Seun Kuti doing their thing. Personally, I feel like Wizkid would have just knocked Seun Kuti like this. If Wizkid had come out to say, well, first of all, I have a tattoo of Fela on me. Fela is somebody that I respect. If you go down to issue, somebody I love and I respect. I will not let anybody disrespect Fela. But again, you Seun Kuti, are you bigger than me? That one said for big, very good bands. But this thing when you post as Big Bad Kuti, I am Big Wiz, every day bigger than your papa. Waiting you won't do fool. This small thing where you post, you can't make the whole Twitter children start to the bash Fela name, the short Fela. Now, the one where even bust my head, I see this tweet. After Wizkid, Fela is the greatest Afrobeat artist. Fela no gets Grammy. God is dummy. Now, let's talk about Wizkid Grammy. This is Wizkid's Grammy. Wizkid, Best Music Video, 2020, Brown Skin Girl with Beyonce and Blue Ivy. Best Music Video, not even for vocal. Best Music Video. Is Wizkid a model? Is Wizkid a model? Abi Natiji Omori or Director Pink. Is Wizkid a model? Best, not for vocal, not for his music arts, not for him as a best music video. Now that Grammy they use the talk. Grammy when a Beyonce influence bring am. Grammy where share, they say Beyonce take Blue Ivy share with Beyonce picking, where they say okay, Blue Ivy take. Now you want to take disrespect Fela name? This same Grammy? Now the Beyonce where they use her influence, they give Wizkid Grammy. Now let's come to Beyonce as a person. Listen to this. What is the title? Beyonce pays tribute to late Afrobeat legend Fela Kuti at Coachella. Now zombie they play like zombie, oh zombie. That was zombie Fela. Now let's see the person where her influence give Wizkid Grammy. Let's watch. You see, Beyonce honors Fela. Now let's read. Beyonce talks Fela Kuti in recent Billboard interview. I recorded more than 60 songs. Everything I ever wanted to try, I just did. I started off being inspired by Fela Kuti. I actually worked with the band from Fela for a couple of days just to get the feel for the soul and heart of his music. It's so sexy and has a great groove. You get lost in it. You get lost in. I love these drums, all the horns, how everything was on the one. How everything was on the one. When I learned most from Fela was artistic freedom. It just feel the spirit. It just felt the spirit. This is what Beyonce, the person where give Wizkid, see Fela as a god, as an art. As you can see, Beyonce plays Fela Kuti music at a star-studded baby shower. It's an art. Now you they use play. You say Wizkid get Grammy. Take a good look at the Grammy again. Where they use they take one disrespect Fela. As if una the craze for this country. Best music video with Small Pikin, Blue Ivy, and a mama influence. Now let's come to Fela. That same thing where Beyonce play for stage, zombie, oh zombie. As you can see, it was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2025 Grammy. Wizkid music, none of his music till he dies will be inducted in the Hall of Fame. I tell you that for free. Listen to his.
So with that being said, I think this should be the conclusion of this whole drama. It's long overdue, right? Now, Hollywood has officially announced the nominations of this year's Academy Awards, celebrating the most acclaimed films and performances of the past year. With one title rewriting the record books, leading the pack is Sinners, which earned a record-breaking 16 nominations, surpassing the long-standing benchmark jointly held by All About Eve 1950s, Titanic 1997, and La La Land 2016. The achievement firmly positions Sinners as the dominant force of this awards season. Close behind is One Battle After Another with 13 nominations, while Marty Supreme, Frankenstein, and Sentimental Value each secure 9 notes. Hamlet also made a strong showing with 8 nominations. The 97th Academy Award ceremony is scheduled to take place on 15 March with US comedian Conan O'Brien set to host the star-studded event. So this award is coming up in March and we are buckling up to see who And what movie is gonna get the most award? Because Sina is already nominated for 19 good nominations. So let's see who's gonna go home with multiple awards. What movie is gonna go home with multiple awards? Let's keep our fingers crossed till March 15th. Now that's all I have for you in the news segment. We'll go on a short break, and up next is Movie Train. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. In case you missed, we just finished talking about the trending stories, and this is Movie Train segment where we tend to talk about or recommend some interesting movies for you to go see this weekend. And we have just 4 on our list: Hijack, His and Hers, The Night Manager, The Covenant. So we'll be talking about Hijack Season 2. So Hijack returned with a fresh, high-stakes, real-time thriller featuring Idris Elba reprising his role as Sam Nelson, a skilled corporate negotiator thrust into an entirely new crisis after surviving a harrowing airplane hijacking in Season 1. Sam now finds himself at the center of another life or death situation, this time on a Berlin underground train that is seized by armed hijackers during the morning rush hours. Now, with hundreds of commuters trapped underground, Sam must use everything he knows about negotiation, psychology, and quick thinking to try to keep the situation from spiraling into disaster. Meanwhile, authorities above ground scramble to understand the motive behind the attack and to find a way to end the crisis with as few casualties as possible. The season expands on the tense real-time format of the first, shifting the claustrophobic setting from an airplane cabin to the confined tunnels of the metro system, blending suspense, character drama, and mystery as viewers are left to question not just how Sam will resolve the situation, but why events have unfolded this way. You know the joke about this, I've not even seen this movie and now I'm very interested. So yes. And up next is His and Hers. I'm quite interested in this one. I just started it. I'm not. So His and Hers is a romantic drama that explores love, ego, and power dynamics within modern relationships. The film follows a married couple whose seemingly perfect union begin to crack as personal ambitions unraveled, unresolved insecurities rather, and societal expectation clash. As both partners struggle for control and validation, their relationship is pushed to the brink, forcing them to confront hard truth about love, sacrifice, and equality. And this is the main reason why I'm watching this movie. It will push you to the wall. But yeah, that's the whole preamble of that particular movie. If you've not seen it, go and see it. And if you have, maybe you'll tell me, you'll be a spoiler. I don't mind. All right, up next is The Night Manager. The Night Manager is a spy thriller based on the novel by John Le Carré. It follows Jonathan Pine, a former British soldier now working as a luxury hotel night manager whose quiet life changes after he uncovers information about an international arms dealer, Richard Roper. Recruited by British intelligence, Pine goes undercover inside Roper's inner circle, navigating the dangerous world of corruption, betrayal, and high-stake espionage. As the mission deepens, Pine must balance survival with his moral duty and to bring down a powerful criminal network operating above the law. I still haven't seen this one. So I'm recommending it to you. If you're like me that have not seen any of these movies, go and watch them during the weekend, not when you're supposed to be doing things. And finally is The Covenant. The Covenant 2025 is a Nigerian Netflix crime thriller series about ex-soldier Dagogo, who journeys into the dangerous Niger Delta creeks to find his brother Celestine, who is known as Sting. 2 years after he was presumed dead, discovering a world of militants, occult powers, betrayals, and unresolved family trauma, especially with his mother. The story blends gritty action with supernatural elements as Dagogo uncovers dark secrets and confronts spiritual forces while searching for his brother, leading to a complex narrative about survival, loyalty, and destiny. And you know the fun fact? We've actually had an interview with one of the actors on this particular movie, and he kept telling me to go watch The Covenant. Okay, now I'm interested. Because Nigeria will be outdoing themselves when it comes to Nollywood, which I'm so proud of. All right, that's all I have for you on Movie Train. Go and see all these movies so that my efforts will not be in vain. I beg you. Go and see all these movies, and we'll go on a short break. Up next is an interview we'll be having with our guests. So
get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv. Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signaturetv. This is the conversation segment. And today's salsa is more than just music and movement. It's a language spoken through reading, culture, and connection. Today we are exploring salsa as a universal language with a dancer and Spanish speaker who uses both movements and words to tell powerful stories that cross borders and bring people together. Having this conversation with me today is Eze Chisom Cynthia. She's a salsa dancer and also a Spanish speaker. I hope I did great with your intro.
You did wonderfully well.
So how are you doing?
Very fine. Like as you can see, it's a new year and the year is looking good.
Right?
Yes.
You have this whole feeling that this year is going to be great.
Honestly, seriously speaking.
That be. So I'm very interested to know why you actually decided to pick salsa as a dance step you want to be part of.
Well, should I give you the usual comment I give to people?
However, give me the long story, the drama.
Okay. The truth is that, as you can see, I am Nigerian, but I'm also Spanish. So, of course, I'm going to love Spanish dances.
Oh wait. You're Nigerian and Spanish?
Yes.
So
by blood. It's not
Okay.
like,
By birth.
It's not by birth.
So your mom is Spanish or your dad
My
is?
parents are not Spanish. That's ancestral blood.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's kind of like a joke I tell people. Do you
Yeah,
understand?
yeah.
So
why though?
So I think, sometimes people say maybe they were exposed to a particular thing when they were younger. For me, definitely, I was exposed to a little bit of Spanish. Not consciously though. You know this telenovelas, these shows on AIT Dai and all those TVs. My mom watched some of them. So that was like my first exposure to Spanish. Do you understand? And then based on church stuff, we learn Latin.
Yeah.
You understand? It's kind of still similar. But I never really took it to heart. I just knew in my subconscious I liked this thing, you understand? And all of a sudden, around that should be 2017, I knew I really liked it. I would watch videos of people speaking Spanish, dancing salsa, but like I was never doing it. I just really wanted to get the opportunity to do it. I was intrigued. It's actually intriguing. Like if you watch the dance, it is very intriguing. It's very lovely, and you don't know. You think it's like boring until you try it, and then you get addicted. And somehow in 2020, I started learning Spanish.
Okay.
But the first experience of dancing salsa was here in ENUGU actually. I don't know if you know of Slang Global.
Yeah.
A Spanish organization. So they introduced salsa there, and that was my first experience. And honestly, like I love dancing, but since I started salsa, in fact, I'm just a salsa dancer.
I hope you can dance achinkolo and waist dance and all that too. No, I'm just interested to know.
Well, truth is that like I do try, like right from when I was small, this choreography we do in primary school. Yeah, I like being part of them. Other cultural dance, church choreography, school dance, all of them. I used to be part of them.
Okay. I think I'm also interested in this salsa dance thingy.
You have to be interested though.
I know you tell me to be interested. So now, do you think salsa can communicate emotions better than words sometimes?
Yeah.
How?
Generally, dance can communicate emotions. Like there are some ways you want to express yourself, you can't express it. Like it's easier when you dance those feelings or emotions. I don't know if you understand. Salsa on its own has a rhythm and flow. Like I don't really know how I can explain it for you, but it has this rhythm and flow that is deep. Even you as the dancer, like let's say, imagine you put AirPods or headset and the music is like very loud, and you're recording yourself dancing. When you're done, maybe on a different day, just watch it and see how you feel. Like you will see what you were trying to communicate.
I see nothing.
You see, salsa has passion to it basically. And some of the songs, well, I'll speak for myself because I can understand Spanish.
Okay.
So sometimes when you're hearing the song play and you're like dancing to it, it's like I'm dancing to even what they are saying or based on what they are saying. And see, honestly, you can just express yourself with dance. So if I'm sad and dancing salsa, people that are seeing it, that can get deep into what I'm dancing would know that I'm sad. if I'm very happy, overjoyed. In fact, somebody will ask you, in my salsa class, sometimes they ask me, it's like somebody sent you money today. Yes, you're so happy. Like you're so happy. That's it. So it's like whatever you're feeling is actually what you're dishing out to the people, and they can see it. That's the funniest thing.
I know they can see it. I've actually tried having that dance with you people. That was sometime last year. That was the first time I met you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I did not feel anything. But the truth is, I think I get what you're saying. It's true. They could tell that you're happy. They could tell that you're sad through it. Now, have you ever danced salsa with someone that didn't understand your language or what you're communicating? Because I know sometimes they tend to miss the step. It's either they're stepping on the guy or the guy is stepping on them.
Honestly, yes, a lot of times. So basically, I do teach the salsa dance as well. So I would meet people that don't know the dance at first, or maybe someone just told them about the class and they want to try something new. They don't really have, they're not mesmerized by the dance, you understand? There is this kind of, it's not interesting, even though they are learners. So when I see people that, I can tell that this person is passionate about this dance from the very first time they try, even if they are missing the steps. Do you understand? Because they were interested already. They were intrigued by the dance. They felt the thing that you're supposed to feel from the dance. But like when it's someone that maybe I'm just trying to try new things, see what I can do, and maybe they told them about salsa, it's different. The feeling is different. So, and obviously they'll be making a lot of mistakes. But it's not really a big deal. I'm a very patient person and I can see it.
So would you advise the person to maybe learn Spanish first before the salsa dance? So just go ahead.
Yeah, you can dance salsa without understanding what they're saying. Oh, you see the thing is that some of these songs we dance salsa too. Like when you're hearing the beats, you're like, this song is, is life. It's giving life. The lyrics are probably very sad. That's the funniest thing. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna play one of your video right now. And you're going to tell me if you were sad or happy.
Okay.
Right? Okay, let's have the video. it's very beautiful, right? I love it. I honestly, I'm so interested. But how do you people do that thing that they're gonna flip you very soon? You know that, right? You have to just hold your grip, right? So now I'm gonna ask you that question. When you did this particular one, were you happy? Were you sad? What kind of message were you trying to pass to people?
I was I was I would say I was having fun actually.
Oh, you were just having fun.
I was having fun.
Okay.
Then the second one, I was expressing my innermost talented dancing spirit.
Because I was so interested in the fact that okay, that's South and you're wearing African print. Oh, fine, great. I mean, you're African,
Yeah.
you're Nigerian, and towards the ending, you had to do one.
You know, actually, I don't know if this will be me talking too much, but salsa, one of the origins of salsa is actually from Africa. You understand? So the drums, if you listen to, we actually have what we call Afro salsa. So, but if you listen to like older salsa music, the likes of them, Celia Cruz and etc. I can't remember their name. When you listen, you hear African drums, as in, oh my God, I wish like I had it in mind. I would have sent you a music. When you listen to it, you actually think it's a Nigerian, maybe an Igbo song.
Yeah.
So they start speaking Spanish.
Yeah.
So it's originated from Africa, and so as an African dancing salsa, first of all, Nigerians normally, Africans normally, we have our vibes when we dance. As long as I will just be doing my legs and I will not add so
Articulate it.
exactly.
All right. So, is there a moment where salsa changed the way you saw yourself or your culture?
Well, yeah. Let me not just talk about salsa. I'll talk about Spanish as well. How both salsa and Spanish changed my perspective. For one, I'll start with the one you asked about the culture. So, Igbo. My parents are Igbo, yeah, but like I don't know much about the Igbo culture because I
So
didn't.
we need to flog you right now.
Let me rephrase.
Okay.
I didn't know much about
you know
the
now.
Igbo culture. I know a lot of things. I've been doing my research, of course.
Okay.
So like it's not like I never liked the Igbo culture. I didn't grow up in an Igbo environment. You understand? So I didn't even grow up around people that like knew Igbo very well. So obviously I didn't get that much knowledge. But like when I started learning salsa, that doesn't mean I didn't want to know about the Igbo culture. I always wanted to know. As in, I felt like if I get to a space where I get to know and learn, I'll be very, very happy. But when I started learning Spanish, because I started learning it on my own initially, I didn't need anybody's help. It kind of like made me see that I can actually learn a lot of things about my culture, search about them on my own. And it made me to appreciate my culture and love it more than I already did somehow. Like learning about someone's culture opens this kind of different feeling towards your own culture as well. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah.
So that was that. Then for salsa changed me a bit. Honestly, you will not catch me dancing in public. Like aside when I was in secondary school, because I went to boarding school and we have maybe choreography and stuff like that. Then when I was small and church or primary school choreography, you will not catch me dancing outside.
Maybe it's because you've grown to an adult or something.
I don't know. But like, you will not see me dance outside, whether I'm alone or with people. I can't try that kind of rubbish. Okay, not that it was rubbish. I would say maybe I felt very, very
Your
shy.
steeze and composure had
It's
to
not
come
about
in.
the steeze and composure, but I also felt very shy, to be honest, to dance in public. I'm like, what? And then salsa dance is like, if you're not dancing alone, you're dancing with someone. And dancing with someone part just had me like, what? Like, how am I supposed to dance with someone? Like, because sometimes you're going to be close. Do you understand? I felt weird about it. But after I started learning, after a while, it took a while, and then I actually enjoyed it very much, and it made me more confident than I was at the moment. Like, it just changed a lot of things. Like, I felt more confident. I would not randomly feel embarrassed about certain things. It's not like it's even a big deal. Do you understand? You just randomly feel embarrassed. It could be maybe, okay, the way you're seated now, You know, if I sit like this, I'll be feeling embarrassed, that kind of thing. Or maybe your shoe. Oh my god, I don't want to smash. Unnecessary things.
Yeah.
But when I started dancing salsa, after I like went through that journey of dancing in public, dancing with someone, dancing in front of people, teaching people the dance, it gave me a level of confidence that I was very proud of. Like I now teach confident. I'm not scared of teaching. Yes, I didn't know I could teach. I usually shy away from things like that.
I'm going to ask you something personal. So are you working with maybe something that has to do with salsa and Spanish speaking?
Like how do you mean?
Like now you know how to speak Spanish and you dance salsa. Are you doing something around it? Aside from teaching people how to dance, right? Are you doing something around it that is generating income and all?
Well, I do teach Spanish and salsa. That is one, you understand? I'm trying to like make myself social media, open.
I get.
I'm not like, yeah, I do have social media accounts, but you won't really see. You will see salsa and Spanish there, but let me just say I've been very dormant. So I'm trying to like make it. If you check my social media from like maybe this month to mid of the year, you would see a lot of things. You
Okay,
understand?
hopefully.
But generally, I make some money from teaching. Sometimes maybe translating a document, written document from Spanish to English. You understand? And one time I almost worked as a translator, but for some certain reasons, that moment I couldn't travel for that. You understand? So,
All right. So now, for beginners, what's the first message salsa teaches before the step? I mean, you've said it communicates, right? So is there any other message it gives to somebody that you just have to have this upstairs before you start with the step?
before you start with the step, you have to have an open mind and actually be confident.
So confidence has to be something that you just need to grow confidence before you start dancing salsa.
Well, you can grow the confidence while you're dancing salsa, but if you really, the first thing is that you have to come with an open mind to dance it, because trust me, you might embarrass yourself. I'm not gonna like when you're trying to like get the first step, if you're not a dancer normally, you're most likely going to embarrass yourself. It could make you feel low because you feel like you're being stupid. Like what are you doing? You'll feel like you're being stupid, but it's not the case. If you do it once, twice, thrice, you'll be surprised.
I actually felt stupid that day.
That's the thing. You have to be open-minded. Don't feel stupid. Just come there with an open mind and be ready to make your mistakes. After like a couple of times of dancing it, you're going to get it very well. You'll be surprised. You'll be like, this is not me that was like.
So what's one big misconception that people have about salsa? I mean, I just mentioned one. The way the whole dance with your partner was, I said it looks like romance, right? So I know that's one misconception. Are there others?
That's like the major misconception. Like a lot of people be like, no, my partner must be my partner. You understand?
Yeah.
The thing is that there are boundaries. Do you understand? So there's a more romantic salsa. There's a more romantic salsa. You don't have to do that if you're not comfortable doing it. You can have salsa for fun and just enjoy the spins, the movement. There are boundaries to this kind of thing. So if it's your partner, you can decide to do whatever you want. Do you understand? So that's like a major misconception, because people be like, no way,
I'm not
no
gonna do
way,
this.
no way.
All right, so you're going to speak Spanish for us. Let me give you a sentence. You will not fall my hand now. So you're going to say, keep watching Signature TV and follow us on all social media platforms.
Okay. Hola a todos.
Be louder. Be louder.
You're making me shy.
I want to learn now.
Obviously, you cannot learn by the statement I'm going to say right now.
I can learn this one.
Okay. Continuamos a mirar Signature TV y también, por favor, sigamos en nuestros social medias. Gracias.
Say it again.
Say it again.
No, don't be. I'm trying to pick something. I didn't pick
Okay.
anything.
Okay, so I'll say it again.
Yeah.
Continuamos a mirar Signature.tv y también sigamos en nuestros social media. Gracias.
Whatever she said. Gracias. All right, thank you so much.
No sé, muchas gracias.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Sí, exacto.
What's that one now?
Thank you very much.
Sí, exacto.
No, sí, exacto is yes, exactly.
So what's thank you very much?
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Or you can say muchísimas gracias.
Okay, I've learned one thing today. Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias. We'll be speaking Spanish from now on. You guys should be very, very prepared.
God. And you actually did well that.
More often? Is that fine?
I would love to. Like, honestly, when you told me
you had a great day in this,
I
right?
did.
Okay. Fine.
Honestly, when you told me
you had a great day in this,
I
right?
did.
Okay. Fine. Okay, as a wrap up, Salsa as a universal language, we're reminded that beyond step and reading, Salsa connects hearts, cultures, and stories across the world. Thank you for sharing your passion, my darling, and showing us that sometimes the most powerful conversation happen without words.
De nada.
Okay, so the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more insightful conversations like this, trending stories, and other segments. Follow all our social media platforms, and of course, enjoy the rest of your days. Muchas gracias. I'm sure I got that.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signaturetv trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signaturetv every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signaturetv. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Hello, thanks for joining us and welcome to Inside Health, your favorite health show on Signaturetv, where we break down complex health issues into bite-sized portions that is meant to help you take care of your health and your well-being. Well, today we are going to discuss a very topical issue on neonatology, captioned Silent Cries, Recognizing Life-Threatening Danger Signs in Newborns. Well, I'm going to introduce my guests and experts in a bit. I'm your host, Signaturetv, and we invite you to be a part of this conversation. So go on over to our social media platforms on YouTube, on Facebook, go like, comment, share, of course, subscribe at Signaturetv Official. We're also live on SLTV channel 265, and we also want you to download Signaturetv app from your Google Play Store so you can be kept abreast with our latest programs. Don't go anywhere. Signaturetv is here to serve you, and Inside Health continues right after this break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is still Inside Health on Signaturetv, and today we are discussing silent cries, recognizing life-threatening problems in newborns, neonatal newborns when they are born and they have issues. How do you recognize, how do you identify, recognize, and promptly treat these danger signs in our newborns? Well, with me is a consultant neonatologist and pediatrician. He is also the provost, College of Medicine Institute, ENUGU here. He's Professor Uchenna Ikochi. Good morning, Professor. Thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you. Thank you, Chigi.
I beg your pardon. Good afternoon, rather.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And thank you for having me.
Yes. I would say congratulations is in order. You just had your inaugural lecture on the 8th of May, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Interesting. And it was massively attended because I had to do my research, and what captivated me was the topic of your inaugural lecture, the travails of minors. And it got me thinking. So I'm going to ask you.
Thank you.
Who are the minor of minors? We understand minors, but the minor of minors, especially in a setting, a financially challenged setting like ours, who are those? Who are you talking about?
Okay, thank you so much. You are not the only one that had that challenge.
You had a very good, you had a very good play with words there.
yeah, because a lot of people, when they saw that topic online, and he raised a lot of questions. People are saying, what do you mean by minor of minors? And I tell you, Chigi, I was the one that invented that terminology. You don't see it anywhere.
I know, no, I have not
Yeah,
seen
you can't Google it and find it anywhere. I invented it. Do you understand? Because minor, we know, is anybody that is below any
certain age.
That's 18 years.
18 years.
Age. Then inside that minor, there is now the one I described out of my experience and practice as the minor of minors. These are the newborn. Do you understand? Because we are talking about minor as people who, somebody who is dependent. You know, they are dependent on certain caregivers for their development and survival. Then we are looking at people who are now critically dependent for their survival and development. That is the newborn.
Interesting. It actually makes sense because with the other older minors, at least they could talk, they could describe their feelings.
Yes.
But with the minor of minors,
you are talking of somebody who is critically dependent. They are down the minor. If you're in the category of the minors, you now have the minor of the minors.
Now, in a financially challenged setting like Nigeria, what are their travails?
Well, their travails are numerous. They are numerous. And when I talk about travails, we're talking about the things that cause morbidities and mortalities.
When you say morbidity and mortality, what do you mean?
Morbidity is the diseases or troubles, take it that way. The mortality is death.
Okay.
Do you understand? Okay. And in that my lecture, I singled out of my experience and practice 3 major causes of morbidity and mortality in this category of children, known as the minors, the newborn. And they are the asphyxia, the neonatal sepsis, and the prematurity.
Could you break it down?
Good. Asphyxia is, simply put, inability of a baby to initiate and sustain breathing at birth. As you and I know, when you breathe, you take in oxygen. And oxygen, through all the mechanisms, is what keeps the body. So if a baby is born, is not able to initiate breathing, is not able to sustain it, it goes into causing a lot of problems within the system. In fact, it affects all the systems because the oxygen concentration will go down, and that is the state we call hypoxia, and affects all the systems, ranging from the central nervous system to respiratory system to digestive system, all the systems in the body, all the organs and systems and functions are affected.
Interesting.
So that is asphyxia.
Okay.
And when you come to prematurity, that's a baby that came out of the mother before 37 completed weeks of gestation. Now, the mother's womb is the best incubator the baby can stay in and ensure good development and survival. So if the baby comes out before 37 completed week of gestational week, then that baby is prescribed as preterm, premature baby. Do you understand? If you come to that category, we still have those who are extremely preterm, very
it's a spectrum.
It's a spectrum. Do you understand?
Okay.
So now, if the baby comes out and is being cared for in the environment, if the baby catches infection due to suboptimal care, the baby develops what we call neonatal sepsis. And it's also going to affect the system. It's going to affect every organ function in the body.
So sepsis exactly means?
Newborn infection.
Infection.
Infection of, yes, presenting with symptoms and signs.
Okay, okay. There's a third category. You mentioned asphyxia, prematurity, there's a third, and sepsis.
Yes.
Now, what are those telltale signs, even if it's one each, that a caregiver or a parent, a woman, if she's conscious, could look at in her newborn and say, no, this is a red flag?
Now,
when it comes to asphyxia, what would she look at and notice? When it comes to of course, prematurity, it wasn't up to term. But when it comes to sepsis, what are those indicators or indication that shows that this child has an issue?
Okay. Now, let's start with asphyxia. I like this topic you gave this presentation. It's a silent cry.
Yes.
You know, in our environment, we assume that once the baby comes out, it should cry. That's the general thinking. Actually, well, cry, fine. Cry connotes that the baby is breathing. But we, the clinicians, are more interested in the breathing. You understand? The baby should be breathing within the first minute of life or be helped to breathe. That's the golden minute.
Is that why they are turned upside down? And
No. That's a very bad thing to do
good
in delivery. You don't beat a baby. You don't need to beat a baby. You don't. It is criminal. And that is what I was trying to emphasize in my lecture. I said these things are neonatal abuse. It's a newborn abuse syndrome. You can't beat a baby. Why are you beating a baby? A baby that is delivered properly should be breathing and could also cry. Do you understand? So when he cannot breathe or is not able to sustain, he may start breathing but he's not able to sustain it. That is what we describe as asphyxia.
Okay.
Do you understand? And
so
I told
you notice the child struggling with
breathing. But, well, one of the other ways you can present, which is the major thing people are looking at, is the cry. So they tell you a baby did not cry at birth. Do you understand? But we said if he doesn't cry, but he's breathing well, there's no problem. Don't beat him to cry. It's not necessary. Do you understand? The only thing you could say, oh, he's not crying. Let's look closer. A trained hand should be able to observe and say, no, don't worry. Allow this baby. He's breathing well. The color is fine. The activity is fine. He will cry when he wants to cry. So don't bother. So this issue of turning the baby, beating, smashing and slapping the baby, giving an injection and all that to make the baby cry. Why are you? Do you understand?
Interesting. Now, there's another key word in your team. You said resource-limited settings.
Yeah.
Which means you restricted their travels to resource-limited settings like Nigeria. Why do you think a limited resource has a major impact on these children, on the minor of minors?
Good. I use that term, resource-limited setting, because I did a work with some of my research partners in Canada and in Brazil. And we're looking at characteristics, clinical characteristics of babies that are asphyxiated in these 3 income zones, income countries. And
Canada,
yes,
Brazil
and
Nigeria.
And you know what interested me so much? I found out that we got about 100 and almost 190 something babies. But Nigeria contributed more than 2/3 of that asphyxiated babies. So it's actually our problem. Yes. So it's actually our problem. That's what I'm saying, that asphyxia is really our problem. So over there, the incidence is very low. It's the problem there, but it's not as critical as it is in our environment.
Interestingly, when you pedal backwards, because asphyxiation, something may have gone wrong with either the childbirth or during gestation, which is outside of your jurisdiction, because that is OBGYN.
Good.
But is there any way pediatricians and OBGYNs can work together and identify asphyxia even before it presents?
Very good. You asked a very good question, Chigi. It is actually a collaborative thing. The issue of asphyxia cannot be tackled only by the pediatricians or the neonatologists. The obstetrician has to come in. In fact, after this, my lecture, we have started forming what we call stop asphyxia movement.
Interesting.
Stop asphyxia movement, SAM for short.
Mm.
Do you understand? And that group is going to comprise of the neonatologists, pediatricians, the obstetricians, or any other health worker that is interested in saving the life of the philanthropists. We're inviting them to come and join.
And policymakers.
And policymakers. That's what I'm saying. Philanthropists, policymakers, because we have to really fight this problem, because it's our problem.
It is.
It is.
Talking about policymakers, in your lecture, the SSG to ENUGU State Government was present.
Yeah, he was present.
What was the major takeaway for him? Were you able to find out
in that lecture,
any action points?
Good, I will tell you, because I was stressing the fact that you see now, asphyxia is our problem, and it's a bigger, in fact, it's number one killer of newborn in our environment. But to my surprise, there's nothing like World Asphyxia Day. If you Google it, you will see it. You have World Water Day, World Women Day, World Everything Day, Everything Day. But asphyxia, because it's an African problem, it's a disease of the resource-limited settings. So I said in that lecture that this year we're going to start that in ESUT as ESUT Asphyxia Day, State Asphyxia Day. Then we will now move it further.
This deserves an applause.
Do you understand? We're going to move it further to a global.
Can it be pitched to WHO to adopt?
That's our target.
Interesting.
We are actually looking at, championing that, and to the extent that it will become a global issue.
Good.
You understand? So that we can have World Asphyxia Day, but we'll start with ESUT Asphyxia Day, ENUGU State Asphyxia Day. We're going to teach, make a massive education concerning asphyxia. What is the cause? How can it be prevented? How can it be handled? Do you understand?
And Signaturetv would actually be on ground to help with.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you,
it's
because
something that
it was one of the things
about.
that SSG actually picked up and said, work on this. Let's see how it goes.
Interesting.
So that we can tell people what causes asphyxia, how it can be prevented, since it is the number one killer of our babies.
Children, of newborn.
Yes.
Wow. But the issue, the newborn issue that is known everywhere, everybody knows about it, is preterm, premature. What actually predisposes a woman to having a premature baby?
There are so many of them. Okay. You understand? There are so many of them. If a woman is hypertensive and it can what we call preeclampsia, it can get to the level of eclampsia, and the baby can be delivered prematurely. The infection can cause it, congenital anomalies can cause it, chromosomal anomalies can cause it. Do you understand? There are so many things. I'm not an obstetrician, but I know these are some of the things you can see that can dispose to the baby coming out.
Yes. Another interesting aspect of your inaugural lecture was this pamphlet. You called it the Mother's Guide, Common Danger Signs in Newborns. You, of course, compiled it.
Yes, I compiled it.
Now, looking at this picture, there are a couple of pictures here. You talked about a child being unconscious, but I'm particularly interested with swollen abdomen. A child is giving birth to and the abdomen is distended. Tell us, what exactly are the causes, and then what are the signs that you look out for? I know sometimes most mothers, after they give birth, they are tired, some are unconscious, or maybe for the dads and for the caregivers that are around, what are the signs they can look out for to say, this child has an issue, we should call the attention of a doctor?
Thank you. You and I know that when you take in food, it goes through the system and you pass it out. If you take in food and it couldn't go out again, the abdomen will become distended.
An issue.
Do you understand?
It's an issue.
So if we are talking of what causes abdominal distension in the newborn, it is so many, ranging from the fact that maybe the anus is not patent. So whatever goes into the baby will not come out.
Interestingly, there is this time in the course of the child's development, while still suckling, it seems as though there's a window of 2 or 3 days that a newborn does not defecate. Is that a danger sign?
No, it's not. Don't go there, because when a baby is born, it could defecate within the first day, 24 hours. If it doesn't do that, there should be closer observation.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
There should be close observation. If it doesn't defecate the second day, the third day, and you're seeing other signs, but you're sure that the anus is patent. So if the doctor have checked and see that anus is patent and everything is normal, then you keep watching. But if that is not the case, you have to do something. So a baby that is taking food, taking breast milk, should be able to pass stool. In absence of that, you start looking for the possible cause. It's either that the system is not patent, the alimentary canal is not patent, so whatever goes in could not come out, or the baby is infected, or there is other congenital anomalies within the gut that is causing that. So it is left for the expert to, through tests, through examinations and all that, find out what is the cause. But that is not the reason why I put up this thing.
Please tell
Why
us.
I said it is because I've worked a lot in the newborn life. I said I've practiced neonatology for the past 14 years as a specialist and 22 years as a doctor. So I've seen that when our mothers come with these babies, they tend to present with complications. Do you understand? Take for instance, this baby that came with a distended abdomen. It doesn't just wake up and saw distended abdomen on the baby. Do you understand? This baby could have given a warning sign. Maybe a baby that suckles 3-4 times in a night, suckles only once. It becomes a warning sign. A baby that passes 2-3-4 times in a day could not just pass once, but is feeding. It becomes a problem. So that's the earliest warning sign for you to say, doctor, I observe these things in my baby. What is the cause? The doctor say, come, let's look at it. If it's something that can be knitted at the butt, that should be handled. If there's no problem, he will assure you. But looking at this now, this abdomen is distended, is embarrassing the respiration, is causing a lot of problem. Maybe the baby is already infected, or maybe have developed what we call necrotizing enterocolitis. The gut is already in trouble. Do you understand?
Yes.
And by the time it's coming to us, it's coming with numerous complications. The facilities, the bed space may not even be there to accommodate because we have a challenge of limited facilities, limited care and all that. So I put up this so that the earliest sign you can see should be a warning sign that will prompt a mother to rush to the hospital.
All right, can you just give us a list of the signs? We have talked about a baby not breathing well at birth. We've talked about distended, swollen abdomen. What other signs?
Let me help you.
Okay.
You're talking of the earliest signs. You're talking of looking at, babies don't talk.
Yes. That's why you call them the mind of minors.
Yes, that's why I call it. They don't talk. They are dependent on you to interpret their problems. But they can show you signs. They don't talk, but they have a lot of signs. But the signs are subtle to the extent that untrained hands don't understand it. And that's what I'm talking about, training our mothers. Let me give you an instance. A baby will show you signs through the cry. Thank God you talked about silent cry. The cry is supposed to be loud. If the cry is not loud, then there may be a problem. Do you understand? So cry is supposed to show a sign through his stooling pattern.
Interesting.
Do you understand? So say a sign through sleeping pattern, feeding pattern, activity, color. Do you understand? Then breathing. Do you understand? So these are the signs that the baby can show you. When there is any problem in these critical areas I've gone through, you should be able to suspect that this baby is trying to tell you, I'm sick. The cry pattern has changed. The stooling have changed. The sleeping pattern have changed. The feeding pattern has changed. The activity have changed. The color have changed. The breathing have changed.
No, some people may attribute it to growth of the child.
No. You are not meant to interpret it. Once you notice that change, take him to an expert. The expert, that's the problem we have. We try to interpret them. And by the time we are interpreting, it's giving us a baby's yellow. You saw a change in the color. Jaundice. Yellow. You go to interpret it, they will tell you, no, every baby born can have that. Go and put him under sunlight.
Exactly.
Do you understand?
Exactly.
The third day, the fourth day, the baby will now begin to, start stiffing, refusal to suck, and they are coming with complications. I did studies in the newborn, and I discovered that most of our mothers that brought these jaundice babies, they don't present with it. They say, my baby is yellow. Rather, they will present with complications. The baby have refused to suck. The baby is now stiff. The baby is convulsing. They understand? So they present with complications. And the reason for this, why I developed this, we should actually look at those earlier signs, and present with it, not waiting for the complication.
Now, you did mention that mothers need to be trained.
Yes, they need to
I'm
be
still
trained.
going to get to the final action points of your inaugural lecture, because there must be action points from the lecture just to ensure that things go as planned. Now, mothers that need to be trained, what is the framework you plan to use to ensure that mothers are well trained? Because it's one thing to have a message, another thing to deliver the message in the right language to the right people. So is there a framework, just the way you mentioned your SAM SAM about World Asphyxiation Day? Is there any other framework for training the mothers? Tell us about it.
Good. The issue of training is very important. As a researcher, I don't advocate for things I have not proved. I've done a work that shows that training can make a lot of difference. It's an interventional study that I did in 2022. I went into a community, 2 communities.
Here in ENUGU?
Yes, here in ENUGU. I discovered, I interviewed them on how many of these mothers can tell me spontaneously danger signs they know in the newborn. And lo and behold, it was very poor. Knowledge of danger sign was very poor. To the extent that most of them, the few that knew something about danger sign, could only volunteer fever. Only fever. That's what thing they know. But I can tell you that it's not only fever that is bad, there are so many of them. You understand? So, training, after that, I went back again, trained them, came back again, and
followed up.
You understand? And discovered that after that training, their knowledge increased. And behold, those who can now name up to 3-4 danger signs offhand increased. And those people actually attested the fact that once they see this danger sign, they took their baby to the hospital. So the right healthcare seeking behavior was seen in those people that were able to have good knowledge of danger sign.
How do you plan on sustaining this?
Yes, the more they have knowledge of danger sign, the better their healthcare seeking behavior.
All right.
The earlier they can present to hospital.
You know that I'm really impressed with the fact that you are basing your research on the fact that we are resource limited.
Yeah.
And another challenge that comes with this is manpower, capacity.
Yeah.
How has capacity in terms of trained pediatricians, how has it actually increased the travails of minors?
Yeah, it has increased the travail because you have limited.
Can you give me, well, a semi-quantitative estimate of the number of pediatricians as compared to the children? What are the numbers? Because we know that regular doctors, the numbers are just alarming. It could be one doctor to 200 and
2,000.
Oh, 2,000.
That's what we have now. Our WHO recommends.
This is not good.
WHO recommends 1,600. What we have in Nigeria is 2,000.
What's the case with pediatrics?
It's even worse. It's even worse.
People, it's as if doctors run away from pediatrics.
It's even worse, and it's worse with the neonatologists. Look at, if you go to our platform, we can only have about 250 something, the entire country, neonatologists.
250
Yes.
something.
And I tell you, some of them are not even around. So this issue of Japa syndrome is a big trouble. As I'm talking to you now, many people are already packing their loads to leave the country. So we're training and they're leaving. And our people are suffering. So it's a big challenge. I must tell you, it's a very big challenge. Manpower in the healthcare sector is a big challenge. And what does it lead to? It leads to severe burnout syndrome.
Of course.
For the few
for
hands
the
that are
people
available.
who are on ground.
So when you come to the hospital, you see doctors are already, if you don't control your emotion, you become, because you're seeing this one coming in with another one is coming, another one is coming, only on one person. So it's a big problem.
I'm glad the SSG was there to
yeah, we emphasized all these things. The lecture was very global. It brought a lot of things, a lot of issues into limelight on how we can help our people.
Now, while we're talking initially, you did mention something that was very important about your inaugural lecture. You said 2 major take-home. One is awareness training of the mothers. There's a second action point. I want you to elucidate on that action point.
Okay. In the inaugural lecture, I talked about training. That's creating awareness, global awareness, a very massive awareness of asphyxia and the cause of asphyxia and how it can be prevented. Then I talked about the issue of maternal education.
Yes.
Do you understand? And I said, if we're talking about maternal, I believe in grassroots, that I'm going to work with the Ministry of Health to develop a curriculum. Do you understand? So that we can begin from the secondary school to train our mothers to be.
Secondary school.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes, so that if you domicile maternal and newborn health, do you understand? Where you can bring in this danger sign and teach it to secondary school leaver, maybe from senior secondary school. As you're coming out of secondary school as a mother, as a prospective mother,
you're
as
already
you're
with
already
knowledge.
with knowledge of danger signs. So that if you eventually finished and got married, the first baby you're having, you're looking out for it. That is how societies that want to solve their problem operate. It's not a haphazard thing. Let us start it from the grassroots. Let there be a structure. Do you understand? Let there be a curriculum that when they come into their civic education, or it can be a standalone topic taught as maternal and newborn health.
Do
you understand?
It could even come under civic education.
It can come under civic education. That's what I proposed in that my paper. You can see it here. You understand? So I said it can come in. I can work with the Ministry of Education to get it domiciled. It can be just few hours topic that be taught to these students, so that as they are coming out, they're already equipped with danger signs. They can even visit somebody in the house and see a baby in the house. I say, this is dangerous.
Yeah.
Take this baby to the hospital. You understand?
Interesting. Now you've done a lot of work.
I've done a lot.
You're even a co-inventor.
Yes, I invented
What is ENUGU?
ENUGU is NUA tape. You know, when I say NUA, I said I use that word NUA because I want it to go far. NUA is in the Bible, even though it's not the same spelling.
It's not the same.
You understand? But once you hear say NUA is a common distance. So everybody knows. I said NUA. I invented it with my colleagues. It's not just me.
Yeah, you were a co-inventor. Yeah.
On that.
Tell us about it.
N it stands for is already patented. Do you understand? It's a non-stretchable tape that can be used to identify babies that have low birth weight. Do you understand? Because birth weight is one of the signs that you can use to identify a premature baby.
But why use a tape when you can weigh the child?
Good. Go to our rural areas where 70% of the birth take place in the home. How many of them have weighing scale? How many of them know how to read it? How many of the scales are working? That is our problem. We should look at how to solve our problem. Indeed. I'm a grassroots person.
Indeed.
Do you understand? So I said, we develop this tape so that they can take it to the hinterland, take it to our rural people who the skills, or what the skills are bad, it's not maintained. Do you understand? So that if they get this tape, strap it up. And if it ends in the red zone, run. This baby cannot be managed in a non-standard facility. If it ends in the yellow zone, well, you can manage, but you must be looking out for danger signs. And at the earliest prompt, you take the baby to where the care can be received. If it ends in the green zone, then you can comfortably manage, but still be watching out for possible danger signs. So it is something we developed out of our experience and practice, so that we can be able to attend to these babies at the grassroots, especially with poorly trained or untrained hands. Do you understand? Not specialists that are handling these babies. Because give it or take it, most of these deliveries are still occurring at home.
Interesting. Go ahead, sir.
So it's still occurring at home. And that is what another place, the engine that is manufacturing asphyxia. So in this book, I'm talking about how to promote facility delivery, how to make our mothers come to hospital to deliver. Don't deliver at home. You are not goats. You are not animal.
All right.
Do you understand?
Well, before I go on a break, I guess most of them don't come to the hospitals, not because they don't like hospitals, but some of them don't even have the transportation or the means of coming.
Good.
Now,
I must also tell you another thing that scares people away. If you go to hospital, even the attitude of the health workers can scare people away. So I said in this is my book, that we work on the attitude of the health workers to give them a receptive hand so that they can come. then we should be able to. Cost is a major thing in the resource limited setting that scares these mothers away from the hospital.
Cost.
So hospital government have to step in. They can subsidize.
Yeah, subsidize. Yes.
They can offer delivery packs at a subsidized rate to these mothers so that they can come. They should also place a ceiling for the charge of normal delivery and cesarean sections within the state. So you don't go beyond that. If you want to go beyond that, maybe because of specialist care you've given, you must clear with the Ministry of Health. I said I can work it with the Ministry of Health. But another thing I said that I'm also going to do is to make sure that these facilities that take care of births are accredited. Do you understand? So
isn't that the job of NMA?
It's a collective job. Okay. Both NMA, both State Ministry of Health can work on that, even if Federal Ministry of Health. So you have accredited centers for childbirth, and it will be designated in the signboard. Just as you see secondary schools and primary schools say accredited by, there should be accredited center for childbirth, so that you don't have any business entering anywhere, any place to go and deliver a baby if you don't see sign of being accredited.
Interesting.
Do you understand?
Interesting. All right, we're not done, Prof. You have a lot to give.
I have a lot.
I can sense it. We'll still talk more, but right now we'll have to go on a break. And when we come back, we're going to go online to find what people are saying about this topic, and we're going to discuss it, and then you're going to be busting some myths for us. All right. So do stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Inside Health continues right after now.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to my Doctor and I segment on Inside Health. Don't forget that we are still discussing silent cries and how to recognize life-threatening signs in newborn. So this is where we go online and then we glean some tweets online and then we try to discuss it. So Ngozi Cares, a community health advocate, says this is heartbreaking but sadly not surprising. We urgently need better training for health workers in rural areas. When will the government invest where it truly matters? You know, like I said, the SSG was in your inaugural lecture. When will he give you a feedback?
Well, in fact, he said in his speech that we can work with the Ministry of Health, that is the Commissioner and the Ministry of Health, to see how we can kickstart this proposal. You understand? I've called the Commissioner for Health. He has invited me.
Interesting.
I'm going to go.
Interesting. So there's light at the end of the tunnel.
There is.
All right.
Definitely.
Moving on, Musa Baba 89, a concerned father says, I lost my son at 3 weeks because we didn't know he had an infection. How do we educate families better on newborn danger signs? I guess that's what we are doing here.
Good, that's what we're doing. And we have developed the mother's guide.
Yes.
You can see.
If the camera can just capture this, how can we make this available?
In fact, I tried as much as I can because I shared up to 700 copies of this in my lecture as a souvenir. And at the back, you have that.
Yes.
Look at it.
Yes, yes.
You can show. So that's what I showed. So anytime you see any of this sign in your baby, it is a danger sign. You just have to take this baby to the health center.
Hospital.
You understand?
All right. Moving on, Zainab Wright. Wow, I guess this is going on now. It says Professor Kochi's interview is a wake-up call. Why is neonatal care still such a low priority in national health discussions?
Because I told you, newborn is helpless. They are not political. They can't talk. When they cry, their cry is low because their vocal is low. We are only the one that should advocate for them. If they are politicians, they have big money.
They know how to fight for themselves.
They know how to fight for themselves and get into the policy makers. They understand. But I tell you another thing. Because we are advocating for them. That's why we're doing all these things. And if we don't do that, if they don't survive, I wonder what will happen to the next generation. Because if we want to have the next generation, we must care for our newborn today. That's
interesting. Moving on. Hope for Every Baby, an NGO account says we must amplify this. No baby should die because of poor infrastructure or lack of awareness. We're working in Kano to train birth attendants, and others should join.
That's a good one.
Yes, yes.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
So,
Makina.
Yes.
Carry on.
So do you think community health workers, what should be their role?
Everybody have a role in this call, wake-up call. Everybody.
So there won't be any professional, squabble as to this is my area, you're not.
No, you remember that I said in the Stop Asphyxia movement, both the professionals in terms of healthcare and non-professional. If you don't have, if you can't train, you should be able to support. Do you understand? Because we are going to train on neonatal resuscitation, we are going to train on essential newborn cares and other practices that will enhance newborn survival. So training is part and parcel of it. Do you understand? Awareness, massive awareness, is part and parcel of it, of our mission.
All right.
Because when we bring all these things together, we should be able to stop asphyxia.
Hopefully. Interesting. Mr. Ikenna, a teacher, says this is a societal failure. If we can't protect our most vulnerable, what hope is there for the rest of our children?
He nailed it.
He nailed it.
He nailed it. If we can't protect them, they're in trouble.
Well said. Titi Talks Health, a health blogger, says, are there any mobile apps or local campaigns currently helping parents recognize early signs of neonatal distress?
Good. If you look at this book, this is my public inaugural lecture.
Yes.
I emphasized, I said, we have developed this today as a mother's guide. When I'm in a short while, there will be an app.
An app
that will educate our mothers on danger signs. It will be in their food, so they'll see it.
You have a lot.
Last week, I shared it as a flyer, but soonest we'll have it as an app.
Wow.
Because we have to stop it.
I applaud your vision. I really do. And you will get all the help and the support you need.
Thank you so much.
Yes. All right. Adamama NG, a mother and advocate, says, as a mother, this hits hard. We need village health outreaches, not just hospitals in cities. When will rural mothers matter too? This is a very emotional one.
Very emotional. Very emotional. Because I told you, 60% or more of the deliveries actually occurs in the rural area. And that is where these asphyxias are being bred. So if we don't do anything to get them involved, let them know this thing is preventable.
Yeah. All right. Dr. Eze, public health, a medical doctor, says, very timely, Prof. Kochi is right. Our system is reactive, not preventive. Training for traditional birth attendants must be scaled up urgently. Interesting. Fantastic. So many people share your sentiments.
Yes.
Yes.
Because it is hewn out of practice.
Out of research,
out of research and practice.
It's evidence-based.
It's evidence-based. We are not talking about something that is not with us. It is here with us. The knowledge is poor.
It is.
Because they will end up coming with complications and not the initial signs. So if we train them on how to recognize this thing as it comes, they don't have any business with complications. They will handle it. Jaundice will show you yellowness
of the eyes.
But they will not come. They will come when he has damaged the brain. And the baby is now an imbecile. So what can you do? Even with all the big facilities around, even in the best care centers, you may not be able to salvage that baby again.
All right. Lukman Speaks, a youth leader, says, this is beyond sad. What practical steps can young people take to support newborn health in our communities? Like you said, we're all stakeholders.
We're stakeholders.
Yeah. So what can young people even do? Which I should agree with you that awareness
from school.
So that a young person can see a child of a mother who is clueless and say, there's an issue here.
There's an issue here. and they will give you a clue on how to go about it. It's not
It's not rocket science.
It's not rocket science. It is something doable in our environment. So as soon as this movement is kicking out, it's going to be very, very radical. We're going to have a radical movement to ensure that we stop asphyxia. We make danger signs known to practically everybody in our society. So that as soon as you notice it, you rush to a health care center and get care.
Yes. Obina Codes, a tech developer. Why don't we have a national newborn health tracker app yet? Talking from his experience. Parents need accessible tools to monitor baby health and symptoms.
That's technology.
That's technology.
Yeah, they have a role. I've told you about the app we're planning to develop.
Yes.
It's very important. Everybody should come into this fight. And I know that by God's grace, we'll get some huge success.
And a big amen to that.
Thank you.
ZCare Africa, an NGO representative, says we've been advocating for decentralized health education in Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. Wow. Health literacy should not be a luxury. So they're trying to decentralize knowledge in the different, because most of this
is fantastic.
Yes,
that's
great
taking
job.
it to the grassroots.
Yes,
they will understand it better. Put it in the simplest language they can flow with, and it will make a lot of difference. It will make a huge difference.
Interesting. Now, the Mama Forum is a parenting group. Can we talk about postnatal visits? This is interesting. Many women never return to clinics after childbirth. How can we fix follow-up care? Because if there are some of these things that could actually have been identified if the mother had come for postnatal check. Yes. So, does the scope of the movement accommodate postnatal checks?
Well, it may not be, but it's not out of order. They understand. Postnatal care, postnatal visits. You know, the challenge of postnatal visit in our system is numerous. One, you talk of security, you talk of acceptance, you talk of availability of health workers to even do that. They understand? Because you're actually meant to go and survey the environment where this newborn is going to be cared for after leaving the hospital. They understand? And when you get there, you could also pick this danger sign because you're a trained hand and say, madam, this is a danger sign, let's go back to the hospital. So it's wonderful. They understand. But if we also train these mothers to pick it themselves and come, since we can say if Mohammed cannot go to the mountain, the mountain should come to the mountain.
Better still, the mothers can pick it up.
They can pick it up and now come to. So we're not throwing away postnatal visit entirely, but we're saying let's also even educate those who are, because I tell you, the mother is the best doctor for the newborn. Do you understand? The mother is the best doctor for the newborn. He stays with the baby 24 hours.
Sleeps, wakes up.
Yes, wakes up. So, the earliest danger sign the baby is going to show, he will show it to the mother first. It's only that the mother will not be able to recognize it. The cry has changed, the mother didn't recognize it. The color have changed, they couldn't recognize it. The stooling pattern have changed, he doesn't recognize it. Do you understand? The feeding pattern has changed, he couldn't recognize it. The activity have changed, the color have changed, the breathing have changed. So how do we make these mothers to understand this? That's all. So that they can come and hand this baby over to us at the earliest time.
To avoid complications.
All
right, finally, Ibrahim Kanu, a policy analyst, says this isn't just about hospitals, it's about governance, budgeting, accountability. Do we know how much Nigeria spends on neonatal care annually?
That's a problem. That's the issue. He's making a very big point.
A very big point.
Because I told you, the newborn is not a politician. So he may not be able to get a large chunk.
So from the health budget on health.
But I thank God for in our own local states.
Yes.
You see that the budget to health, in fact, the two major sectors that had the highest chunk of the health and education.
Yes.
And that shows a society that wants to develop. So our own governor is an action man. Do you understand? So if you want a society to go far in development, you must invest hugely in education and in health. And that is what we're talking about. So education is not just
health
education. And you see how type 2 primary health centers is springing up in all the world. So it shows you a man who really wants his people to survive. So kudos to our governor.
Kudos to our governor.
Doctor, yeah,
Yes.
Dr. Barrister Peter Ndubisimba has done a lot, and he's still doing it. He's still on it. He's not backing. He's doing a lot massively to ensure that we have the next generation in Enugu State by giving us good health, good education.
Aren't we
So
blessed?
thank you for that.
Aren't we blessed? Thank you.
We are blessed.
All right, so these are some myths. I told you you're going to be busting some myths because there are some misinformation that we need to correct based on this. Now, myth one says, if a baby is meant to survive, it will survive. More like saying, what will be, will be. If he's meant to stay, he will stay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. God give, God has taken.
Exactly.
In fact, just clean your eyes. Go and prepare for another one. Yes, because they say, see the baby as he's not contributing to the finance of the house. In fact, the mother can always bring out the baby.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So he can also bring another one. They say, go. Don't worry, God, he has gone. Go and prepare for another one. It's not good.
The lack of responsibility.
You didn't know that one that is being wasted could be the next president. It could be the next minister. It could be the next professor. Do you understand? And because he's still at that stage, he could not talk. He doesn't have power. He doesn't have any energy. You just waste him. That's bad. Do you understand? Think of what he can be in future. Think of what if I was wasted when I was born. Do you understand? And I'm not a professor, and I've done a lot to affect.
So much work.
So, had it been that I was wasted, just think of the person that is saying it. Think of you yourself. You were wasted when you were born. You were not given the appropriate care. And now you have seen what the impact you've been able to raise in the society. If you are wasted, you won't be able to do that. Imagine that our own governor was wasted when he was born.
Don't even go
and
there.
see the massive development that is happening in Enugu State. Are we not blessed to have that kind of person?
Indeed.
So if he was wasted when he was born,
every child is precious.
Everybody is precious. So we shouldn't see that's the problem we're having. So they don't give that.
All right, let's get to the next one because we're already out of time. Seizures, of course, convulsions or yellow eyes in newborns are spiritual problems.
That's another issue. It's a spiritual problem.
It's a medical problem.
It's a medical problem completely. There's nothing spiritual there.
About it.
Do you understand? And I tell you about this illness of the eye. I've done a lot of study on it. And there are people who believe it's spiritual. One, they say go and get Otangele and put it there to clear. Put breast milk,
eyeliner.
Put breast milk. Drop it in the eye. Who told you that? That is not the problem.
Guess this is what education and
good. We're going to do that. We're already doing that so that pigment that is causing yellowness of the eye is also causing damage to the brain. There is no place sunning the baby. Take that baby to the hospital. Let the experts see the baby. In a short while, if you don't do that, that brain is be damaged and baby will become an imbecile. You understand? So there's nothing spiritual, absolutely no spiritual issue.
All right. Next, how home remedies or traditional herbs can treat all newborn illnesses?
I must tell you, well, see local concussion. It has done a lot to our people, and I have a research on that. Do you understand? The issue of having all these congenital anomalies.
Why are these people who peddle local concoctions, why are they not being regulated?
That is failure of the arm that's supposed to regulate it. Somebody, if you go now, the next morning, you go down to the village or go to your street, you see people peddling a lot of herbs, unchecked, and the people are drinking it. They say, drink this one, it will make you lose weight. Drink this one, it will make you conceive. Drink this one, it will make terrible, terrible things, and people are drinking it. And when they bring out their baby, it is
so sad.
It has a lot
There's
of
even one. Let's not go there. You drink it so that your baby will be lean, so you can come out the birth canal without causing much damage. Well, we're hopeful that education will do the needed work it needs to do so that mothers can do better. Only first-time mothers need to be taught about newborn care. And you would see that after the first child, subsequently they hardly come for antenatal because they feel they are now lords in this.
And do you know why I'm talking about the mothers? Do you understand? Because the mother is the best doctor for the baby. And I tell all the mothers, please get close to your baby. Do you understand? There should be rooming in. That's why WHO is advocating 24 for exclusive breastfeeding.
Yes.
Feed this baby with breast milk alone for the first 6 months. Breast milk contains everything that the baby needs. Do you understand? So stay with your baby so that you can pick these signs as early as it comes. I know that there is omugo. Your grandmother will come, relatives will come, you have a house help and all that. Don't hand over your baby to your house help or to your mother-in-law. It is your baby.
It's your baby.
Hold him, hold that cuddle. Do you understand? Be very close so that you can pick the sign. The bonding should be there. So you can pick the sign as you are his or her doctor.
What's the cure for laziness? Many mothers actually.
That's the issue.
Many mothers.
That's the issue.
Actually.
So they deliver the baby, they hand it over to the
yeah.
house rep. Hand
I've
it
done
over to mother-in-law. And that's all.
All right, finally on myth busting, it's the mother's sole responsibility to keep the baby healthy. Is that true?
Yes, is this mother's soul is the mother's responsibility. The father should also not neglect that. It's everybody's responsibility. Because I said in that in fact my closing word in my inaugural lecture is that newborn care is everybody's business.
Responsibility.
It's everybody's business. Do you understand? If you're walking along the street, you see a newborn, you enter into any place, see a newborn being abused, please don't shy away from that. Raise an alarm. Newborn care is an emergency. It's everybody's business. Everybody, every stakeholder should be interested on what is happening to the newborn. So that we're able to save the next generation.
We've had a lot to talk about, Professor Ikuchi. Any parting words, advice, suggestion to a new mother, or returning mother, anybody that is
what I
watching.
want to tell the people, people listening to us this afternoon, is that the killers of newborn in our society are largely preventable. Do you understand? And it's a wake-up call to everybody to join in this movement to make sure that our babies are safe. They are largely preventable through very practical, cost-effective steps anchored on public education and female empowerment. If we can champion that today, our babies will be safer.
Public education and female empowerment.
Good.
Well, that's the much we can take. Thank you so much, Professor Ikuchi. It was a very enlightening session.
Thank you.
I'll have you back here
No
some other time because I sense you have so much more to give and the people need to hear what you have to say. All right. Thank you so much for staying with us up until this time. We want to hear from you. I'm sure you two are itching to say something. So go on over to our social media platforms at Signaturetv Official. Go and drop a few words so that we can know what exactly it is that it's in your mind. Also, we are live 247 on SLTV channel 265. Don't forget, your health is your responsibility. I'm your host, Chigiche Agoram. See you same time next week. We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency.
From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the Dream Team.
We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo, the founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm, focused on contributing to solving Africa's most complex development challenges. And one of such challenges is poverty. Africa won't catch up with the rest of the world or even close the gap until it transforms the fortunes of rural Africa. Nearly 60% of our brothers and sisters reside in rural communities. 80% of Africa's poor can be found in these communities. Despite the vast natural and also human resources in these communities, they remain poor. Productivity is very low, weak infrastructure, poor connectivity to markets. Life there feels disconnected from the modern world. Too often, policy debates or discussions like this one stop at how to revitalize agriculture, as if agriculture is the only route out for these rural dwellers. Or the conversation could be around how to help smallholder farmers, do better. But rural Africa is much bigger than agriculture. It's time for us to begin to think at scale and also to build at scale. My guest today has dedicated most of his career thinking about these issues. Wandile Silobo is the chief economist at the Agricultural Business Chamber of South Africa, AGBIS. He serves as a senior lecturer extraordinary at Stellenbosch University's Department of Agricultural Economics and a visiting research fellow at the Wits School of Governance. Since 2018, Wandile has been a commissioner at the International Trade Administration Commission of South Africa. He's a prolific writer. He's a columnist for Business Day and Farmers Weekly, and author of multiple books on agricultural economics and land reforms. His thought leadership has made him an influential voice in shaping Africa's agrarian policy and rural economic development. Wandile, welcome.
That's very kind, Patrick, and thank you so very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to sit in one of these conversations at next year, and grateful to all of the people also that are joining us online for this conversation. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. And maybe I'll start by providing a little bit of a caveat to my first question. You may not know this, but my bachelor's degree was in agriculture as well. So my question is really, beyond food security, right? Why should we continue to discuss agriculture as a means of revitalizing rural Africa's economy? Especially in the face of the emerging fourth industrial revolution, where it appears that we need different types of skill sets, assets to play in that world.
I think that this one is of course an important question, and I mean today in South Africa in our Business Daily, the Business Day, there's a column by a writer, in fact the editor of the Conversation, the academic a newspaper that's available online. The Africa editor is a gentleman called Jabus Kakane. He has a piece in the paper today where he says, look, we need to move beyond agriculture and thinking about rural development in South Africa and begin thinking about it. And then he makes his case for South Africa. And he prompted me to respond, which I hope the newspaper put the letter out sometime this afternoon or tomorrow. But the point I'll make is this to what you're saying, Pat. I think agriculture must remain part and parcel of the conversation of how to transform the rural economies in Africa. But we do need, though, to reframe how we are thinking about agriculture. For many years, we have thought of it in this idea of a social aspect of saying just produce so that you can be food secure. And we obsess a lot about smallholder farmers and having a little thinking instead of saying, okay, this is an economic sector that is important. And in many countries in the African continent, it usually accounts for double digit as a share of their economies. If then we can come up with the fundamental way of increasing the agricultural productivity in the African continent, prioritize commercialization, and we begin to see this sector changing structurally, then I think we can see much more bigger gains than what we've been trapped on for many decades. And I think the value addition to where then the technologies you are referring to in the world of 4IR and all of these efficiencies that we can get from various technological applications, they then begin to be very powerful in that transformative way. So my answer, Pat, would be that we need to reframe on how we're thinking about agriculture, but still keep it there. But it won't be, of course, the end of it all, because agritourism is one of the aspects that you begin to thinking about it, agriculture and tourism, merging them. In South Africa, we have an area in the southwestern regions of South Africa, which we called the wine route, where then you visit and you taste all of these wines, but also the hospitality industry benefits on that. So we could have this in Nigeria, we could have this in Malawi, we could have this in Ghana. So depending on the cuisines of an area by area and what we do on that. And of course, there are other sectors then, Pat, that you could link, mining and the others. But I would still say this is an easy entry one, framed differently than what we've been doing.
So what is it that we as policymakers, tend to miss or misunderstand in terms of the potential that agriculture holds for rural development? What is it that we need to think differently about to help elevate, agriculture as that key engine that could drive rural development whilst every other thing comes along?
Patrick, about 2 or 3 years ago, David Pilling the Africa editor at the Financial Times had a thought-provoking column that he put out where he was saying small is not always beautiful in terms of development. That was the title of his column. And the key point that he was raising was that, and it goes at the heart of the point that you are raising. What is it that we need to do? We've gotten used to the position whereby many leaders in communities, leaders in local government and in the national government in the continent, and even NGOs have gotten used to this point of saying, we are here to help. Africa has 80% of the farmers are smallholder farmers. Therefore, we're there to help them and make sure that they can produce for their communities. And I think now we have to say there is an asset base that is there. We are here to think about how do we optimize it. And I would start to say perhaps a concept that was introduced much more strongly in South Africa by our former president, Thabo Mbeki, who said in a different context, better few, but better. Well, then we can say, how do we go region by region in many countries, selecting the better farmers that can actually be large scale anchors, then the medium and the small scale farmers can plug in into those. It can't be that we can be a continent that is focused just on subsistence farming while we say there are all of these resources and we can produce so much for the world. And we know that the demand is there in the world. And if we can produce efficiently and of higher quality products, and we have the value chain infrastructure to link and deliver things to the markets in a most optimal time, then the game could pretty much change. Then that means then from a government perspective, and unfortunately this is a long-term thing, it's always a problem because people suffer from the challenge of horizon, of looking only from 3 years from where they are sitting. But it will take a long-term view of saying, all right, I am going to spend the next 4 or 5 years investing in building these roads so that farmers can move their things efficiently. I am going to spend the next 5 years thinking about how to improve land governance. The technology that is out there, I will use it now to map and allocate land and understand the land dynamics and capability in my country, then begin allocating it to farmers and bringing in agribusinesses. That also comes with the challenge whereby if you're a government or a community leader, it means easing up and letting power go, so that people can have power for themselves to empower themselves and their households. And I think that's that mindset dynamic whereby a government must not be a big daddy for village of always bringing in inputs, but we should think that entrepreneurial stuff. And I think young Africans, we are that mindset is pretty much there. I just hope that when they are getting into positions of leadership, they don't start thinking, oh, power is very nice now, let me keep things in order and remain in charge, but they liberate the continent.
Wandile, you opened too many vistas here, and I'm trying to see if we can, just chase them down, more specific details. And let me go back to the Thabo Mbeki idea, which is choose a few, and if I understand you correctly, choose a few winners, run your winners, and those winners are going to pull everyone behind them, right? This has been a big policy debate amongst economic policy folks. When we think about places like South Korea, that and the Shabos that picked some winners and helped them become big players, and by so doing, grow the economy, grow all the other players in the space. In Nigeria, for instance, we have some of that issues in, say, the oil and gas sector, where prior governments picked some winners, and the hope is that they can solve problems that the government could not solve. If we look at agriculture specifically, if I'm hearing you correctly, it is to say that there are some players who may need some level of government support to become more successful. And by so doing, they would support the smaller holders and other medium-sized players. Some scholars might argue that, that is kind of picking winners, and it's not an efficient way of doing it, that we should allow market efficiency to drive who wins and who loses. Have you spent time thinking about this, and what is your view on these points?
I mean, I think that both viewpoints, they stand on this quite solidly, because I wouldn't dismiss and say they are wrong on that. And let's be fair, all of this also differs sectorially, regionally, and market conditions also differ. And when we are saying picking winners, we are not necessarily saying decide who and what sector. Let's take this context and we say what to do with Africa's agriculture.
Yes.
And if you coming as an example to a country like South Africa, it has about 9 provinces. You decide that in South Africa's 9 provinces, I will support about 10 large-scale black farmers in each province, because the challenge I'm having in South Africa is not the challenge of growth in agriculture. I'm having racial disparities in agriculture. Therefore, to close the racial disparities, I'll take 10 black farmers and try to support them to be commercial in all provinces of this country. How you select that, you will go for the farmers that the market has already sifted and put them upwards. And I understand that that is an unfair system, because now you will be taking public funds and then selecting a few. But that's a policy choice that you have to make. But I do think that there is an appetite for a significant pool of African farmers that are operating at a world level with a scale, both for aspiration for the future, but also on building these infrastructure that others over time they may plug in. It's not going to be a system of fairness, but I do think that in terms of boosting the output and in terms of over time creating the pathways for others to climb up, we may actually be able to do that. In agriculture, it may work, but if you were to take that and go to mining and go to oil industry, because of the tougher barriers to entry there, you may not actually see that. While in farming, one can argue that it's something that perhaps maybe can work, because there's also that power of aggregation that makes agriculture quite distinct with the other industries where such things may not always be applicable.
Interesting. Let me push one more question around the policy issue. Is the problem we're facing with rural development centered more around how we have over time defined these rural communities? And what I mean here is, if you go back to like from our independence, most policymakers, leaders have always looked upon rural Africa as a place that needs to be helped, and not as a wealth engine, not as a center of economic activity. And in fact, if you look at the policies that we've used in rural development, it's always been around, rural development strategy or community-based development strategy or integrated rural development. There hasn't been this link up with the commercial urban centers where we see the rural communities as economic engines. If you agree with my premise, why do you think this is so? Why do you think that policymakers are not able to see the assets, that exist in these rural communities?
I mean, I would venture here and say it is all, Patrick, really the policy choice that people have to make. And if you can bear with me, I'll make a point, and I know that many fellow Africans don't have time for this, because there's always this idea that some people in South Africa push the idea of thinking that they have their own South African way of doing things. But bear with me on making this particular point, this one. So the African continent in its totality, net importer in food. We are bringing in as a continent about 80 billion US dollars of food products. You take away the Maghreb region, you leave all of us in sub-Saharan Africa region. We bring in we spend each year about 45 billion USD on imports into the sub-Saharan Africa region. One looking at the continent in that way can say this is a continent plunged in hunger and in need and all of those things. Therefore, go away and learn how to farm from America, Europe, Australia, and all of these places. But that picture is not uniform, because if you can look into it, there are glimpses of light here in South Africa, for example. We sit at a position where we export about half of what we produce. We export about 14 billion US dollars of food products each year. And what makes the South African agricultural sector different from much of the African continent is probably about 5 broad things that I think, even if not adjusted to all countries in equal proportion, but they are worth debating as to should we explore those. One of those things, the first thing, Pat, is that in South Africa, there's been a deep embrace of structured and prioritization of property rights, whereby land is nicely governed. Each farmer has their own allotted piece of land. They can trade it, they can do whatever they want to do. And you contrast that with much of the African continent, where you realize that over 90% of the rural land is actually informal. The land rights are not clear. Then what you do then there, you are minimizing and squeezing off the investments that could have flowed in from agribusinesses and many others. The second aspect, which is a policy choice also, there's been a disconnect or distrust of embracing technology in terms of the seed cultivars, better seed cultivars, and all of those things, either because they are brought by multinational or whatever belief that many people would have. The difference, which is a case then in South Africa or in the continent, is the fact that there's been an embrace of that scientific aspect. Again, or large-scale farming has been embraced instead of the smallholder farming is the third aspect that is actually differentiated. And of course, there are inherent privileges that have been there, the infrastructure, the connectivity that has already been in. But the point I'm getting at is that these are some of the fundamental learnings where we can say, okay, should we be following this path? Should we be exploring all of these? Which is what I think for much of the African continent. Those are things that we must do. And of course, other stuff that I didn't mention, like limiting the intervention into the markets by the governments, like what Zimbabwean government is doing at the moment, at any point deciding that you will stop the imports or you will stop the exports of particular products while disrupting the business activity of many of these businesses for the short-term benefit of either you wanting to control food inflation or any other aspect on that. So these are all choices that I think as the continent we have to actually play around with rather than romanticizing the idea of smallholder farmers. And this is not to say don't pay attention to smallholder farmers. They play an important role for regional food security. But I think there has to be a change in how we are thinking about development in rural areas, especially in the area of agriculture.
Your last two books kind of focused a lot on property rights and its role in developing agriculture on the continent. Can you deepen that conversation a little bit and use it to explain how it drives productivity, which is a big issue for agriculture and rural development, and also maybe even access to market? How does solving the property rights issue kind of unlock all the other tangles that we have holding us back?
I mean, Pat, while I make the story of South Africa, I mean, it is not uniform. South Africa remains a country of two agricultures. You have the large scale, mainly white farmers that are in the commercial space, and you have a vast number of black farmers that are sitting in the smallholder farmers. And the distinct thing, amongst other things that have to do with the historical context, is around this land aspect, because where majority of the black farmers are sitting in South Africa is in the areas that were reserved. We call them former homelands in the before the dawn of democracy. Those are the areas that they were in. And what has been a failure of the South African government on that is that it has been very reluctant of saying, how does it improve the land governance in the former homelands? While the very same test case is here in the same country, where you have this aside of agriculture, which has a property rights, and he has a lot of capital that is flowing in and doing all of these big things. I mean, the commercial banks in South Africa, which are all over, take Standard Bank, for example, which is all over the African continent. These banks have put in the South African farming sector about 220 billion rands as a farm debt that they've said, this is the money, you are utilizing it to do all kinds of things. This is how then the commercial farmers are able to deliver and produce all kinds of these things. But that part of agriculture, which is sitting with informal land, if you look at the flow of capital to that, they are pretty much starved of that capital because of the inherent risk that is both on the weak land governance as well as then the inability to obtain the technology and all of these productivity issues that ends up piling in that area, which is why you sit with this disconnect. So as much as I'm saying South Africa is a case we can explore as a continent, but South Africa is a case that the South African politicians can look at within here and say, how do we correct the other parts? And I think it shows then the lack as well as a possibility of what we could achieve.
Interesting. And maybe just one more question on this. You mentioned in your last submission, our hesitance to adopting technology or even scientific basis to agricultural development. One question that comes to mind is the ongoing debate across the continent on the place of GMOs, GMO foods, crops, in our agricultural practice. Where are you on that argument? Is it something that we should be focusing on? Is it something that would kill off our agriculture and probably eat our people, which is a narrative that is being pushed out there? What are your views?
I mean, Bet, about 2 months ago, I went out in a conversation with the Financial Times, focusing particularly on that aspect to say we should stop playing a small game here and be open to that technology. And I was drawing that case again, looking at South Africa, which opened its doors to genetically modified crops in 1999-2000 production season. If you take, for example, a staple grain in Southern Africa is maize, corn, and the yields in South Africa on dry land, non-irrigated maize, they are about 6 tons per hectare on average. When it's irrigated, it's double digit. You cross the border of South Africa and you look all the way up north. The yield is about 0.5 tons per hectare. I mean, we shouldn't be having that. And let's remember, South Africa is a fairly semi-dry, arid country. Only about 15% of South Africa you can actually farm productively in terms of food crops. The majority of it is dry and it's utilized for livestock and all kinds of things, while the country is as big as 122 million hectares. That means then there are yield benefits that we can get from the technological aspect. But I do sympathize with part of the point that many Africans make, which is that I hear our friends in Zimbabwe, for example, and many other countries, we say, look, we cannot bring in all of these technology because we have a vast number of smallholder farmers that in the next season won't have enough money to go and buy these seeds. And that's the real issue. And then I think for me, we should as Africans look then into this and say, we are not going to look into this as a challenge, but rather we will say, how do we engage with the seed developers so that we are not putting the farmers at risk when they can't procure this? But also as governments, what program can we put in place to ensure that they are cushioned rather than being resistant on this? And this is, by the way, one of the things, Patrick, that almost happened in Kenya. Because when William Ruto, the president of Kenya, came into power, this is one of the things that he ran and he talked about. And I was hoping that he would actually get it over the line, but he ended up failing. And I must say here, and many people may not like the point I will say, but I do think that the NGOs also, some funded by EU and the others, they've really pushed some of the counterproductive narratives about the genetically modified crops. Because the painful point for me is that if you take Zambia and you take South Africa out of the equation and you look at the sub-Saharan Africa region, there's work done by Tom James at Michigan State University and his colleagues where they show that the yield gain in much of these of the countries in the continent has actually been because of the expansion in area planting of grain rather than the improvements in the yield, which means then now we are cutting more trees to plant instead of getting more on a little land. So if you're an NGO concerned about climate change and environmental aspect, you should be saying what technology can be used to get more out of limited area so that we conserve the biodiversity, and not to abuse technology, but to optimize it to improve yields for soil correction and also utilize any of the seeds. So that's where I sit on this. And I think as Africans all across, we should be saying, how do we utilize the technological capabilities that are there within the bounds and thinking of our domestic policies rather than blocking the doors?
And I know that you mentioned a few other points like the large-scale farming and linking to international markets, etc. But I wanted to, come down to something a bit more practical. So when we often talk about challenges in Africa, we talk about the last mile problem, getting goods and services to local communities, but increasingly I'm thinking that maybe what the challenge we have in Africa is actually a first mile problem, where it is, how do we get goods from the farms to the markets? It may not be a particular challenge in South Africa, but it's a bigger challenge in the broader sub-Saharan African continent because we don't have the infrastructure to get our goods to market. And sometimes in countries like Nigeria, post-harvest losses could be even as much as 50%. In your thinking about these issues and in travels around the continent, have you found any effective ways, pragmatic ways that farmers are beginning to address this first mile challenge?
I mean, Pat, I would still, I agree fully with you. And by the way, starting again on a bigger point here before I get to the practicalities, this is one of the things that worries me a lot, even when I think about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And my worry is that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will end up having few people sitting in the table eating, while others are struggling, which means then those countries that have the infrastructure capability and the yield gains will be able to move their product and actually dominate the trade, while others that have been sitting on the periphery of this progress will remain there and be drowned out by the others. And I think it has to come to what investments can we make on easing up the infrastructure. And unfortunately, the infrastructure investments aspect is other choices that African governments must decide on doing that, because while farmers may utilize some form of technologies on conserving their products and ultimately to link up and to think about regional value chains that all of us write and talk about, that requires the practical things of saying, is there a road that links there? Is there a railway line that links there? And these are the choices that I think we need to talk about. And also then the developmental finance institutions that are there. I do think that they have to nudge the governments and the treasuries as they interact with them to say perhaps we will avail much more funding pool for infrastructure that could be ABC and build all of these corridors that could be vital for trade. Otherwise, you will end up with the countries in the north and then some in the east and some in the west, Nigeria, and the others in the south, South Africa, dominating all of these things that we are talking about, and other countries in the continent just sitting on the side. And then you will actually have a political economy risk, because now you have taken away even the tariff revenues that these governments used to take before we had all of these African Continental Free Trade Agreement, while they are unable to produce and move their goods. So I think these, yes, they are not as granular for the farmers to do anything, but I do think that some of the colleagues that follow the work of next year, they do need to take this into their respective government level, regardless of which country that you are in, and say perhaps the continental infrastructure conversation needs to be elevated. Otherwise, we will be choked in the coming years if we don't resolve that.
Exactly. And, again, Wandile, in my intro, I said these discussions about fixing rural Africa somehow tends to move deeply into agriculture, as if it's the only route for these regions. It's not the only, it's important, but not the only. So I'd like us to kind of broaden our conversation beyond agriculture to say, what are some of these other economic activities in these regions, in these communities, that we should be thinking about? What are they? And how do we begin to explore how to build up on them to make them credible economic sources for revitalizing or re-energizing rural Africa?
I think, though, Pat, all of this hinges on your last point, the infrastructure aspect. Because if we are going to talk about tourism, that means the network of connecting efficiently and easily or stress-free from one city to another, from one region to another, and for the villages to showcase the culture, the food, and all of these things that can actually be presented to tourists. That is the one aspect that needs to be improved, alongside the aspect of security across the continent, which also needs elevated on this, because those are the supportive mechanism for tourism and other exploration that can happen. And there are businesses then that can spring out from the second layer, even if then the community is focused on mining, on agriculture, doing something on tourism. They spring up as an addition on that. But I think fundamentally infrastructure has to be there. And I would say the network industries are the primary aspects of roads, water, and the energy will still be one of the key things that I would say they are the fundamentals for any then of the industries that we can think about. And I think it's always tempting to say, no, there's technology now, we can create all of these things, but we forget that much of what we say we can create online, it's either providing services and all of those things, but the good old work that requires to be done for infrastructure is still needed. Otherwise, those gains will always be obscured to the countries in the West or in the East that already are far ahead of us in Africa in that infrastructure aspect than where we are sitting, which is why for me, I sympathize and I think that infrastructure conversation is something that needs to be lifted up, because they need to unlock all of these other industries that are in addition to agriculture on how we developing particularly from a rural and also broadening beyond food and agriculture. And I do think that, Pat, even in agriculture, we have to change the conversation. Perhaps it needs to be added where we can say agriculture as well as food, fiber, and the beverages industry. So that, because I mean, fashion is agriculture, clothing, all of this stuff comes from agriculture. There's a whole host of things that can happen. But also then the value addition that happens beyond that in beverages and the others. These are all things. And in fact, those are also the areas where high quality jobs or high paying jobs would come from, instead of only on the farm level side, because everyone has aspirations of getting a better pay so that they improve the standards of living of where they are.
And so this infrastructure, I mean, any way you cut it, it comes down to it's a responsibility of the government. You know, it's the government that's got to put in many of these massive infrastructure. And that begins to veer towards a political conversation here as to how do we get the government to focus on rural communities when these politicians are faced with this very short time frame of you've got elections coming every 4 years, and you know they're focused on getting the people in the big cities to like them and vote for them. How do we show, and I struggle with this, but how do we get government to really focus on the rural communities, knowing that that's where the growth engine, as I see it, you know, resides, and that we need to work that engine for the productivity we need to even drive economic activities in the urban centers. I don't know if that makes sense, and if you've given some thought to it.
I mean, you're making sense there, Pat, because then what it ends up on, it's on the choices that people have to make, the horizons at which they look at things. But I would also still say organizations like Next Year and many others that are either think tank or forums of discussion that are able to have a convening power of leaders to actually sit and listen to what discussion. And some of the things that needs to be elevated, even on your research and the consultancy aspect, is of showing the medium and long-term gains. Because I think some of the governments, perhaps maybe they may not be paying attention to that, because it's not mapped in a coherent way of saying this is what we could achieve, and thereafter build a narrative on that. Because I think people can still vote for the politicians if the narrative is clear, as well as the pathway at which people are going towards is pretty much clear, and they can see what this development that they are promised. Although the election cycle and the horizon is always short term, I think that assisting people in crystallizing that vision is something that has to be pretty much refined and done. Because in my mind, from where I'm sitting at, there is no escape on this. If a bridge is needed, a bridge is needed. I don't think it's responsible to say, I don't need a bridge, I will have a drone to take something here and drop it there. Therefore, you are moving with drones and you are not having any connected network system. I think some of these can be a short-term mechanism of closing issues, but the infrastructure that you go to London and enjoy, you go to Cape Town and enjoy, you go to Abuja and enjoy, you need that infrastructure everywhere. it ultimately has to be done.
So, okay, let me try this again. And I know that we've kind of touched on this particular question throughout the conversations, but let's see if you can help me crystallize the answers to it. Number one is, why are we still stuck in subsistence agriculture, despite the many decades that we've talked about the need to commercialize, the need to improve productivity, etc.? If you can just help listeners, some of them government folks, some of them think tanks and so on, see why this continues. And then the flip side to that conversation is, are there some thoughts, some ideas that you've seen in your toing and fro in Africa on how to mobilize massive resources, capital, to invest in rural Africa, to get us to become more commercial, more productive, and just to, expand the economic activities in these regions?
I mean, I think the reason we are still stuck at a level that we are in, I mean, it's a political choice, and I won't blame only the politician here. The tribal council, the chiefs, the traditional leaders, they are amongst those that are in here, because they get to be custodians of some of this land that ultimately is owned still by the governments on this. And I think for me, that's the political choice at which we are not managing to move beyond and empower these communities. Had we been able to do that, I think we could be far. Over and over, literature does show that whereby you improve land governance, capital follows through. The practicalities of saying, is there anywhere where we can get this money? I mean, I'll give you an example. A number of countries, such as Saudi Arabia, they've gone out to say they want particular crops. They are interested in avocados or they are interested in grain. And they've gone into certain regions where they've actually assisted in putting the necessary infrastructure, the necessary grain elevators in, so that as long as they have a certain amount of time, years or lease, whereby that produce can actually be produced, and they would have a portion at which they are exporting to their regions. And such arrangements have been made in a number of communities where we have seen as a case studies, and that has brought about the change on what to do. So the appetite to buy products of scale and of quality is available out there. The appetite to invest is available out there. But as long as we quickly begin to clarify the rule of the games domestically, and then be able to make those choices that this is what we will do. Because very few African countries have actually gone out and say, right now, we are selecting this state, and in it, we are improving land governance. We are calling in investors from any other country to come in and assist us on doing that. None of them have actually gone out and done that and see what happens beyond that. And there are some of these case studies where there's money that flow in the sector. I made an example of the billions of South African rands that are being put into this sector as a result of some of those things. And I think for me, amongst other things, that's something that we may need to try and let go of power of controlling some of these regions and let people to take charge of the communities that they are in.
Interesting. And just to say to our listeners, as always, we're going to open it up to your Q&A, but just type your questions in the Q&A tab, not the chat room, the Q&A tab, so it's easy for me to pick it up from there and then have Wandile, speak to them. Well, Wandile, let's talk again about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and its promise to integrate markets. Yet there are so many of these African countries that maintain restrictions on export. Some of those restrictions could be driven by internal political considerations on food security or to regulate food price inflation, etc. In your conversations in ITAC and your engagements at these, continental levels, how are you guys thinking about these issues? How are you thinking about streamlining just the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and ensuring freer trade flows and ensuring closer regional trade integration?
I mean, Pat, nothing I wish more than the continent finally living up to its potential. Because I mean, it's painful to always hearing this discussion that one day Africa will do 1, 2, 3. One day Africa will do 1, 2, 3. There's a Malabo declaration. There's Johannesburg declaration. Many of these declarations, but very little promise get to be made. Because I'll tell you what, fellow Africans are not going to eat declarations. They are going to they require meaningful improvements in their lives. And my challenge in here is a lack of coordination on what we are doing. Of course, one of the things that we need to do is harmonize the rules, especially in the agricultural products, so that things continue to move and move freely across the borders. But that is not going to happen if we are again not agreeing that science is what will take the African continent forward in food production. You either block genetically modified or you block new genetical improvements that are being made on being planted in your country, and then you use that as a non-tariff barrier, which is what we are seeing. And those are engagements that we are having with many others. But again, to your point, these tends to be a domestic consideration ultimately. We can discuss it at a continental level. I mean, I'm sitting in a country here in South Africa. I'm talking to you from Pretoria at the moment. And Namibia, which is neighboring South Africa, has actually blocked the vegetable imports from South Africa to going to Namibia. And there is no necessarily clear justification on that, except of saying, okay, we don't need them now. We want to boost our own domestical production. And mind you, these are countries that are in the customs union in SACU. And we know that people are breaching the rules by doing that. But then again, when you put yourself into a Namibian policymaker, everywhere you move, there are products from Durban, from Pretoria. It may feel suffocating. You want to see some of your products coming up, which then comes back to the idea of saying the regions in the continent, those in the west, those in the south, those in the east, can we begin to think about the regional value chains in a way whereby we harmonize the rules, but also harmonize the inputs at which the farmers can have capabilities on, so that there is, because what we ultimately want, Pat, is shared prosperity across, not to be suffocated by one another. But then that shared prosperity requires that coordination at a political level, which is where then I think that differences in aspiration and the strategy at a political level begins to be an issue. Because ultimately, as you know from your undergraduate work, we can talk about this, but agriculture is a scientific matter ultimately. And I think there always have to be that idea that this is not a social development matter. This is a scientific matter which needs to guide us, guiding us, and also framed on an economic perspective, because all Africans need is an improvement in their living standards.
Excellent. And so I have a question here from Deirdre Lapine, who I believe is probably joining from Washington, D.C., but's done a lot of work across the continent and in Nigeria. I've worked with her in the past. And her question is, there's, different countries have had these different attempts at a green revolution since our independence. What, in your view, are some of the reasons why this big push, green revolution, the mantra, the policies, the programs around them never quite yielded the results, that they were set out to yield?
I mean, I think Deirdre will agree that much of this end up in big conferences. Either we are sitting in Nairobi talking about it or somewhere, but very seldomly some of these things end up at the ground level. I mean, I won't even lie to say even the South Africa case that we were making was largely on a government side. On a government side, it was an improvement in the sense that there was limited intervention, and they were not having a strong appetite to put restriction to technology, but everything else was largely done by the private sector on bringing some of those very limited forward attempt put by the government. And even if you can think, Deirdre probably knows those Malabo declaration where each African country said they would spend X amount of their budget on improving research, and all of the work done towards agriculture to achieve the gains that we're all talking about. But it never really yielded on that. In a way, I would still say from my perspective, it leans back again of saying, are we embracing science or not? Are we having a common understanding of what could improve the yields and then move forward from there? But I think all of this is still hinges on the political consideration of those that are running countries in the continent.
Excellent. And I have a question from Folari Badebo Smith, who until recently was the Director General of Nigeria's think tank, the Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research, and also has been a guest on this show. And his question is, will you, Wandile, elaborate a bit more on the tension between ownership of the food chain and GMO seeds? And he says, it is clear that when the chips are down, and here he wants us to think about the COVID-19 vaccines, you had better be self-sufficient in essentials. The West cannot be trusted to supply critical needs, and this is a matter that can easily be weaponized. What is your view, especially with your strong support for GMO seeds and the ownership of the food chains, etc.?
I mean, I think the former DG is right that this and he's raising this issue at a difficult time at the moment, given all of the context of the policy direction that we are all observing on Truth Social from the White House, that it tends to have a bit of complications because certain things can be stopped. And I think the former DG can think of this in the same way as at which the chips are now managed, where certain countries suddenly stop exporting to other countries the chips for their development in their technological direction, because it can get weaponized. So my thinking on this is this. One, when you decide that you are going to open up for genetically modified crops, you as the government have to make sure that you have enough capital resources to put into your agricultural research council, and then insist on the technology supplier that is bringing these yields to your country that they share some technology with your agricultural research council. But make it clear that your agricultural research council is only going to be doing seed improvement and the research, but is not going to release this technology for commercial use. So that if ever they are able to decide that they will pull out their technology from your country, you need to have the scientific capabilities to actually be able to produce this. And this is what in South Africa we have ours, which we call the Agricultural Research Council of South Africa, the ARC. The insistence was that it has to actually have the domestic scientists that can produce almost equal or even far surpasses what you have to release at a commercial use. Because if you don't do that, I mean, the DG's risk that he raises, I mean, is ultimately true. But the other thing that hedges against that risk is also that the ownership now of these companies is no longer concentrated to one country. You have others that are owned by China Chem, you have others that are owned by the US, you have others that are owned by the European aspects. But I think it's always just making sure that you have a breeding program in your domestic country that can actually match those capabilities when you decide to go down that route. But if you don't have any breeding program and you are depending everything on what is being supplied, there is some level of risk. I mean, there is that unknown possibilities. But still, with all of that being said, I would still say it far outweighs this benefit that we can get. And you just have to have that coordination in a clear way. Thanks.
Interesting. And another question from Olusegun Debiyi, and he said, you talked about seeing rural areas as economic engines and not places in need of help. One feasible way that he proposes is through the power of aggregation, so have the local farmers aggregate and then maybe an off-taker, picks it up from there. He said, has such a process been implemented in South Africa? If yes, how can we replicate this in other nations? So here I think he's thinking like lessons learned, etc.
No, I mean, he's right there, Pat, because there's a technology a developer in South Africa. It's young guys called Khula, KHULA exclamation mark. They have an app, KHIULA, cooler. What they do is they have, of course, the trading platform that is there where they showcase at whatever region what's available. Each farmer can quickly log in and list their product. And then they have a logistics capability where they can go and collect, and all of this is linked to a certain payment system. I think they partner with Absa Bank, which assists them onto that. So that aggregation model does work because the same organization is able then now over time to offer inputs to these farmers, distributing these inputs. The farmers can buy as a group, which lowers their transaction costs, and then they are able to have a much more affordable fertilizer than they would otherwise gone individually on that. And I would say such things needs to even go then beyond and be formalized so that you have these mini cooperatives that people can have, and then they can decide that in a certain region of Nigeria, we will only be focusing on soybean. In a certain region of Kenya, all we will do is just avocados, so that we are able to have a volume at which we can put into market. It is being tried in South Africa, of course, not all over the country, but there are certain regions at which that is succeeding. And I understand that these guys, they are expanding across Southern Africa. So it's one of those things. And I think M-Pesa and the others in Kenya, they have certain platforms that are similar to that, where in Kenya these things happen. And I think the avocado industry in Kenya and even the floriculture one operate one way or another in a similar aspect as that, which is why I think even in South Africa, they can look at what smallholder farmers in Kenya are doing and say, can you do that in South Africa? Can you do it in Swaziland, in Lesotho? So it's things like that. But his point, he's on point on that.
Yeah, and it's difficult for many of these economic policy type conversations not to veer towards, some political conversations as well. So permit me this question from Tunde Arogunmati. He says, how can the rural communities develop sustainable capacity for engaging in the overarching political narrative, especially in cases of a nation like Nigeria, where the local government authority tends to be relegated to the background in national discourse? And I'm just tacking on the back of that to say, in your walk across the continent, have you seen, where in some of these local communities, they found ways of elevating their voices as a collective, in the national debates, especially on policies that affect their well-being, their commercial activities, etc.?
I think, what we have seen as being a success is making sure that the farmer organizations are something that are prioritized, whereby you must have commodity associations and the farmers can have this group. It's quite remarkable now that you are mentioning it in that way, because in South Africa, you have the farmer associations where when they have spoken, it becomes clear in Pretoria that they have spoken. So they gain that political power. But I think what then gets to be important on that, those farmer association, they need to be careful about how much of outside funding they receive. Because if they happen to be perceived to be funded by the UK, EU, or American, or whatever the funding is coming from, they may be seen not as a legitimate power that does that. But I do think that fundamentally, one of the other things in our continent we need to think about as fellow Africans is that when we think about infrastructure, yes, heavy infrastructure is important, Pat, but soft infrastructure is something that is needed also, of saying, how do you form institutions? And I think this links to the point that you are raising now, of saying, do we have the soft institutions, which then needs the intellectual capability of bringing all of these things together? Because people in the villages and in various communities, they are hard-pressed, preoccupied by their own survival of getting by. They're not sitting back and thinking about how do we reorganize the landscape that we are in. And I think this is where then the interventions have to be in two ways of doing this. And this is always a difficult thing even here in South Africa, whereby if you think about the former homelands, these former reserves, you find that they don't actually have that much strong of a soft infrastructure of having these organized groupings that can then go out there and bargain for them and lift their messages at a national level, and that they can have a political sway on the allocation of resources to some of the fundamental things that are needed for them. Because ultimately, the politicians will attend to things that are elevated at a national level, will make them to be seen to be doing something. And if your matter is not that much, notable, you may find that it doesn't get addressed. And this is why these things are important.
Another question from Ifeanyi Maduanosi, and he says, thanks so much for this productive engagement. But aside from the elevated conversations on the potential political and economic risks of the ACFTA to many of the countries and the economic risks to the farmers, what practical measures would you recommend to overcome many of these issues that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area seems to be having?
I mean, I think beyond that, it's a good agreement that we all having. The only thing that I would say is that for much of the speeches that I'm reading from leaders in our continent is that they tend to sell it as if it's gonna solve all of our problems tomorrow. But this is not all what we are doing here. We are restructuring that there are now clear rules for us to move product from point A to point B with limited friction. But the good old problems that have been there, they still need to be resolved on actually doing that. Beyond that, I would say I'm pretty much optimistic, but I'm optimistic about the AFCA for 10 years rather than what we get told that it will help us tomorrow. I don't think that tomorrow we will be able to be helped by this.
Interesting.
So it's a building block towards something that may be meaningful.
No, fantastic. Thank you for that. Just shifting gears a little bit. Obviously, you know that there's been a significant decline in international aid to Africa. Some of this aid, yes, went to more the social type, trickled to agriculture, but largely they should have trickled to rural Africa. With this decline, are you seeing any signs, especially from the southern parts of Africa, on how community-based organizations?
I mean, Pat, one of the big problems that we are, one of the problems that we are currently observing is, for example, test case Malawi. And Malawi is struggling at the moment because they didn't have a good harvest, but whenever they struggled with this, you'll see that the World Food Program would step in. But over time, of course, aid have gone to Ukraine, aid have gone to the Middle East, but also the Doge in the US have reduced some of the aid that would have otherwise been gone there, because we know that the US aid, they funded about half of the budget of the World Food Program, and this has created a bit of difficulty for them. As to whether then the African countries will be able to have a bit of resilience on this challenge is something that is yet to be seen. But I'm very worried about the current moment that the weaker World Food Program, because of the US policy decisions, as well as the shift of aid from other countries to Europe, to the Middle East, as deserving as those areas are, but there are many other problems in the continent, not only just environmental, but there's conflicts in part of Nigeria, conflicts in Sudan, conflict in Mozambique. All of these, they do need some bit of assistance. And to my mind, at least on having encountered the better ways of saying, how do we come out of this? What I will say, though, in terms of food, all of us in the continent, we are now weeks to the start of the 2025-26 production year. In South Africa, we are starting from the 15th, which is next week, to till the eastern regions of South Africa. Others will start a month, others in 2 months' time. I think that the local governments, they must do whatever they can to support the farmers on increasing their production, supplying fertilizers, whatever that is needed in here, because we will see the real effects of the shortage of that World Food Program and the other forms of aid in the months and the seasons to come. And that may put us in a very difficult area as the continent.
Fantastic. And, you know, again, moving more into solutions, thinking about solutions here. Another question from Folari Badebo Smith. Are there examples of countries, maybe even in Africa or outside Africa, that have successfully migrated from small to medium scale or even commercial farming? And if there are, what are some of the routes, models that they used in making this transition? And what are the lessons there for African countries that really need to make the same migration from smallholder farmers to commercial production?
I mean, I won't make an example of from a country, but I could make an example from a regional perspective. What we have seen happening in certain regions of South Africa, provinces of Free State and the others, is that there are areas whereby the commercial farmers typically go to, and if the area is as better organized, decide that they will partner with the farmers in that community to either till the land or improve the genetics of their livestock. And whenever that has happened, we have seen them moving from being smallholder, getting in the commercial ladder, and others progressing and tapping into the export markets. I know that in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, there was a huge program to improve the genetics for wool farmers. And the sheep farmers, they introduced new rams and all of that, and they began getting high quality wool. Now we're sitting whereby much of the wool in South Africa is going to China. South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand are some of the biggest exporters of wool to China. And the black smallholder farmers in South Africa, they account for a greater share of that. And not only that, we've seen the income in the communities where this was done, as well as how much those households were happened to see the improvement in the income, spending for their children education, spending on improving their houses and all of that. It fundamentally changes some of the things. So there are those test cases, but that involves the private sector, that involves those communities having to have organizing power, which is where then I think the previous point we talked about of ensuring that we not only talk about empowering people on physical infrastructure, but also on soft infrastructure, then being able to organize yourself and then going out there to look for any organizations that can partner on what you have. And then there's a sharing of gains. There's also another area in South Africa of Willowvale, and people can look this up, a project called Whiphold. Whiphold started being these black women in South Africa, in the southern region, in a coastal area of the Eastern Cape again, where they came together and they approached the financial institutions to put the grain elevators, the silos, and then they merged their plots of land and decided that all of them will plant grain on that. And they brought on the agribusinesses that started tilling all of that land, introducing the better seed cultivars, and that they became the workers in this project, while at the same time they are sure at the end of the financial year they get to have certain dividends, but in the meantime they also benefit in terms of wages throughout month by month in operating that land. And that has change even the way that community is, because now it is known as a community that has infrastructure, a community that is operating at a commercial level, and certain areas of land that are reserved for agricultural activity. And everyone knows the generation that comes after those women begins then to focus more on other things and going to schools and doing, and it's been running for over a decade. So there are those test cases. What is always though difficult is to say, okay, if then we have all of those successful things, why aren't replicating them out to other regions and in other countries? And then it comes back again to the political consideration, not only of politicians, but also of the communities at which some of these things could be done.
So one of the, and give me time to build out this question. In Nigeria, one of the challenges we have with food security is that we have terrorism, banditry, and those types of issues affecting farmers, so they're unable to go to the farms. One of the bigger challenges we have is the conflict between herders, cattle herders, and farmers, because we have this migratory, open grazing approach in raising cattle in Nigeria. South Africa produces a lot of beef. Most of it seems to be on ranches. What's been your experience in South Africa or in the southern regions of Africa, where you moved from the migratory transhumans cattle raising practices to more intensive ranching? And how has the economics of that played out, etc.? And here I'm seeking, probably solutions to the farmer-herder conflicts we have in Nigeria, not just in Nigeria, but even in places across the Sahel and all the way to Kenya and beyond.
I think there, but what we see being useful is really the inviting the large scale people that can invest in feedlots. And once they have those feedlots and then they have whatever requirement of cattle that they have to process over time, introducing the economic aspect of that. And then people have to make sure that when their cattle are of certain age, they are able to sell them and all of that. Because what we have seen in South Africa, even in the production of that beef, you do have about 34% of cattle that are still sitting in the informal land on those grazers that are somewhat similar to that, although confined only in certain areas. But there is also a limitation on how farmers in general can move their cattle, because we sit in a region which struggles with what we call foot and mouth disease. So all of these animal diseases, which have forced then even the government to say you cannot move your cattle to certain zones so that we remain with the certain protocols on the animal health. But I think what assists then is making sure that the farmers have the area in which they can auction their cattle, because they keep them as that, because there's also some shortages on the cattle auctioning side and of keeping the livestock market pretty much liquid. And I think countries like Zambia and the others are actually also on that path of making sure that they are doing that. Zambeef and the others are some of the organizations that are participating strongly in the beef space. Namibia is also participating quite strongly in the beef market. So there are all of those aspects. But for me, it's really formalizing it and making sure that you invite the feedlots so that they are there and the farmers, they have an avenue at which they can sell their livestock. Because they migrate it, because sometimes your herd is so large to the extent that you're looking and driving and moving around looking for grazing path. But if you know that you can control your herd to a certain volume and you have an area at which you're winning some off and you're selling some off, and all of that process needs to be introduced. And that comes with both education as well as an investment that will be needed on doing that.
And in our discussion, in the lead up to this conversation here, you had mentioned, some of the models that South Africa has for social protection, where people who are out of job, get paid some monies, etc., as a way of, cushioning the economic challenges that they may be facing. Could you just dwell a little bit more on how this works? And here I'm thinking more, what are some of the checks and balances that have been put in place to prevent abuse of this system, especially in countries where data might not be, one of our strongest suits? How do we prevent abuse of some of these social protection programs, which I think are important, even just as a palliative or as an interim solution, as we think of the longer term build out of the rural communities?
I mean, I think the first thing that, of course, every country has to always do is to think about your tax system. Because governments do not make money, they have to get it from somewhere. And I think everyone needs to get used to paying tax. I know rules differ country by country, but I think that's always the starting point, so that they are in better fiscal space to do that. And then from there onwards, of course, then what ends up happening, people, and this in South Africa was new, because what the protection support that we have had has always been for the elderly, from 60 upwards, and also for the young, people who can't work, who are between age of 18 to zero, and then they have the parents that are not working, and then they can apply for all of these production stuff. And it differs how much you get. You may find that for the elderly is 2,000 rand. And then for those that are somewhere young, before between 0 and 6, it's 350. The others is 1,000 rand. It all differ as to how all of this is. But during the COVID time, there was an introduction of a 350 Rand support system because many people were out of work, even in an informal sector, because of the limited activity that was introduced by COVID. And at the time also there was a fiscal space to do that. But because it's not coming without a cost in South Africa right now, it does present some fiscal difficulties, which is why South Africa had to explore possibilities of increasing the VAT, which is why I was starting point of saying money must be gotten somewhere. Tax is important because now you are thinking about how do you reallocate these resources. And this is important because then it keeps people at least having something that comes in. But I think the ultimate goal is always of saying we need to do something to create work and make sure that we address the unemployment. And I think the conversation that we started off with on the agricultural sector seeks to do that. Because in South Africa, we always say, even if you think about land reform and all of these things that we do, it's always have to have two objectives: restorative justice and economic growth, because it is economic growth that will actually deliver some of these things. It is economic growth that will make governments have money to spend on infrastructure. It is economic growth that makes governments to have money to do all of these social things, spends in school and. So that is always have to be the starting point for all of us.
Exactly, exactly. I have a question from Geraldine Eze Akili. Says, as a practitioner in Northeast Nigeria, which is embattled with different degrees of conflict, where subnational governments, for instance, are heavily dependent on the federal government, with little interest in local economic development and practically little hope for infrastructure development, what other actor or actors can contribute to sustainable local agricultural development? Specifically, what are the roles of private sector in all of this? And I think really the question she's asking is, have you seen some collaborative approaches between government, private sector, maybe even civil society organizations, and successful models that have yielded, economic development, infrastructure development in South Africa or in the broader Africa region, especially as it relates to rural Africa?
I mean, I would say, Pat, of course, I mean, I sympathize with that because we face a somewhat different environment. That is a very difficult one because then when you begin talking about the conflict and all of that, even the private sector people will be a bit more reluctant because they are looking for the returns and the risk matrices begin to be quite different from there, which is why I think those are areas at which the NGOs and the others could play part in assisting to easing up some of that strain. But unfortunately, then the NGO world is the one that is strained now as there are conflicts everywhere. But with the private sector, as happened in South Africa, in a very different environment, it's when we had challenges. They're coming on and working with the national power utility in South Africa, Eskom, on saying what can they do in investing in the renewable. And that was a success because at least now we're sitting pretty much stable on the energy supply side. In the ports, we had periods where we had congestion in some of and they had efficiency issues. And the government, through its state-owned entities, Transnet, which manages our ports, with the private sector collaboratively working together to addressing some of those things. And that involves core investing in buying whatever equipment that is needed, and the government sometimes just easing on the regulations that are hindering investments, and then for the private sector to be able to participate on that. So there are all of those metrics, but I understand that this may not be as effective in a context at which you are asking on this, because then there is a context specific that is necessary, and unfortunately, the situation that you have explained is quite difficult. Yeah.
As we begin to wrap up, let me even go back to a more fundamental question. So I've read your books, I've read some of your columns. You're quite bullish about Africa. If we suspend for a minute, forget that you're South African, forget that you're African, what is really the source of your hope, of your bullishness about this continent that appears to everyone to have the ability to lead, but just hasn't been able to start. What's driving this hope? What's making you bullish? Look at it not as an African. Remove yourself and talk to me as to where you find a hope that Africa is not going to be left behind, especially as we jump deeper into this fourth industrial revolution. We don't have the skills to play. Why do you think we're not going to be left behind? And why do you think we're going to catch up and close the gap and probably sit at the table with our fellow humans?
I mean, I think for me, when I look at the continent and where optimism also really comes from, it comes from the young people of the continent. I mean, look at what's going on in Madagascar at the moment. They are overcome a couple of their challenges, and you have young people saying we want something different to do. There was in Nigeria, you had young people in various occasions in the previous years going to the streets, forgetting if it's so wrong, what political cycle we are living in. But the point is that they had different idea which they are imagining for themselves. You think back about a year ago in Kenya, you had young people going out and saying they want something that for themselves. About 5 years, 6 years ago in Zimbabwe, you had young people going up saying they want something for themselves. Because ultimately, what we have now is a world that is shaped from a prism of the generation that was coming and their vision and their view by the transition from the previous regimes and coming on the democratic era. And now you have young people that have a similar exposure because of the technology to young people sitting in any country in the world. And I think for me, that's the source of optimism. But there is one thing, though, that I would say. I would say the young people of Africa needs to pretty much be involved on the political matters as they were. The idea that politics are not for you, you are educated, you will sit somewhere and do your own little things. Destruction and progress comes from politics of any other country. So we need to be active citizens, regardless of where we are sitting. The optimism comes from the fact that we are all exposed to the same knowledge and same aspirations, but then we need to be active at every corner of the continent at which we are in trying to redefine and think about where we will be going. I mean, the young people in Sudan now, if you read the news and you look at the pictures and what's going on, they are out there asserting whatever political aspirations, for if you agree or you disagree with what they are saying, but they are saying something. And I think for me, that's where things will go right on. The only problem that we may have is if others are too important to be involved in politics, they will sit somewhere, because then that issue of wanting to be a passive citizen is what will plunge us to the very same problems that we have been in. But one can't help but to be optimistic about where the continent will pretty much lead. And of course, then thinking about the resource bases that the continent also have to offer the
Interesting. Now, again, just let me go fishing again for ideas. I don't know if in your engagements in South Africa or across the continent, you found non-conventional or homegrown solutions to some of the challenges we face with re-energizing rural communities. And here I'm thinking maybe financing models. Are there some non-conventional financing models that you're seeing? Data is always a big problem with planning, with access to pricing information, access to markets. Maybe new ways of financing agricultural inputs. We've got some ideas in Nigeria around, like Halo Tractor, where you can call up a tractor and use it for the number of hours without having to own that asset. Again, just looking for ideas that we could ventilate here and could then trigger opportunities for, people listening from different countries.
I mean, I think there are a couple of things. I'm thinking now the cooler aspect that I talked about, the M-Pesa things that I mentioned. Those are some of those that ensure that at least in the early warnings environmentally, in a pricing signal for farmers, they offer that. But I think on the financing, we could still do a bit more. And I think a couple of people are trying up a whole range of instruments about what to do on that. And I think the financial institutions themselves, there is a role that they are beginning to play, whereby you see, I mean, again, outside Standard Bank with its own or farm share, one farm share app that they actually have, which actually has room across the continent. So those are some of the things that I think they are beginning to come up, which they may assist. And again, I would say these needs to be seen as the services that may come in. Fundamental discussed about land governance, infrastructure, still need to be arranged because these enhance the farmers' capabilities in an environment that already has other things to function. Because it's one thing to know that if I'm sitting in Harare, if I'm sitting in Bulawayo, I can sell my product in Harare, Zimbabwe at an X price. But it's another thing then of getting it in there at a right quality in a most efficient time with lower transaction costs, which then requires again the infrastructure aspect. So I would say for me, these are all of the things that would enhance the information, but a couple of exciting things that are happening. And I would say also the journalists and the writers and thinkers in Africa, it's probably the responsibility whenever one sees something that is happening in their corner, even if you are in Malawi, you are in Djibouti, you have the capability of showcasing this, which is where then the social networks at which we are in, perhaps they should be used in a much more collaborative way so that each person showcases what are some of the things that are happening in their own corners so that we can all learn and engage and interact on these things.
And maybe my second to the last question, if you were stuck in an elevator with the president of South Africa or with a group of African presidents, what is that one thing, that one message you want to get across to them as something that we cannot negotiate, something that they must do to energize rural Africa, to just get that sector moving again? What is that one thing you want to communicate to them or to him?
Yeah, I mean, I would say if I'm in a space with the leaders of the continent, the one thing that I would forward to them, framing again of agriculture, to say this is an economic sector, not the social only aspect. So that reframing is necessary, and that must be governance. And this is not going to cost them on a fiscal aspect, but they should begin putting the word out there of saying we are improving the land governance. Agriculture is a strategic economic sector, and send that message to the local authorities to get that done, and close it on by saying we will embrace science and urge our own regulators to look at whatever innovation that is being brought to us within a much more lenient prism in terms of risk, and think more about what we could achieve going forward. And I think those are some of the things that I could put forward with regards to this sector. And I think if they can do just that and sending that signal and then allow the environment to sift out how to carry this forward, we could get far from the position that we are in.
Fantastic. And Wandile, we spent a lot of time and had a broad-based conversation, but maybe there's some point you wanted to make that I didn't get to. Maybe I can give you a few minutes to address that point.
I mean, the key thing I would still say is that, in all of the areas that we are sitting in the continent, the very same point that I raised for presidents is something that we need to put out. And I would say we need to reshape the narrative and how we write about Africa's agriculture. The idea that we go at every conference and we make these examples of our grandmothers and grandfathers farming somewhere, we think that they are relatable, which they are. But I think we need to change the narrative and actually sell what we want to see, not what you are observing from your village, because you are trying to get somewhere. And I think changing that story in much of what we are writing and begin to start new energizing narratives about rural development in Africa that may lead us somewhere. I'm even fighting with newspaper publishers, Pet, whenever I'm submitting an article and they start to put an unappealing picture about how they depict Africa, I always pick an issue with them to say this is not where we are going. You pick something much more uplifting so that young people can see where we are going.
Exactly. I can't agree more with you. Wandile, thank you so much for the time you've spent with us, sharing on these many topics. And ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today's episode of Development Discourse. Big ideas, important questions, real conversations. And until next time, I'm Patrick Okibo. Let's keep building that society we want to live in. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Wandile.
We are local.
International communities observing every. When the meat market is in chaos, people are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Edition of Muse. Muse is a program where we think and talk on Signature Television. Signature Television comes to you direct to home on channel 265 on SLTV. And of course, it comes to you on all social media handles, talk about YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and all the social media handles are on your screen, as you can see. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your muser. And then the chairman and the acting director, with all the positions they put here, whether it's real or fake, they have made me the chief muser, and I'm accepting that position with all humility. But don't take it to the bank, because I'm only here because you are there. Join us as we muse, think, and talk on several issues that bother us. They can be global, they can be Nigeria. But remember that they say the pepper will be more potent in that particular mortar where it's grounded. Like the Igbo proverb said, those in Akana or Kwagwaria. So when you're talking about the issue that we're going to talk about and think and talk on this program, is going to come from Nigeria. And when you move down to even part of where you don't want to know, you want to profile, no. Muse is a global, national, continental, African program that deals with all issues that bother, especially about Nigeria as a country. Nigeria healthy once again, and I believe in Nigeria. One Nigeria all the way about. That's when we do things that will bring us and make us one. Not when we are talking with one Nigeria in one mouth. We are talking different Nigeria with different mouths, and that is deception. That's on that note I stand. The first thing I'm going to come in today has to be with an issue that deals with my constituency, journalism. Whether it's broadcast or press, whether it's social media, third or first or new media, whichever media you are looking at, journalism are the same. So there is the issue of the New York Times and the screwdriver. When it says screw, it's because they add the driver to it. Otherwise, when you hear screw, somebody is trying to. It's funny. The New York Times and the Nigerian screwdriver seller in Onitsha market. How did we get to that level? The New York Times left the West African Bureau of New York Times, the respected New York Times, got interested in stories about Nigeria, the narration of Christian genocide narrative, and they got interested. And one organization in Nigeria is Inter-Society, and CLO, Civil Liberty Organization, Inter-Society, that are trying to propagate the rights of ordinary human beings, pushing narrative of facts, trying to tell truth to the authorities over time and build a credibility over themselves. They have not been bought over, and they have not gone down like many of such organizations over time. These organizations are led by well-respected young man. He wasn't like Chinua Achebe said, those whose pankane were broken by them by the benevolent spirit. This young man started as an apprentice trader, grew up. So nobody broke his pankane for him. Nobody. He struggled through rank and file and grew. But he took interest and built this organization to this level. For over 30 years, we have had to do with Inter-Society and CLO. No Emeka Umagbalas, as far as 30 years ago when he was working with CLO, dealing on civil liberty organizations and issues that are allied. And he built his own Inter-Society, went to school to study criminology from first degree masters, and then improve himself and still run his business and run his own. That means he did not depend on anybody. And then we keep churning out facts. Most of these facts are embarrassing to every government body state, all the states in Southeast Nigeria, all the governors that have passed through Southeast Nigeria as governors. We never forget Inter-Society with their facts and what they do. And then along the line, they got involved in so many other things about the security of the region where they operate, and even the bigger picture of security of Nigeria. And they are pushing us facts through research empirical evidences, eyewitnesses, key persons interview, KIPs, and all that. And they have network of people who are allied and they're networking with them to gather information that will keep Nigeria as a country going on. And such reports they are running out. A lot of organizations abroad got interested in what they do, and they've been asking them and then depending on them for information. They have never called for war. They have never given false narrative. They have never hit below the barrel to gain any political or any kind of advantage. They faced their job, and they, no wonder the New York Times found that they're interested. After doing their research, they find an organization that are yielding the facts and bringing out data, and they, through a lot of network and the collaborations, the civil liberty organizations, according to the facts available to us, offered to grant them interview. And this interview lasted for almost a whole day. They came in, stayed with Meku Mabalas, Maze Meku Mabalas of Inter Society, the woman who led the New York Times, came to Nigeria, stayed, even went during the Christmas holiday, went into the village, went to the market where this man had his business, did everything, did their photo shooting all across everywhere, got facts and moved back. And then what they were trying to research and what gave Inter-Society opportunity is it true there is persecution of Christians in Nigeria from the data? The data that the CLO released were incredible, something that anybody will want to interrogate. Is it true that over 19,100 churches have been burned for this number of years? Is it true that that's the pattern that the genocide, meaning the persecution, the banditry, terrorism, and the issues Nigeria is taking that is targeted at a particular group of people? That's what happened. At the end of it all, New York Times went with a report, and what they wrote has become not embarrassing only to Nigeria, to Inter-Society organization, but totally to everything that you call journalism in the world. When there are people you look at model to look at it, and I felt bad for our constituency. That's journalism, press or broadcast, electronic, any kind of journalism you find yourself. What New York Times have done recently by modeling of fact, telling half-truths, and pushing narrative to cause trouble has brought embarrassment, if not only to New York Times, to everything that align with it. What you hear a New York Times published is that they publish that it is Inter-Society led by a screwdriver seller in Onitsha main market. That is the fact that they released that made Donald Trump to get interested in Nigeria, and then took the decision to bomb the terrorists on 25th of December 2025. What an audacity. What a calculated attempt to model facts and then give a dog a bad name to murder it. But then, in every fact, once a person is decided to cause trouble for people, they will always cause trouble for themselves. Because, look at it, if a whole country like America, where the New York Times operate and have their headquarters across the globe, will depend on the screwdrivers, sellers' report to bomb Nigeria, then the question is America sanity in question? Or is it in doubt? If America's sanity is not in doubt, is it the New York Times and all the things that they do with that is in doubt? Something is wrong. Somewhere along the line, something is wrong. And that's why I took interest in this, and I'm thinking and talking about it. Why should America took decision of common man, and New York Times is proud to report that to the world without shame? Is that how America has been taking decision of bombing? How did America take the decision to go to Venezuela to abduct the president and took him to America, put him in prison there and a standing trial? How did America got to know about Greenland and the one Cuba and Mexico, that they should stand by if what happened in the recent past happened in the recent present, that they're going to take interest in annexing them as part of America. Is it that everything that the President Donald Trump, the president, the POTUS, is it the 47 POTUS of the giant of the world, America, takes, and all the people, the accolade of people who work with him in White House, take reports and data from screwdriver seller? You know why I'm saying this? You know, it sounds funny that people like New York Times will descend so low. And it is aligning up to the fact that quite recently, $9 million was spent in the American economy to change narratives. So we have seen how narratives are being changed. And it's unfortunate, whether it's true or false, that the New York Times has fallen deeply in between. I will leave it there. What we are saying, New York Times versus screwdriver seller, who is telling the truth? And I want the world to look through all the reports and then put their decisions together, and we are waiting. We are not here as, I'm just thinking and talking, and them confusing me. My psyche is being messed up because I cannot understand this. Does it mean that the world, nobody to trust again? All those models were built up. Everybody is building on models, looking at senior brothers and sisters, the big brothers of the world in this sector we operate, that they can at any point. But the Bible was very clear about it. Say, human mind is the most deceitful of all things. So you have to be careful. And any man who depends on human being is the person that most pitiful of all human beings. Of all things on earth, if you depend on human. So it is calling to question when we come and say, this is my model, this is my model. New York Times, you are the model of journalism in recent times. And we are going to encourage a lot of people to study your template and use it to see whether the world will become better. Thank you for fighting the screwdriver seller with the report and all the advantage you took. The next day, people from New York Times will come in and want to go and take interest and interview people, and they will open up to you. Because the Igbo say, if a blind man, after staggering to get to Udara, a fruit, after eating, he should go and struggle again and use his leg to get another one to eat. That's what you have done. Because anybody who crosses a bridge and let that bridge and burn the bridge, we always want to cross again. Because they won't kill you with evil proverb. It may not make sense to people. But to few people who did it make sense, please explain to the others around them. There is mass abduction of Christians worshippers in Kajuri, in Kaduna State. It came as a rumor. I sat on a newspaper review panel and I reviewed it the day. The first day the report came, the newspaper said, the DPO, the police, the local government chairman of Kajuri area of Kaduna State said, it's all lie. We knelt down and prayed to God and said, thank you, Father, of my creation, that this thing is not true, because there are so much mass abductions, killings, rapes in one small Nigeria. And before that, I added a caveat and I said, let it be that no more, not that in very near future, somebody will come and say, it's a lie. I am not a prophet. Not to talk about whether it's doom or boom. I'd rather be prophet of boom. When he said, I remember I went to church when somebody said, boom, boom, boom. God has made my business to boom, 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 boom. So I'm a prophet of boom, boom, boom. Nigeria, boom, boom. Not Nigeria, doom, doom. No. Count me out. But like it is, like as if you say, when you are dealing with, when you are talking to an albino, and the albino is doing his head like this, better hold the albino head so that he will know the one he refused and the one agree. When you're talking to Nigerians, especially people in authority, hold them strongly. No, the one they say is true and the one they say is bad. Because we have people who are, by their character, their positions, and the some political correct in a country we call Nigeria has become what they call albinic in their attitude. Sorry to all the people who are albinos, without stigmatization, without any respect, and amazing the manner of speech. Thank God for it. But then the second thing came. Just few hours, 8 hours later, the news, boom, that there were mass abduction of 177 Christian worshippers in 3 churches in Kajuri area of Kaduna State. And all the people who were denying went silent, no other voice. What we are hearing is from the defense headquarters, the army, of the effort to rescue and all. And it calls to mind, why should a local government chairman, the police officer who paid for Nigerian money, is working in a community from a local government where over 177 people who left their houses to go to church to worship were taken away in the same people with all the security apparatus and all, they were taken away safely, and people come and look the world in their eyes to say it's not true. Then I begin to ask myself, is it one way the barber that does not know how to cut human hair, or is it that the barbing tool is blunt? Proverb of bone and silence. Only the future and the people with conscience will answer. But it's getting to a point where it's always who has even conscience? I don't even know whether me myself have conscience, because they get to a point where you live in a conscienceless society. It becomes infectious, that you do something and say, you touch yourself, you start pinching yourself. Is it me? Or do I still have conscience? Am I a human being? Do we still have conscience among people who speak for us and stand in authority and in gap to talk about us? If, as I'm taught in journalism, he said, if you are in doubt, don't go to the press, don't even publish. Why should people in authority, even if when they're sure, I'm sure we have asked some police officers about standing to find out facts about some crime. They say, we are still investigating. It's not yet clear. We will reveal whatever our findings shortly, even if that is creative enough to push you away, assuming they do not want, if it's a sensitive information they don't want to reveal. But some people came, sat boldly, looked at cameras and turned to the journalists and said, abduction of 177 people is a ruse. And I asked myself, who did this to Nigeria? We are no more, in this case now, talking about others who are still in captivity that have not been rescued. We are talking about whether it's true or false. But the facts are revealed, even from Signaturetv, a lot of inquiries, talking from people in Kaduna through Zoom and the efforts of mass network has revealed that abduction took place and the people are still in captivity, that the Nigerian Security Organization has told us that they are making effort to rescue them. And we pray God that will grant them the strength, knowledge, wisdom to rescue, and those people should come back to their families. But that's it. Now, there are certain things that raise anxiety for some of us that are fathers, whether you're a Muslim father, Christian father, pagan father, traditional African worship father, exotic religion father, a father all the same. You have children old enough to go for National Youth Service Corps, and then over time, this service has been closed. They are camping, orientation camps in different states in Nigeria that have been tagged high-risk states have been stopped over time. So some of them, the coppers that posted for these high-risk states, go to another state, do the orientation camp. When they are discharged, some of them that still want to go back to those states to serve will go. Some of them do need to be deployed, we deployed. But now, the newspaper just recently, we heard that orientation camp of National Youth Service Corps has opened up in high-risk states, and it has brought anxiety. Is this anxiety called for? Yes. Why is it called for? Because it's only a tree that we hear that it will be killed and still stand moping. Even if tree doesn't move, you can stand and be there. Some villages don't have trees that move. If you go, I'll tell you which villages you go, you see trees that move. But that's by the way. So the anxiety is who will bring out his head to be used to break the coconut of national youth service in one Nigeria unity. Will the person be there when the coconut will be eaten? That's the first question. For NYC prospective core members who will travel far distances to high-risk states by road, who will protect them? Has NYC thought about the options of going to collect these people with the security at organized areas and take them to organized areas in the camp safely with the way they guard themselves, with police escorts and platoon of army, police, civil defense, and all manner? Will it be done? Will there be a guarantee? Is there a negotiation between what is happening here and what is not happening now, that there is an agreement signed that the bandits and the terror and all the people who have constituted insecurity issues and matters on our roads are negotiated, and see if you see coppers, leave them? Until these questions are asked. Opening up, I'm saying that opening up orientation camp for NYC in high-risk states recently still raised anxiety. I am anxious. It's not coming up in newspaper alone as we say. I am worried because what happened in recent past, if you continue in recent present, there is continuous call for concern. Well, that's about it. The last that we want to quickly talk about, we have noticed that politics at the state, national, local government level has stepped into the traditional rulers' palaces of the much revered palaces of our traditional rulers. Recently is witnessing an avalanche of politicalization and politicking and political maneuver and horse trading. If you want to know what I'm actually talking about, all this is not going to trade suddenly. Go and ask about how the open position of Awujale of Ijebu is being handled. The much revered position of Awujale of Ijebuland is now in much political talk. If the governors of those areas did not submit and bring who become the Awujale, the traditional structure set up with over time on how to select the Awujale stool, a person who will sit on that stool will be countered. DSS has now taken over the Awujale Palace of Ijebuland, and the letter from the state governor said nothing should happen, but the people who are the kingmakers said they stand their ground. They refuse to be bought. Why are the governors in Nigeria interested in traditional rulers' tools of all the communities? Why would they be interested in who become the local government chairman? Because in all the election, local government election we have had is always 100 by 100. So good luck. And that one is not enough. When they go into the traditional rulers council now and make sure that every community who become the traditional ruler, they are involved. Very soon they will be involved who become the husband of the wife, or who become the first son of, or the first daughter, who becomes everything, who become the Ogene man, who become the town crier of communities. The government is interested in everything. That is seen as greed of power. And over time, when a power gets so greedy and want to amass everything under one desk, then the proverb of bone and silence that my father told me comes to play. If any man who want to collect everything that oil bean seed tree has developed up there, we never come down from where it climbed up from. Because that greed will make the man to even get the one that is at the tail end, and then you know the story, you know what I'm saying? Because even my father said, if I give you a proverb and explain it, It means the money used to marry your mother it will not stand. And it's just a proverb. So that's about it. People, we have brought those few things, and the more are here, we are thinking and talking. It doesn't end here. I remain your muser, Christian Chibuzo Madoka, coming to you from Signature TV on Direct to Home channel S265 on SLTV and all the social media platforms. If you have done well, please tell others. What you have not done well, tell us so that we prepare to do well. And remember, if you like and share and comment, it will help our situation. We'll move up and we're going somewhere. Please come along with us. God bless you and keep watching all the programs coming out of Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV. We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You're welcome to Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Obani. We are going to take you through major developments, major events in our country. And I wish you, once again, a happy and prosperous new year, even though the month of January has gone very far. But as long as we have January, we'll still continue to wish you a happy and prosperous new year. Once again, my name is Mike Obania. We're going to take you through some of the major events in our country. And we're looking at the development in River State. River State's politics, River State judiciary. The impeachment process of the governor of River State has just been put on hold through the action of the court. We look at the developments. We also look at the development in Kano State, where the Kano State governor, Abbas Yusuf, has resigned from the New Nigerian People's Party. He has not made his new party known. And, you know, this is a season of defection. Well, we look at that too. Then the abduction that took place in Kaduna State, the abduction of worshippers that took place in Kaduna State. First of all, the security agencies denied that nothing of sort took place. But later, they accepted the fact that there was actually an abduction. And it comes at a time when Nigeria has paid so much money to an American lobbyist, you know, to launder the image of Nigeria. With me in the studio this morning is Dr. Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje is a seasoned economist. Dr. Ukeje, you are welcome to the program.
Good morning, Mike.
Thank you very much. Mr. Martin Ani is a seasoned public affairs analyst. Mr. Ani, you're welcome to the program. Good morning. Good morning. You shake him on my behalf because he's tired. Thank you very much. It's like we are meeting for the first time since the year. You are welcome. You are welcome. Yes. Thank you very much for coming, and we wish you a happy and prosperous new year. It's like we have all stayed long in ENUGU state, really. And I want to take you to the center. I want to take you to the center of Nigerian politics. I don't know whether you agree for us to go to the center, because all these governors that have defected, they want to be at the center, you know. In fact, that's the reason, major reason that they are giving for defection. They want to bring their people to the center. You know, in ENUGU, for instance, the governor of ENUGU State, Dr. Peter Mbam, when he defected from the People's Democratic Party to APC, he said his major reason was to bring ENUGU State and Southeast to the center. Let's look at this center thing. I mean, we've been, the Southeast, for instance, ENUGU State has been in the center of politics, you know, for 24 years since the inception of this, you know, democracy experiment in 1999. 24 years of PDP rule in ENUGU State. 24 years of PDP rule in Abia State. People are still talking about going to the, what is the essence of going to the center? You know, really, when you look at the whole thing, is it profitable? We were there for 24 years. What are we going to do there?
These are remarks by, let's say, Johnny Ben. You don't take what they are saying for political party, or our constitution, or the constitution of Nigeria, assumes representative participation in government. But those people are not representing it, they are representing themselves. So don't bother yourself about what they said or what they didn't say. But unity does not mean uniformity. Three of us here can see him, very young and agile. Can see me, old and declining. But we are united, but we are not uniform. Anybody who tells you that he's going to the center for something, he's going for himself. Before you go anywhere, you will be delegated. That's why people are called delegates. The one of Kano is most interesting. But they say that those who forget history will leave it again. Abubakar Remi was well educated, he was a foreign service officer. But when he came into politics, he followed Aminu Kano, who was not as, you can't call him a polished man in terms of, but he had a heart for the ordinary people.
Yes.
That was his effort. So he joined him because that was the winning framework.
Yeah.
Of course, when things fell apart between the two of them, he moved to MPP at that time. That change created a problem that eventually led to the loss of his life. Kano is a very large community, but let us see how this one goes. So we shouldn't be wasting our time about.
It's not really a question of wasting our time. It's a question. That question is relevant.
You were talking about how long the PDP, before now, PDP has stayed in ENUGU before this vote phase. Okay, the point here is this. You can agree with me that since 1999, apart from the Second Republic, and then up to, then when we had parties that had ideology, these days parties do not have ideology. So parties do not maintain left or right, or center left or center right. There are no conservatives, there are no liberals, there is no little to the left and little to the right and center. So what people do is to have a purpose vehicle, a means to get to power. They don't see politics since 1999 as a means to hold on to power. And that was what coincidentally PDP did. It wasn't as if PDP had any ideology. Could you term them liberalists? Could you tell them conservatives? No. Could you tell them welfarists? No. Could you say they are center left or center right? No. Anything that could enable them survive was what they welcomed, whether it was conservative or liberal, it doesn't matter. So the point here is that it was just a mere coincidence that we had PDP run to 24 years that I just mentioned, and then capitulated under Goodluck Jonathan, because he wasn't forceful about the election, he wasn't determined to run with it, to hold it and catch it at all means. So that was why PDP lost. If not, PDP would have seen how got to power, assuming they had a leader who was more forceful and all that. So the point here is that ENUGU leaving PDP, just like you mentioned. Last year when we were discussing in this forum, I mentioned about popular politics and then elitist politics. These are people playing elitist politics. I want to move to the center to make the place better. What has changed since moving? Apart from possibly Uchenna losing his seat at the Senate and then being the leader of APC. He nominated someone from his cabinet, who was a former commissioner of Attorney General, to replace the Minister of Science and Technology.
Uchenna losing his position.
Yes, because
of the executive.
Exactly. So what has changed? Nothing. Nothing has changed. The allocation is still the same. If he has the zeal to work for ENUGU, it's still the same zeal, assuming he's still pushful. If he wants to work for the people, he will still work for the people. But if he wants to work for some persons at the expense of the people, in order to have opportunity to be at the center for protection against certain things that may be undemocratic, that is also personal to him. So for us, it is his personal decision to move to the center, but we are yet to see the import of that movement. So, like I stated, ENUGU being in PDP for the past 24 years just a mere coincidence. Even ruling Nigeria.
Martin, I think I knew one day that PDP was one political party that was formed by consensus. Regardless of the fact that Obasanjo was jump-started into it. He wasn't a member of the organization.
Yeah.
It was Kwame that was leading them. But if you look at the character of the people who were chairman of the party, Kwame, Solomon La, you know, they were people who were open.
Focused.
They were open to dialogue.
Exactly.
If you remember, throughout the time that the PDP was in office at the federal level, Borno State, Yobe State, Lagos State, I can't remember any other state now, continued to be governed by parties that are not members of the People Democratic Party. And I don't think anybody went to jail for that reason. Actually, what is called APC now was a patchwork of people who left PDP in opposition to Jonathan being running for president in 2015. So they were quite different, but what we should focus on is representative governance. If you follow international developments now, you see the UK Prime Minister was even talking about Trump as if they were mates. But Trump represents some solid interest in the United States. People who believe that the US is being taken as big for nothing. And that is why much of what he does is carried forward because he represents some people. But this one we are seeing in Nigeria is following one man.
Yes.
Even when your family members do not know him or are against him. You know, because it's like Amakeku. There's a music that we used to call Amakeku. Whatever you are told, you ignore it and you do whatever you like. But like it happened in the First Republic, when you build a pyramid, when you build a steel structure, one leader, one person, everybody's following him. When he's not there, things will fall apart and there will be, the center has fallen and nobody will know where to go. It will be like Israel that said everybody to your own home. But it's not good because people's life are
so then that brings us to the issue of what we should do at this moment to reverse the situation. Because, I mean, power belongs to the people. If I am a governor, I am moving from one particular party, a party that elected me into office, okay? The implication is that I should first of all get support from those who elected me. Throw the issue before that. I said, look, I am going there. You know,
but don't need to belabor the point. Edward the Seventh in England up to today, being a Catholic is a no-go area for the kingship. When he fell in love with a Catholic, a divorcee, he abdicated the kingdom and went to the United States to marry the person he loved. Can you imagine anybody who is Sultan in Sokoto converting to Christianity and remaining a Sultan? It's just that these people are private and they're engaged in private business. So whatever they say has nothing to do with the people.
Just to take it off from there, have you seen APC since the emergence of Tinubu? What are the ingredients? What can you say is a democratic party? Where are the organs? Are they functioning? You can see what is going on in Rivers. One man is not in PDP, one man is not in APC, one man is also in Tinubu's government, commanding certain things, dictating certain things within PDP and APC at the same time. That is not normal in a democracy. The party will call a meeting and then sanction you.
You are going far. In ENUGU here now,
so,
if you go around the town,
so what exactly is going on?
Where local government chairman and the governor are calling people to come and register.
Exactly. What is
happening? The party has the chairman
structure
and the executive.
Exactly.
But public resources are being used to. And once they do it, once they do e-registration, they will nominate people without people voting. That was what used to remove Ambode. The party sent people to go and conduct the nomination. Adam Soshomole was the chairman that time. He said, no, the nomination had not been done, but Tinubu insisted that it had been done.
Exactly.
Civil servants, local government employees are now being registered as members of APC.
The last neck that APC had held in the presidency. So it looks as if, okay, at the moment, Professor Yewatide or whatever, the APC chairman, is trying to rein in the skirmish going on in Rivers as the leader of the APC, and said the governor of the state, who is now a member, is the leader. But some people are doing things different from what they. So you can see that this is not how a political party is run. Where is the neck? Where is the organs? Where are the structures? That determine the president is just a member of the party.
No, like I said, you are going too far. There is a crime.
So it's unfortunate. So there's no party in Nigeria.
I first saw it in Port Harcourt.
There's no party, political
Some
party.
criminals will announce that there is other fire or something. People will start running. When they run away, they will still there. So if the main man is against what is happening, he will speak. All this
he's deliberate.
He's just
being exactly. He's being deliberate. It's a political strategy to pretend as if you don't know what's going on, so that nobody will say I said. Nobody will say, oh, I didn't say. At the same time, things are going wrong, and you are the leader. So can you tell me that's how the Labour Party in UK run? Can you tell me that's what Bednock is doing? The Nigerian woman.
So the issue really, gentlemen, is that we don't have political parties.
What we have is amalgamation.
We don't have
of
political parties at the
People
moment.
Who have interest, temporary,
special purpose vehicle. We don't have political parties
power
at the moment, and that is very regrettable, because I remember that in the Second Republic we have the Unity Party of Nigeria. If you are a member of Unity Party of Nigeria, you know why. You know the ideology of UPN. You know the ideology of MPP. You know the ideology of MPM. But these days, people anything goes. But that's quite unfortunate for the development of democracy and party politics in our country. But that takes us to Rivers State, where there is the impeachment process of Fubara has been stalled. Temporarily, of course, temporarily, because the judge of Rivers State, Justice Simeon Amade, has says it's no longer going to entertain any the impeachment process that because of a court order restraining him from receiving documents about the impeachment from the legislature in Rivers State. And of course, the Amewule faction of the legislature has gone on an appeal over this issue, and the judge says until there is a determination of this case, I'll no longer touch the case, the matter, even with a long spoon. So what does that say to democracy? What does that say to democracy in Rivers State? What does that say to the government's objective of working for the people, working for the problem? Because it seems as if there is no governance in Rivers State. There's no governance.
Money, traveling anywhere he likes. His wife is spending money, going anywhere she likes. His son is going around. So he says, how can he be working for the people? The judiciary already has announced that they are standing on one man's mandate. I said, these things are just jokes. The impeachment process, in fact, impeachment means accusation. That's what it means. The vote to remove somebody from office is a different thing. But you cannot go to equity with unclean hands. It's only in Nigeria that judges pretend to be deaf when they like. If you accuse people, if you impeach them, you send the accusations to them, and they respond. Fubara and the deputy governor have not responded, yet the thing was sent to the chief judge. The chief judge, knowing the law, should have said, cannot be treated because the response of the accused is not attached.
Yeah, but the Constitution gives you 7 days, gives the governor,
doesn't mean that
the
you
deputy,
will
7
not-
days to
you
respond.
will not
And I
be-
think in this case, the intention to impeach the governor, a letter was sent to the governor, was
That
served
is
to the
what they
governor.
claim. The governor said he didn't receive
He didn't
but
receive
it should be attached
Okay.
to that accusation, because once you accuse, you get members to sign, they agree, they list the accusations and send it to the accused. He responds. You now vote again after that this response is not satisfactory. You attach the vote, attach the response and send to the chief judge, pleading with, but the chief judge also has a duty to read what you have written. And if it doesn't make sense, it's only in Nigeria that people go to court to say preliminary objection.
So
in other jurisdictions that are republics, in US, if you accuse somebody of something, the clerk of court will read it. And if it is not to be determined, it will be thrown out. You don't waste people's, because it costs money for a court to sit. There is a case reported in Abuja. The People's Democratic Party requested the court to grant them authority to enter their compound, which have been occupied by police and weekend. The judge said, I will not issue it, and I will not strike it out. I will dismiss it. What does it mean? It's just psychologically hurting the party. But even the law of physics say that if you have a center of gravity, once it tips, there will be a crash. In the 1960s, the Northern People's Party tried it. People like J.O. Jokes, who is not from the north, joined the party. Melford Okilo formed a small party that has aligned with it. Eventually, where did we end up? But it appears the lesson of that period is only for the Igbos. But I think sooner than later, other people are going to learn the lesson.
Mr. Martin, really, as you make contribution, you should also look at the issue of governance. Is governance taking place?
That's exactly what I'm
Rivers
about saying. One, it is good you are trying to, walk us through how impeachment works and all that, and then the procedure it takes, documents that are required before the process goes. The point here is that, is it not becoming very infantile, very childish, and very frivolous that impeachment is now used as a tool, a political tool, a kind of witch hunt in Rivers State? These are political parties. These are a set of people whom we know how they emerged in the political thought of that state. And we know the man who said he actually made all of them. And the same man now says, since you are not going against what I want, I'm going to deal with you. The last time President had to intervene, and then we thought it was all over. Then what is going on in Rivers is unfortunate. Under any president, that shouldn't happen. In fact, under the current administration, with what has happened in Rivers State, it has been a mockery of democracy in Nigeria. The world is laughing at us. Look at governance is suffering in that state. Because, okay, now look at the point. You said Fubara is working with a budget that is not approved by lawmakers. Now, which budget was approved for the military man?
Yes.
The military man. Look, the state local government allocation was seized at the suspension of democracy in Rivers. Both the governor, deputy, and the House of Assembly. But the moment the military administrator came to power, that allocation was released the next day. So under what condition was it released? There was no elected chairman in the council areas. There was no democratic institutions anywhere. And then the money was released. So it is a show of shame that is going on because, like you said, Rivers people are suffering. Development is stalled. All they are doing there is how to get the money out of that state, possibly to the center. The one that the military administrators pretended over for 9 months, 6 months. This Ameule led whatever said, come and account. Did he follow that through? No. The man didn't come to account, and we've not heard anything about it again for 6 months. For 6 months. So what kind of system is that?
But the governor is still receiving his allocation.
Sure. But what we are saying
so
is
what
that,
happens with the money that
he's
receives?
working. No, he has been going about commissioning a few things, working. No, we've been watching him. But the point here is that he is not operating optimally because of these troubles here and there, orchestrated by
Like I said, it is,
no, before why is it that what makes it difficult for Mr. President to rein in yes, Wike?
No.
Because I mean it's a public knowledge.
It's simple.
Unless you want me to say that.
It's politics.
It. Look,
what does he stand to gain by causing
personal
division?
Power.
All right.
Personal power.
Yeah, let me not hurt this man. Let me not hurt the other man. Let's see how we continue.
Since the military rule. This didn't start in 1999. In the old Anambra State, the word dichotomy was introduced by a political philosopher, Dr. Chuboka Debo. He did not consider anything beyond him to wreck Anambra State for his personal benefit and the benefit of his paymasters. He was a member of NCNC as a young man. But the moment he joined MPN and Zik was in MPP,
he did what he called political arithmetic.
He did not spare anybody, even calling Zik an ant. And it's not just, look at his home, look at
yeah.
He was a member of NCNC when Zik was the leader.
Yeah.
Zik was president of Nigeria. He did, but where is he today? They followed the Buhari, who locked him up.
Yeah.
They say he was tear gassed. Everybody, young Martin, yourself, myself, we must stand for something. Politics without principle, according to Mahatma Gandhi, is the problem that we are having. Yusuf in Kano have been following Kwankwaso.
Yeah, Kwankwasia movement
for a long time. What is it that has happened after he had won? And that election would have been taken from him.
Yes.
But for supporters of Kwankwaso, particularly one sheikh, somebody Bauchi, who threatened the Supreme Court that if they annul the election, then there will be consequences. Of course, they know the people who can cause riot. Now, he is against his master. If you go to scripture, you will see what happened to those who betray their master. Interestingly, I saw on television where he and his group were still wearing
the Kwankwasia cap. All over, yeah. They didn't discard it.
You carry your father's house to another person's place and say we have come as slaves.
Now you ask yourself, what exactly is the Kano governor going to lose staying put in the party that made him?
Yeah.
Nothing. Because the entire local government is still run by them. The entire House of Reps, the senators.
Is he afraid that we will not be given a second term
there is something,
ticket to run for second
they are not telling us.
Yes.
Possibly they want to tell us that if we are not here, even when we win in our place, it will be taken away from us. Maybe they are not telling us that that is what they've been told. Maybe there's something they've been told behind the scene that they need to tell us. Because what exactly is the game?
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that we have politicians of this ilk and those who are averse to standing for any principle, any ideology, and we hoping and praying that that day will come when the political parties in Nigeria will be built around principles, will be built around ideology, and of course have followers, strong followers who know where they are going. It's not when the leader, like what we are experiencing at the moment, if the leader defects to party A, then everybody will follow him to party A without asking questions. Gentlemen, something happened, in Kaduna at a time that the federal government, put up a stiff denial to the effect that Christians are not being, persecuted, or there's no genocide against Christians in Nigeria. And even at a point when we were told that the federal government had hired a lobbyist in the United States, which of course the government has not come out clearly to tell us what happened, and so much amount of money, public payers' money, has been paid to the lobbyist. We had this incident in Kaduna last week where about 160, 170 church worshippers, were abducted. The initial reaction of the government, the initial reaction of security agents was that nothing of such happened.
Yeah,
they can insist that something happened. We are happy that today, so what would make a government act that
Let me
way?
just weigh in quickly. The point here is this. America, the Congress committee and all that reported to Donald Trump said there is persecution of Christians in Nigeria. And then Nigeria said no, that is both Christian, Muslim and all that. But the point here is this. In fact, the very day this news broke out, after 2 or 3 days before Nigeria started admitting it, I was watching Al Jazeera and they carried it. I said, wow. The next thing, CNN carried it. So the point here is, what would that lobbyist or that company be telling President Trump now that he will also be reading, or he would also be privileged to be watching, that a whole parishioners, in fact, that foreign television showed the entire church how the system, music equipment were scattered. I don't know whether you watched the video, how the entire building was wrecked, slippers, shoes, people's head gears, everything, everywhere, on the bags and everything. In fact, the church was a mess. So the point here is, what kind of state are we running that will rather, instead of dealing with our internal affairs, domestic affairs, squarely, firm, as a government that has all the apparatus to deal with it, and we're not able to deal with it, and then we're going to pay 9 million to lobbyists to go and sell a wrong narrative? Is that what it means? Or when they see this one, they will hide it? Unfortunately, they cannot hide it because it's all over the news. So the point I'm trying to make here is that Nigeria is putting their money where it doesn't matter. We have quite a lot of ungoverned spaces. In fact, I was watching that news on telly with all the video and all that. And with my wife, I told my wife, what it means now is that wherever the terrorists or Lakarua, or wherever they strike, then the governor was saying there is need for military, what is it called? Military facility installation. So I asked my wife, does it mean that every part of Nigeria will now there will be military installation in every part for us to remain secure? That is not the way to go in this digital era. Where are the technologies? Where are the other AI devices and all that, drone, blah, 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 that you can actually deploy to monitor what is going on in the 30 states and report to a single command and control center? We're not going to invest in that. Rather, we're getting 9 million to give to a lobbyist to go and start lobbying and laundering. What image are we going to launder?
He asked that question, Doctor. What image are we trying to launder? What image?
Forget that one. Because if you are looking for big law firms in Nigeria, I don't think they are in Kaduna.
Exactly.
For the National Security Advisor to rent a lawyer in Kaduna, to rent somebody in Washington. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Federal Ministry of Information, the National Orientation Agency, the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, all these are bodies that are supposed to relate with people abroad.
Yeah.
So, and you know that the NSA wants to run for governor of Adamawa State. You know, at the time they wanted to impose some tax on bank transactions to be remitted to him. That one entered cold water. He is now spending money that is not budgeted. But more to the point is that when you hear that, like I use the word Amakebu, when you hear that some youths in an area are terrorizing, it is their father that have ignored them.
Exactly.
What they are doing. When people said you should have balance in the presidential ticket, the Muslim combination, the person who originated it is ENUGU. He wanted to run with Abuhari, but Buhari felt that it would be like scandalous.
Yeah.
Now he has enacted it. His vice presidential candidate was governor in Borno State. When there was a cartoon in Denmark, this Denmark that is involved in a Greenland problem against the Prophet of Islam, there was a reverend father who is in charge of St. Michael's in Maiduguri, who was very generous and was feeding destitutes. They killed him and burnt him. Up to today, I'm a Catholic. The body has not been buried, because they seized it that somebody killed in the pursuit of religion cannot be given honorable burial. This is the people who are governing us. It took the intervention of people like Shobowale, who writes in the Vanguard, to get Ambode to be governor of Lagos State, because it said they were tired of having only Muslims being elected, Tinubu, Fashola, and they were going to get another Muslim. It was that upset that brought Ambode. But Ambode was a trained accountant, a trained accountant. So all the mago they do in politics, his knowledge affected him. He cannot say, carry cash and give this man. You must prepare voucher. Yeah. You write something. And they didn't like that kind of thing. So they engineered him out. Are you following? Yes. It's the same thing that is happening to Fubara. Fubara is an accountant. He was a civil servant. He knows that when he was working on that weekend, they could bring out the money. He will write what he will write. If they ignore it, he has his own record. Now that he's the main man, he will not do the same thing. So the people we call bandits and terrorists, the people know them. They know them. It doesn't happen. Have they kidnapped any of their own children or their family members and they didn't see what will happen? So the way the police, the local government chairman and the Kaduna State government vigorously denied the announcement by CAN was an embarrassment. But you know that there's a Chinese proverb that says a time of crisis is a time of opportunity. You can see what is happening in Greenland, Ukraine, NATO. They believe that Trump's attention has shifted and they are continuing with what they are doing. It's the world in the wilderness. We're in the wilderness. Because what provokes the Muslim antagonists is preached every day in mosques. Go to the road, highway now, and you watch trucks moving from the north. You will see things like sword, drawn on bodies of men. Yeah. And some of the things they write there show the orientation. The Nigerian Army logo has something written in Arabic. Are we an Arabic country? Some people don't understand what it means, but what does it mean to me? I don't know. Yeah, so the government has been promoting Islamic religion. It's in the constitution. They talk about Sharia, they talk about this, talk about that. My problem is that the people who are in office now kept drumming restructuring when they were out of office. Now that the new mantra is on my mandate. When will you restructure? Because if there are people who think that Christianity is a challenge to their tradition, you should separate yourself from such people. You can't insist that you will be with them and then impose the Islamic tax on them.
The question again is this: how was it possible for that number of worshippers to have been abducted, in broad daylight and taken away without the security agencies? I used to ask that question without the security agencies knowing.
It's not today that it started. And the Chibok girls, how were they taken? The ones that have been happening, it's not even the Niger. So many of them that have been happening. Look, that's why I said that we don't have a security architecture that covers Nigeria. What we have is...
No, even if we don't have a security architecture that covers Nigeria, what about the will to act when necessary? Because right now, we are told that the kidnappers are demanding for is it 19 million?
Also for bike. To replace their bikes.
To replace them. And also to feed those that they abducted.
Now, ask me, why is it that we don't have the drones that will be able to detect where these people are?
Don't manufacture drones.
No, but we can buy drones. Why is it that we can't use it to detect these movements?
That is existing in Nigeria. That's why you have police and police division. Once you say that somebody is DPO or he has an area that he covers. He will now request for police posts in different places. And they have signal which they keep in those posts. Every inspector in any post has a duty to rotate to inspect, to go round. The earliest, as soon as something happens, he hears it. He goes to the radio room.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
No, the DPO will call.
That's exactly. There should be a command and control.
They will call the mobile police. They will move easily. This one you're talking about drone.
No, I'm only telling you that. Like, I want to take it up from there. You have the division, you have the police post, you have even sometimes you have in schools and all that. The idea is something is happening. The radio here, the radio there. We have been privileged to watch certain developments overseas where there is a manhunt for a criminal. We know what the radio does. We know what we see on air. We see helicopters. We see drones. Then we keep tracking the thief. The man trying to escape.
That is not happen. But what happens in Nigeria is that you will find, say, Mike joined the police in, say, year 2000. This is 2026. Somebody who joined at the same rank you joined in
later
2024.
Will you get your head? I understand you.
You have no incentive to work.
No, those ones are it's on the other side.
It is so generalized.
No, that is corruption.
Can that be part of the reason why you said, some time ago that Nigeria was not structured to...
That is corruption. We are talking about corruption now. The impact of corruption in police.
Yeah.
Because in a republic, if he is a deputy superintendent of police, and somebody joins the police after him as assistant superintendent, but because his father is emir.
No, we are talking. That is the impact of corruption.
Is a commoner.
Favoritism.
And he should not be the boss of the
son of an emir. That's the issue.
Without going through the due process,
I agree with you.
Assistant commissioner of police. I mean,
I agree with you. There are disincentives.
Openly, a brigadier or colonel who was ADC to the president was to be
elevated,
promoted. Just 1 year on the rank. Why the rule says
you must stay on this rank.
You must attend leadership courses and pass them.
But you see it happening every day in Nigeria. It is just favoritism. It is just
all part of the things that
corruption.
Make the system not to work.
Okay.
Because if the system was designed to work, the Inspector General of Police, who has exceeded his time, should have even voluntarily resigned. That I am here to help, but I can't help. Therefore, I go. Get somebody else who can do the job.
So the point here is that people are taken into the bushes and we cannot account for them. We don't even know whether they took north, south, east or west.
No, but they have been communicating with they
will start making calls.
Agencies of government.
Yeah,
and we ought to know the.
Remember that when Patami was minister, we spent
so
much money
in ICT
linking NIN to
with that phone they told us a lot.
Backbone and the satellite to spot where people are.
Making calls
they are involved, they know where to get them because you can track those numbers.
Okay.
So if somebody makes a call, even if it is with the victim's phone, the police can track it. But they are not interested because the police itself is not organized working for the people.
The policing system, the security system makes it easy for another kidnap to happen tomorrow, even without us dealing with the one that just happened. I'm not trying to be a prophet of doom, but this is what we are seeing every day.
Are we enjoying the scenario?
We are not enjoying
the scenario. Is there nothing?
It looks like we are handicapped.
Assuming that the government was representative.
Okay.
We are handicapped.
That the Kaduna State government and the police in Kaduna should have done is to apologize for making the wrong call. But they are not apologizing. Who are you? Exactly. They should apologize to you.
Kidnapping is going on everywhere in the streets.
They are going to demand money to settle those people.
People are paying ransom.
If you give them 10 million to settle them, they will take 4.
Exactly. I mean, so what kind of policing system is that?
Yeah, where does that take
us? These are the things.
Where does that take us?
These are the things.
Where does that take us? The current leadership. As a country?
These are the things the current leadership promised to deal with. Don't forget the attack of this leadership on the past administration. That give us this number of ways we're going to do away with this. Give us this. We're going to provide light. Ifashola even mentioned that when he was campaigning with Buhari, that 1 year a serious government will fix the energy system, the electricity. But he was part of the Buhari government. He fixed nothing. Today, the grid has collapsed. Are you aware? I don't know whether you have light in your area. In ENUGU here.
No.
Today, the grid has collapsed. 24th January 2026. First collapse. We'll have less than how many megawatts for the nation? Because of this insincerity, because of this lack of focus and corruption.
They talk. Look at what many people don't like Trump. Or at least some Nigerians who are not concerned, but they keep talking about Trump.
Because he says what he does.
Davos and said what he has found out is that the Europeans are not interested in American security.
Exactly.
That they want America to secure them, but they don't want America to be secure. Because in almost all European countries, there are American troops to help secure
those.
Therefore, they reduce their defense expenditure.
Yeah.
Assuming that the US were to withdraw its troops from Germany, which has a border with Russia and Poland, and move them to Greenland,
they
will panic.
You know how much they voted for African security under Africa? 413 million.
Because they don't allow Germany to have nuclear weapons. 413
million for Africa. That's what they voted. So you can see that America is actually doing a lot, and the good thing is that the president is saying what he wants to do and doing what he's saying, and that's what the hallmark of a leader.
Yeah. You talked about ideology.
In as much as we may not like him,
I will make America great again. If he's not
whether you
America
like it or not, he's still doing it.
Trump
so
and
we
America
need,
have become the issue throughout the world.
All over the world. You are talking about them in the Middle East, even in Nigeria, you're talking about them. NATO is panicking about them. The president, Britain said, we are not going to be part of your board of peace. They are still angry. Over the provocation of Trump.
Gentlemen, I just wish that we have more time to discuss these issues and more of that. My producer is warning me that our time is up, and it's nice having you today, and we'll keep looking at Nigeria's problems and offering solutions as much as we can. It's been an exciting moment, Dr. KJ. Once again, I thank you for coming.
You, Mike, for your leadership. This is what a leader should be. Politicians should come and borrow from you. Go and train them to be representative.
Mr. Martin, can you offer him a handshake on my behalf? Mr. Martin, thank you for coming, really. We'll do it another day.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Obani. Thank you for being there for us. Keep watching Signature Television. Thank you and happy weekend.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing just finished the
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left,
In all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Nigeria joins the world to observe Education Day. Signature TV's Dr. Chige Chiagoram takes ENUGU to the global stage. Ukraine condemns brutal Russian strikes ahead of second day of peace talks. And Air India cancels the New York flights as severe winter storm looms. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Young people constitute more than half of the world's population, bursting with ideas, energy, and a drive to reshape the future. Yet, for millions of them, that future remains uncertain due to poverty, inequality, and limited access to quality education and opportunities. As the world marks the International Day of Education with the theme, The Power of the Youth in Co-Creating Education, global attention is turning to the place of the youth in modern society. Correspondent Christopher Lele reports.
Young people today represent more than half of humanity, a vibrant and imaginative generation filled with bold ideas, restless energy, and a strong desire to redefine tomorrow. However, for many, the path ahead is clouded by poverty, inequality, and limited access to quality education and meaningful employment. As the global community commemorates the International Day of Education with the theme, The Power of Youth in Co-Creating Education, attention is focused on one clear message. Education must be done with young people, not just for them. But to some of the youths, the present leaders have not sufficiently factored them in the process of formulating the education policy of the country.
No, I don't think so. Because in Nigeria, I think policies just come up in schools and then the students or pupils in the school are not being called to ask what you think about this particular thing. We just wake up in the morning and then we get to see that, oh, the school fees has been increased to this other one has. So I don't think they are involved in educational system in Nigeria at all.
Those curriculums, I think they are old and archaic. And if you look at, we need a restructure in the Nigerian educational system for real. We need to go into tech, basic advanced learning, computer, ICT and all that, but not just mere theories. We need to move ahead from all those theories, then go to what actually is, not what ought to be. I think that's the problem. Then youths being involved, I think they are participants.
I think they are passive recipients. They are not involved. I don't think that they are involved. They just follow the rule that is already made for them to follow.
They are also concerned about the lack of job opportunities even after leaving school.
I think when youths are exposed to education, crime rate will be reduced. Because that time you get to sit and think about Yahoo and the rest of them. You're using that time to probably complete a coursework, maybe a seminar paper, or you're searching for a meaningful thing online to do. Because I know online now we have digital skills.
I think if they are involved in education, that the rate of crime is going to reduce. That's if there's benefits to this education stuff. If that after school you're going to get a good job and everything, there are a lot of people that went to school and then they turn out to be drivers and then they are still on people that did not go to school that are still drivers. So what is the essence of me going to school and spending all those money and still ending up to be a driver? But if there is benefits to me going to school, that, I'm sure that I'm going to get a job, federal government is going to give me a job the right way because I graduated with first class or I graduated with second class upper, then rate of crime is definitely going to reduce. But we are saying that the government is not even helping the matter. They are just putting people that has connection. Then if you don't have connection in this country, your own has gone like that. So if the education system has benefits, the rate of crime is definitely going to reduce in the country.
A head teacher at the New Haven Primary School, ENUGU, Mrs. Ngozi Aneke, says the traditional model of education is no longer sufficient in a fast-changing world driven by technology and innovation. She notes today's learners need digital skills that would equip them to face modern realities and prepare them for future opportunities.
Like I'll give an example with school, this GTC. That place is a technical school. Before, if children are posted there, they will learn a handwork. Like they have carpentry section, they have electrical section, they have a building section. If you finish in GTC, when you come out, you will be equipped with something. Then, if the government will focus more in equipping schools for the children to learn, it is education that will make our children what they will be, our youths. And when they finish that education, they should provide something for them. If they convert most of our these schools into technological school, the children will be what they want them to be. They won't, after schooling, they will start looking for job. They will be self-employed.
According to her, beyond curriculum reforms, there is a growing need to actively involve young people in shaping how education works, from classroom practices to policy decisions. She stresses that youths must have a voice in building education systems that are inclusive, practical, and aligned with their aspirations.
In forming the school-based management committee, we involve children. Some children in the school will be member of it. It is these children that will say, this is what we need, this is what we need. Based on their needs, we can stand and implementing those things. If the government should involve youths in forming up a curriculum, it's those youths that know what they need, their needs. So that in building up the curriculum, the needs of the youth will be involved. The need of the youth will be involved in that curriculum.
Millions of young people still face poor learning conditions, limited access to schools, and few opportunities after graduation, largely due to financial constraints. This means that government and non-governmental organizations should provide scholarships and other forms of support for those who cannot afford education. As discussions continue across the world, individuals, schools, and institutions are being encouraged to support youth-led ideas and initiatives in education reform. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signaturetv News.
The federal government has said the World Bank assisted Human Capital Opportunities for Prosperity and Equity Governance program is designed to drive lasting reforms in budgeting and expenditure management across the country's primary health care and basic education sectors. The national coordinator of the Help Gov program, Asad Hassan, said the initiative focuses on institutional reforms rather than direct cash disbursement, with incentives strictly linked to measurable results achieved by implementing agencies, including state governments. Hassan spoke in Abuja on Friday during an implementation coordination visit by the National Program Coordination Unit of Hope Gov to the Ministerial Oversight Committee Secretariat of a Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. In a statement signed by the Communications Officer of the Hope Gov program, Joe Muta, said the visit was part of ongoing efforts to strengthen coordination, provide implementation support, and ensure that agencies meet the disbursement link indicators and disbursement link results required to access funding. Hassan explained that engagement covered key implementing institutions at both federal and state levels, including state governments, the BHCPF, Ministerial Oversight Committee Secretariat, and the Universal Basic Education Commission. It disclosed that the first coordination meeting with the State Hope Gov focal persons will be held on Monday to further strengthen implementation and ensure alignment across participating states. Hassan also said the program was in the process of evaluating independent verification agents would assess the performance of implementing agencies in the first year of reform implementation ahead of incentive disbursements. In a presentation, the Hope Gov Program Officer, Jamil Abdallah, said the initiative is a $500 million program for results package with disbursements strictly tied to the achievement of agreed outcomes. Abdallah outlined the program's results areas to include increased availability and effectiveness of financing for basic education and primary health care, enhanced transparency and accountability in sector financing, and improved recruitment, deployment and performance management of teachers and primary on the official websites within the prescribed timelines as a condition for disbursements. All the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory have signed on to participate in the program. In our remarks, the Acting Secretary of the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, Signaturetv, Dr. Aisha Abubakar Bajoga, pledged the agency's commitment to working closely with the Hope Gov program to achieve its objectives. The Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Rashidi Ladoja, has expressed confidence that if President Bola Tinubu is addressing the country's security challenges. Ladoja made remarks on a chat with State House correspondents after meeting with the President at the State House in Abuja. Said that insecurity has become the country's most pressing problem, affecting farmers and businesses and spreading to the south, with everyone being apprehensive of going about their daily businesses. Ladoja said he believes the problem is not insurmountable and that the President is actively tackling it.
No, if you know from where it's coming, if you know that he knows what he's doing, that is what is most important. He was coming, he was able to get Lagos from where it was to where he left it. So I'm sure that the situation in Nigeria might not have been as even bad as it was. The problem is that the Nigeria is more complex than the state because of the fact that not all of us have the same notion about what we want in Nigeria. So, but nonetheless, the states have more money than we had when we were governors, and they are able to meet their commitments than what we had when we were governors. So I believe that by and large, the economy has to be fixed, and it's being fixed. We will hope that by the time it's leaving 2031, we will have put Nigeria where all of us will be proud of.
The Olubadan praised Tinubu's leadership style and economic achievements, saying that he knows what he's doing. He noted that states now have more resources and capacity than when he served as governor, suggesting a positive shift in governance structure. Ladoja explained that his visit to the State House was to appreciate Tinubu for his support since he was crowned Olubadan in September 2025. The visit, which took place less than 4 months after Ladoja's installation as the 44th Olubadan, was the monarch's first official meeting with the president since he ascended the throne, and is coming a day after Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde was received by Tinubu at the State House. Prior to his ascension as the 44th Olubadan in September 2025, Ladoja served as governor of Oyo State between May 2003 and January 2006 under the platform of the People's Democratic Party. A chieftain of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Ayodele Arise, has explained that bold economic reforms under President Bola Tinubu have been impactful to the Nigerian economy compared to his predecessors, despite criticisms from opposition party stalwarts. Arisa made the remarks at the weekend while speaking with journalists amid sustained criticisms of the Tinubu administration by opposition figures. A former senator who represented Ekiti North Senatorial District between 2007 and 2011 said the president's policy decisions have had a positive impact on economic growth and social development, cited a reduction in inflation and increased funding for critical institutions such as the Nigerian Education Loan Fund as evidence of progress. According to him, the student loan scheme has enabled many young Nigerians to access tertiary education, ensuring that financial constraints do not prevent qualified students from going to school. Arisa also linked improved stability in the university system to the Tinubu administration's engagement with academic and non-academic unions, including ASU and NASU, said academic disruptions had reduced, allowing students to complete programs within the stipulated time. Arisa said President Tinubu's insistence on financial autonomy for local government was aimed at accelerating development in rural areas. He noted that allowing councils direct access to their funds would enhance service delivery in areas such as road construction, health care, and primary education. The APC chieftain also defended the removal of a fuel subsidy, describing it as a difficult but necessary decision that ended years of abuse and revenue leakages. ENUGU-based TV broadcaster and health professional Dr. Chigi Chiagoram was set for a Guinness World Record for the highest number of interviews conducted within a 12-hour period, has been speaking on the motivation behind the adventure. Dr. Chiagoram, who featured on Signature Evening, says she wants to use the platform to emphasize the power of interviews in giving voice to critical issues that often go unheard. She said she expects to use the record-breaking initiative as a bold media experiment of using conversation as a tool for change.
So for everyone, every single person, I believe that there are things that are very close to your heart, things that are very dear to you. Three of those things are, number one, ENUGU State.
Okay.
I love the state because I was born here. I'm from ENUGU State and I was raised in ENUGU State.
Okay.
Secondly, my love for healthcare and taking care of people. And thirdly, journalism. The fact that I can get people to tell me their stories. The fact that I can interview people and have them, tell stories. And I believe that inside stories are like practical principles. And basically principles that people can apply to their lives to become successful. So my love for ENUGU State, my love for healthcare, and my love for journalism. And this particular attempt for me encapsulates the three. It's like killing three birds
with one stone.
Right. As a journalist, you research a lot. So there's been a lot of rave around Guinness World Record attempts in Nigeria, especially in West Africa. So in one of my one of those days that I was researching Guinness World Records and I came across this category, I was thrilled because it was an opportunity for me to showcase my state. It was an opportunity for me to also showcase the state in a healthcare
light.
Yeah, in a healthcare light.
Chiagoram, who hosts a health awareness program on Signaturetv, highlighted the challenges she has faced in prosecuting the project, which includes securing sponsorship and logistic support for the event.
It is not easy, still not easy. It wasn't easy, still not easy, because this is a groundbreaking event. It takes a lot of grit and belief in yourself to continue on a path where most people don't even understand what Guinness World Records means. And they keep asking you, so what will you get in return? You know? So it's not been easy. However, I cannot complain because I've had people tell me, Chigi, whatever you need, and they have kept, to, their promises. But as regards statewide acceptance and support, now I'll even give it a 30%, right? For family and friends, yes. Mentors, yes. But what I believe is, I am not even surprised because it's something new and fresh, right? So I'm not surprised because I believe that once it is done, that is why we must strive to break that record. Once it is done, then people will begin to see, the returns, and then we'll open doors for others coming after us, right?
Yeah.
So that is the aim. So the support is not as massive financially, but I can't complain because I still have support, financial support from family and friends, which is why we're even still here talking, right? I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at the bigger picture.
Yeah.
Well, they'll fall in line when they eventually get to fall in line. But I want to be the one to push it, just like Henry Ford, that regardless of what he was told, he built his V engine. And then everybody keyed in. The roads were made and things like that. So maybe I'm a foreigner. It's never easy for foreigners.
Dr. Chiagoram used the opportunity to appreciate Signature TV for its unwavering support and partnership, describing the station as a driving force behind the vision. The Guinness World Record attempt is scheduled to hold on the 14th of February 2026 at the International Conference Center, ENUGU, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Signature TV will bring viewers comprehensive coverage of the historic event as it unfolds. Various stakeholders of the All Progressives Congress (APC) on Friday stormed a national secretariat of a party in Abuja, demanding urgent National Assembly intervention in River State's escalating political crisis. The stakeholders, comprising civil society organizations, media professionals, and leaders, called on federal lawmakers to invoke Section 14 of the Constitution to assume the River State House of Assembly's functions, citing the Assembly's total loss of credibility and legitimacy. During the protest, the groups lambasted the Assembly's impeachment push against Governor Siminalayi Fubara, describing it as a reckless abuse of power threatening democracy. Speaking to newsmen, the APC Leaders Forum spokesperson Eze Chukwuemeka said this is no longer oversight, it's a vendetta to destabilize governance. According to the coordinator of a civil society group, Comrade Blessing Ibama, no shred of evidence shows gross misconduct by Governor Fubara. Allegations are pure political fiction. Stakeholders accused 27 lawmakers loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT Nyesom Wike, led by Martin Samewule, of fueling the crisis. They alleged that the lawmakers collected humongous money, running to millions for constituency funds, luxury SUVs, and a year's advance salary per lawmaker. The protesters vowed to sustain action until the National Assembly acts. The local government chairman of Tunduwada, Sadautu Salisu Soja Jame, has resigned the membership of a new Nigerian People's Party. She announced her resignation in a letter dated Friday, January 23, 2026, and addressed to the leadership of a party in Tunduwada local government area. In a letter, which was made available to journalists, Sadautu said her decision was taken to align with the political direction of Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf. She explained that the decision was carefully taken to enable us to support the development agenda of Kano State and its people through meaningful projects and initiatives. Sadautu also expressed appreciation to the NNPP leadership and members for their support during our time in the party. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has criticized the latest collapse of a national power grid, describing the incident as a continuation of a deepening national crisis. National electricity grid collapsed on Friday, with generation plunging sharply from above 4,500 megawatts to as low as 25 megawatts by about 1:30 p.m. This left households and businesses across the country in darkness and disrupted supply to millions of consumers. All 23 power plants connected to the grid reportedly lost output during the incident, resulting in zero allocation to the nation's 11 distribution companies. A statement posted on X on Saturday titled 2026, The Collapse Continues. Obi said a grid failure recorded in January 2026 mirrored events of a previous year, when the first collapse of 2025 also occurred in January and was followed by several others. Obi lamented Nigeria's poor electricity access, noting that the country had remained at the bottom of global rankings for 3 consecutive years. Former Anambra State Governor compared Nigeria's power generation capacity with that of other African countries, describing the gap as alarming. According to Obi, the persistent power crisis was rooted in governance failures, stressing that the sector required capable leadership to function effectively. Looking ahead to the 2027 general elections, Obi called on Nigerians to make leadership choices based on competence and compassion. At least 6 farmers were reportedly killed last night in a fresh attack by suspected armed bandits in ENUGU community located in Bogu local government area of Niger State. This was disclosed in a post on X on Saturday by Batkatsine, a conflict and crisis journalist who reports on insecurity in Nigeria's northwest. According to the report, the assailants stormed the community at approximately 10 p.m., opening fire on farmers were working on their farmlands. Following the attacks, the bandits fled the scene, leaving residents in a state of fear and grief. The incident has intensified concerns over the deteriorating security situation in the area, particularly for rural farming communities, which have increasingly become targets of violent attacks. Residents are calling for urgent action from security agencies to ensure the safety of vulnerable populations in remote areas. Authorities and relevant security agencies have yet to release an official statement regarding the incident. Still to come, New Zealand calls up rescue efforts for 6 missing after landslide. High tides expected to bring coastal flooding. Do stay with us.
This is foreign news. Ukraine has condemned a fresh wave of overnight Russian attacks that killed 1 person and injured at least 23 others, just as peace talks involving Ukraine, Russia, and the United States are set to resume. Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha described the attacks as brutal, saying they undermine both civilian lives and ongoing negotiations. The strikes hit Kyiv and Kharkiv, damaging homes, critical infrastructure, and energy facilities. In Kyiv, 1 person was killed and 4 injured, while 19 people were wounded in Kharkiv, where a maternity hospital and a shelter for displaced people were damaged. Kyiv's mayor said damage to energy infrastructure left 6,000 buildings without heating as temperatures dropped to minus 12 degrees Celsius. President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia's main target was Ukraine's power network. The attacks came as delegations from Ukraine, Russia, and the US hold trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi, the first since Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022. A source said limited progress had been made, but the key issue of territory remains unresolved. Russia currently occupies around 20% of Ukraine and wants Kyiv to cede large areas, including the Donbas. Ukraine has firmly rejected this, with Zelensky saying land remains the central obstacle to peace. Moscow insists any lasting settlement must address territorial claims, while Ukraine says it will not give up occupied regions. Air India has announced the cancellation of all its scheduled flights to and from New York and Newark on 25th and 26th January, attributing the decision to a severe winter storm forecast to hit the U.S. East Coast. In a travel advisory posted on X on Saturday, the airline stated that a severe winter storm with heavy snow is forecast for New York, New Jersey, and adjoining areas in the U.S. East Coast from early Sunday morning to Monday, which will have a significant impact on flight operations. Air India added that in view of the safety, well-being and convenience of their passengers and crew, all Air India flights to and from New York and Newark have been cancelled on 25th and 26th January. According to Reuters on Saturday, more than 8,000 flights across the U.S. set to take off over the weekend have been cancelled as a major storm expected to wreak havoc across much of the country bears down, threatening to knock out power for days and snarl major roadways. Roughly 140 million people were under a winter storm warning from New Mexico to New England. The National Weather Service forecast warns of widespread heavy snow and a band of catastrophic ice stretching from East Texas to North Carolina. The airline said its teams will assist affected travelers booked on these days and urged them to contact the call center numbers or check the airline's website for updated information. Rescue efforts for 6 people buried in a landslide at a popular campsite in Mount Maunganui, New Zealand, have been called off, with authorities now moving to recover operations. Police say it is no longer possible to find the missing alive. Human remains were located beneath debris on Friday, following the landslide triggered by days of heavy rain. 2 teenagers, both aged 15, are among the victims. The incident has been described as heartbreaking by the police, who said dangerous conditions and ongoing rainfall made rescue efforts extremely challenging. Fire and emergency crews searched through the night before the operation was handed over to the police. In a separate landslide nearby at Welcome Bay, a grandmother and her grandchild were killed. Prime Minister Christopher Luxon visited the affected area on Friday, praising the strong community response. Further heavy rain is forecast for the region, raising concerns about additional landslides. High tides are expected to bring flooding to parts of the Dorset coast, with the Environment Agency issuing flood warnings for areas including Chiswell, Portland, and East Beach at West Bay until Saturday afternoon. Coastal roads, footpaths, and car parks may be affected, and authorities say floodgates will be closed if needed. Residents are being urged to take care as large waves could overtop beaches. A Met Office yellow warning for heavy rain remains in force across Dorset and the southwest until 10 p.m. on Saturday, raising the risk of further flooding. Additional flood warnings are also in place across Dorset due to high groundwater levels and rising river levels, including in the Christchurch Harbour area. In neighbouring Hampshire, warnings cover communities near the River Avon. Emergency services have already rescued people from vehicles trapped in flood water, with officials warning motorists not to drive through flooded roads. And that's the foreign news.
Popular Nollywood actress Nancy Isime says she's ready to get married. For more on entertainment news, let's join Queenette Wokonta.
Popular Nollywood actress Nancy Isime has revealed the type of man she would like to marry.
disclosing that character is more important to her than material things. In a candid conversation with media personality Morayo Afolabi Brown, Isime stated that kindness is a non-negotiable trait for her when it comes to choosing a life partner. The movie star explained that she doesn't mind marrying a man who is kind, regardless of their status or any other deficiency, as she believes that they can be corrected. Isime said she is ready for marriage, emphasizing that she is now 34 years old. Rapper and singer Aziz Fashola, popularly known as Naira Marley, has expressed deep concern over the menace of cultism in the Nigerian music industry. Lamenting the negative trend, Marley claimed that only a few Nigerian artists, including himself, are yet to join a cult. He mocked artists who joined cults for power and protection, pointing out that even those who influence them to join still move around with police escorts for security. Naira Marley had previously debunked rumors that he is a cultist, claiming that he was once threatened by cultists for refusing to join. Nigerian singer Oluwatosin Ajibade, popularly known as Mr. Easy, has reacted to rumors that he and his wife Temi Otedola recently welcomed their first child together. Sharing a suspected AI-generated photo of Temi carrying a newborn, a social media influencer Kola Kazim claimed on X that the celebrity couple recently welcomed a baby girl. Unsuspecting fans immediately flooded the comment section with congratulatory messages to the couple. However, he shut down the rumors after asking if his wife was aware that she had just given birth, as claimed by the poster. Mr. Easy and Temi Otedola, a daughter of Nigerian billionaire businessman Femi Otedola, tied the knot in a couple of lavish weddings across Monaco, Dubai, and Iceland last year. Bilateral, an art platform focused on bridging Africa and the diaspora, is set to make its debut at the 18th edition of the Harlem Fine Arts Show in New York City, United States of America, scheduled to hold in February. The platform announced that 4 of its artists, John Akanda, Nojim Moose, Omoyeni Arogumati, and Miriam Magida, have been selected to represent Nigeria at the internationally acclaimed art fair, marking a significant milestone for both the artists and the organization. Speaking on the development, the founder of the platform, Bakare Mubarak, described the selection as a major boost for Nigerian arts on the global stage. The Harlem Fine Arts Show is widely regarded as one of the leading platforms for celebrating African American, and Caribbean arts. Over the years, it has attracted collectors, curators, cultural institutions, and art enthusiasts from across the world, providing a vital space for dialogue, exchange, and commercial opportunities within the global arts ecosystem. Bilateral's participation is expected to further spotlight Nigeria's vibrant contemporary art scene and reinforce its growing influence within international art circles. Afro-pop singer Mayowa Olusani, popularly known as Ichaba, has announced his return to the music scene in 2026, ending a period of relative quiet in his career. The singer revealed plans to release new music steadily throughout the year, beginning with a new single scheduled for February 13, 2026. The announcement signals Ichaba's intention to reclaim his place in the Nigerian music space after taking time to refine his sound and direction. Known for his soulful vocals and energetic delivery, the former Davido Music Worldwide affiliate and Lavish Sound Entertainment frontman has been working behind the scenes since the release of his 2024 EP, Late Entry. According to him, the upcoming phase of his career represents a more evolved and mature version of his artistry. Ichaba disclosed that his first single of the year, Eregele, has been described as a potential chart topper. Its February 13 release date, just a day before Valentine's Day, has fueled speculation among fans that the song may explore romantic themes, a style he is well known for. The singer rose to prominence with his hit songs such as Jisoro and Man Must Chop, featuring Davido, earning a reputation for catchy hooks and relatable storytelling. He further cemented his status with love-themed records like Adoke, which enjoyed widespread popularity. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Mukunta's Signature TV News.
On our attention now, the sports news.
The Cross River State government has focused renewed attention to the male and female football clubs owned by the state, Rovers FC and Pelican Stars, with a view to improving their statuses, welfare and finances. Chairman of the State Sports Commission, Mr. Eta Lawrence Etanya, said Governor Bassey Otu met Rovers FC receiving 5 million naira monthly subvention, but moved it up to 20 million naira. He admitted that Rovers FC had fallen short of top-tier expectations, but said reforms were underway. He disclosed that operations will no longer be business as usual. Meanwhile, a statement signed by Mr. Eta Itanya, chairman of the Cross River State Sports Commission, said the governor has approved the constitution of a new management for Pelican Stars Football Club as part of broader sports sector reforms. The new management was expected to assume office immediately and align operations with the governor's vision for sports development. Stakeholders, players, technical crew, and supporters were urged to accord the new management full cooperation. The Nigeria Premier Football League, NPFL, has fined Eyimba 5 million naira for several breaches during their 21-match day encounter with Barao FC. The encounter, played at the Eyimba International Stadium, Aba, ended in a barren draw. According to the NPFL, Eyimba failed to provide adequate security during the game, which led to the loss of valuable items belonging to match officials. Supporters also encroached into restricted areas during the game and held match officials hostage. As part of the sanctions, Eyimba will play their next 3 home matches behind closed doors. The Aba club has 48 hours from the date of the notice to appeal the sanctions. Mikel Arteta said Ethan Nwaneri's loan move to Marseille on Friday will be the making of the 18-year-old. Nwaneri has joined the French giants until the end of the season after struggling for minutes for the Premier League and Champions League leaders. He scored 9 times last season in a breakthrough campaign, earning a new 5-year deal at the Emirates. But Nwaneri did not start once in the Premier League this season prior to his move to the south of France. Arteta said the experience of William Saliba's positive loan spell at Marseille prior to establishing himself as a key figure in the Arsenal defense and the coaching of Roberto De Zerbi played an impact in Nwaneri's next move. Arsenal look to take another step towards earning their 22-year wait to win the Premier League when Manchester United visit the Emirates on Sunday. Sunrisers Eastern Cape reached the final of the Betway SA20 for the 4th time, thanks to a thumping 7-wicket win over Power Royals in Friday night's qualifiers 2 at the Wanderers. James Coles led the chase of 115 under the lights in Johannesburg, ending unbeaten on 45 off just 19 balls and finishing the job with a 6 after the Sunrisers had restricted the Royals to just 114-7. Royals captain Dan Lawrence had earlier won the toss, chose to bat first and almost immediately regretted it on a used pitch that offered unusually sharp turn and bounce from the off. Senura Muthusami led the way with 315 from his 4 overs, combining with Cole's 115 to suffocate the men in pink at the bull ring. Only Kyle Verin, 52 not out of 45 balls, went beyond 19 with the bat, notching an unbeaten half-century to anchor an innings that never clicked into gear. Luther Sipamla struck first, teasing Luedre Pretorius into an indecisive one-handed drive that flew straight into the hands of Captain Tristan Stubbs at mid-off. Ruben Herman perished for 12 when he attempted to guard Anrich Norsch fine down the leg side, only to sky a catch to the backtracking Simpala at short fine leg. and Lawrence lasted just 3 balls before fellow Englishman Coles found his leading edge, with Matthew at cover taking a simple catch. Asa Tribe was next, overbalancing when trying to attack Muthusami as Quintin the Cork completed a sharp stumping. Verenu finally broke the shackles when he went inside out to crash the excellent Coles over extra cover for the first 6 of the innings, leaving the first arm spinner with figures of 115 from his 4 overs. Rovman Powell lasted just 2 balls before Muthusami found his reaching outside edge, with Jensen taking an impressive low grab at slip after Sikandar Raza's tortuous 19 off 27 balls came to an end with Dickcock's second stumping. Carlos Alcaraz stepped up his quest to win a maiden Australian Open as he overwhelmed showman Corentin Murtet on Friday to reach his last 16, while Aryna Sabalenka said she was emotionally all over the place in victory. Top seed Alcaraz was never in danger against French 32nd seed Murtet, easing through 6-2, 6-4, 6-1 at Rod Laver Arena in 2 hours 5 minutes. It was a Spaniard's 100th Grand Slam match, and he boasts a remarkable 87-13 win-loss record, marching the legendary Dromborg at the same stage of his career. Victory thrust Alcaraz into a clash for a place in the quarterfinals with American 19th seed Tommy Paul, who progressed when Spain's Alejandro Davidovich Fokina retired with an apparent knee injury with 2 sets down. Women's top seed Sabalenka did not have it easy against unseeded Russian-born Anastasia Potapova of Austria, pulling through 7-6, 7-4, 7-6, 9-7 in just over 2 nervy hours. The Belarusian is trying to win the title for a 3rd time in 4 years, having been stunned in last year's final by Madison Keys. Hayden Porteous held onto his top spot in the leaderboard in the Cell C Challenge of Honor of Gary Player and will take a 3-stroke lead into the weekend at the Killarney Country Club. Porteous shared the first round lead with a 64 and then distanced himself from the park with another 64 on Friday to climb to 12 under par overall. It was another flawless performance from Porteous, who has yet to drop a shot in 36 holes. His nearest challenger is England's Joe Long, who signed for a 63 on Friday to hit the halfway mark at 9 under par. Zimbabwe's David Arm and Benjamin Follett-Smith and the South American duo of Nikhil Rama and Herman Lopse are currently tied 3rd on 8 under par. Porteous has continued to ride the momentum of a big 2025, in which he made his long-awaited return to the winner's circle with his victory in the Vodacom Origins of Golf at Gorey Farm, where he was given an invitation by the Sunshine Tour and made the most of the opportunity. He also had the benefit of playing in a Blue Label Bushveld Tour event at Killarney Country Club the week before the Sunshine Tour event. Porteous missed the cut in that event with rounds of 75 and 69 and says it was a timely wake-up call for him. The Vodacom Bulls pulled off another Lazarus act as they came back from 17-5 down to beat Edinburgh 19-17 in their Vodacom United Rugby Championship match in the Scottish capital on Friday night. The result is the Bulls' first win in the URC in Edinburgh, and while it backed up their win against French side Pau in the Investec Champions League last week to stop a 7-game losing streak, it was a bit of luck that went the Bulls' way after a performance that they will again say came down to desperation and guts, and where they certainly have more lot work to do. Because while there was so much good work in the fight back, the Bulls were poor in several areas, not the least in their lineouts and protecting the ball in their rooks. Lewis Hamilton is braced for the massive challenge of adapting to the seismic change in technical regulations facing the 2026 Formula One grid as Ferrari unveiled their new car on Friday. The 7-time world champion and his teammate Charles Leclerc put the SF26 through its paces at the Scuderia's Fiorano private test track near their Maranello headquarters. Ferrari team principal Fred Vasseur reflected on an emotional day seeing their new creation emerge out of the garage and onto the track. Given all 11 teams are in the same boat, starting from scratch, Vasseur was keen to play down expectations for the season opener in Australia in early March. Coming next week will be Barcelona's shakedown, when the new cars will test away from the media, followed by back-to-back tests in Bahrain in February. The 24-race season gets underway in Australia on March 8th. And that's sports news. I am Princess Ken Ochama, Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.